Seeing the oil bento Karan put in front of him, Shikaku stammered, "Isn't this just oil? We have lots of that in the desert. I can't be mistaken." Karan flicked him on the head and retorted, "What nonsense! This is delicious cooking. Hurry up and eat." Shikaku, oh. Back in the Land of Fire's black market, Kakuzu and F were still grinding missions. The Land of Fire, as one of the 5 great nations, had numerous black markets, each with a large supply of tasks. During his time in Konoha, Kakuzu basically lived in these black markets 24/7. The moment a scratch card appeared in front of Kakuzu, one of Senshi's wood-style clones approached, explaining everything. Kakuzu listened, then said in a low tone, "Got it," outwardly calm but inwardly astonished. He guessed it was some ingenious space-time technique, given Senshi's mastery of such, but he'd never expected Senshi could go this far. As always, nothing was impossible for that legendary mercenary. Senshi then asked curiously, "Where's your little assistant?" Kakuzu pointed to a shop. "In there." Senshi nodded, so F had gone shopping. He'd worried that maybe Kakuzu was out on missions solo again. Having relayed the new mercenary group function, Senshi's wood clone departed. When F emerged, she spotted Senshi's back in the distance and asked, "Kakuzu-sama, what did Lord Senshi want?" Kakuzu nodded and replied, "He's implemented a new jutsu for our mercenary group, this one." He showed her the scratch card. F, surprised face, it looked just like a normal scratch card. She stared at it a good while. "Kakuzu-sama, is this?" Kakuzu answered, "It isn't just some random card. It's bonded to Senshi's space-time ninjutsu. Once you scratch it, you get a reward. Going forward, for every 2 million RY I earn, I can claim one from Senshi." Because this initial card was a freebie courtesy of the newly unlocked system, Kakuzu figured it wouldn't be something too impressive. He raked the foil off with a fingernail, revealing explosive tag times 100. The moment he finished, 100 explosive tags appeared right in front of him. F was dumbstruck. Amazed it was all real. Even Kakuzu, whose expression hardly changed, was inwardly stunned. 4. Sure, Senshi was unstoppably, truly a timeless legend of the black market. Kakuzu calmly scooped up some tags. Such a haul, definitely profit. But for some reason, he had a nagging sense of foreboding in his 5 hearts, as if the tags tugged at some deep bond. Nevertheless, he thought GHT for a second and then handed the stack to F. "I won't use these. You hold on to them." F. She was elated. If she had to buy that many tags with her own money, who knew how expensive it'd be? Delighted, she exclaimed, "Wow, Kakuzu-sama, that's awesome luck." After giving them to F, Kakuzu decided he'd keep blitzing the Land of Fire's black markets to show them what second to none meant. In the Land of Lightning's black market, one of Senshi's wood clones sought out Haiden and thoroughly explained the mercenary group's new feature. Even though Haiden was something of a blockhead, he got it. Reverently, he told Senshi's clone, "Lord Jashin, I understand. Every time I earn 2 million RY, I shall receive your divine blessing." Hearing him, Senshi could only exhale. Of all his 10 group members, only Haiden might fail to use the new function properly. Fortunately, his concern was unwarranted. Haiden proceeded to scratch away. Blood-soaked triple scythe times 1. Clang! A huge triple-bladed scythe dropped onto the ground out of nowhere. Haiden, surprised face, he picked it up, compared it to the scythe he already had, then declared in sudden enlightenment, "I see. Lord Jashin, you want me to become a dual scythe wielder? Senshi, surprised face, what kind of logic is that? Couldn't he just replace the old one, or keep the new one as backup? If he got yet another scythe, would Haiden use 3-weapon style? Hastily, Senshi corrected him, Haiden, you need to think for yourself. Figure out what fits your situation. You can keep the new one as a spare or swap it for the old one. If you really think dual scythe style makes you stronger, you can do that. Even as Senshi spoke, the voice of Jashin echoed in Haiden's ears, foolish Haiden, do you really need me to answer something his trivial? Decide for yourself. After Senshi finished explaining the scratch card mechanism to all his mercenaries, things went exactly as he expected. Kakuzu, Haiden, Naruto, Sasuke, the Musen trio, everyone lost themselves in mission frenzy. All you needed was 2 million RY to draw a card, and those cards could yield unbelievably mysterious rewards. Within no time, the black markets around the Land of Fire were overrun by Senshi's people snapping up every commission, forcing the black market bosses to impose limits so other mercenaries wouldn't be put out of work entirely. Even so, Kakuzu, Kakashi, and the rest managed to claim no small number of jobs. By day's end, Kakashi went to find the third Hokage on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Thanks to CO hosting the Chunin exams with Tsunagakuer, Konoha had earned a huge profit, making Hiruzen revert to a laid-back old man contently smoking his pipe. Yet as soon as Kakashi appeared, he realized that mood wouldn't last. Noticing Kakashi's presence, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, looking comfortable. Kakashi, is something the matter? Kakashi nodded solemnly. Yes, Lord Hokage. There's something extremely important I need to report. Hiruzen blinked, setting aside his carefree demeanor. What's so vital? He knew Kakashi well. If Kakashi said it was urgent, it truly must be. Carefully choosing his words, Kakashi said gravely, Lord Hokage Naruto and Sasuke have joined Senshi's mercenary group. For a long while now, Senshi has secretly been instructing them. Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe, feeling faint. The pride of Konoha, the future of Konoha Uzumaki. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have actually enlisted in an outsider's organization. His face darkened. Kakashi, are you sure about this? Kakashi nodded decisively. Very sure. We have ample evidence, and I directly confirmed it with Lord Senshi. Hiruzen, surprised face, he was dumbfounded. So you can just ask Senshi that? To him, discovering that Naruto and Sasuke belonged to Senshi was unacceptable. Konoha as a whole could never agree. Granted, his own grandson Konohamaru also received Senshi's training, eventually becoming a hidden trump card for Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke, who had shown tremendous potential during the exams, were likewise crucial to Konoha's future. Learning now that they both belonged to Senshi left him furious and dismayed. He felt Senshi had overstepped. And it got even worse. Kakashi went on, Lord Hokage, not only did Naruto and Sasuke join, I have joined Senshi's mercenary group too. Hiruzen, surprised face, now he was truly stupefied. Sure, Naruto and Sasuke were young and gullible, possibly tricked into a wrong path by Senshi's sweet talk, but Kakashi, raised in the will of fire, a paragon of Konoha loyalty, how could he betray the village to sign with Senshi's group? Even if the benefits were extraordinary, Hiruzen could never believe Kakashi would betray Konoha. Plus, if Kakashi had joined, then openly came to tell him, was he trying to recruit the Hokage as well? Hiruzen's face darkened severely. Kakashi, why would you betray Konoha by joining Senshi's group. He simply couldn't fathom how many moves Senshi and Omegakure had pulled off unnoticed. Within Konoha, Kakashi, the steadfast Konoha elite, turned out to have been folded into Senshi's ranks all along. Seeing Hiruzen's scowl and hearing his question, Kakashi realized the Hokage misunderstood. Without beating around the bush, he laid out exactly what Senshi's mercenary group was. Lord Hokage, here's the truth. Senshi founded his mercenary group to raise a unit of ninja who can handle any situation, accept any challenge, and execute all sorts of commissioned tasks efficiently. It's not directed against any hidden village or any power in the shinobi world. The group's members get Senshi's personal guidance and necessary help, without having to do anything against their will. And, this part is the most important. Saying so, Kakashi took out several scratch cards from his tool pouch. Being an elite Jonin, it only took a few jobs of 2 million each for him to test the system, and he had already stockpiled quite a few. Hiruzen, surprised face, he stared for a while. What are these? Kakashi explained, they're scratch cards from Lord Senshi's mercenary group. Hiruzen frowned. And these do what? Given how specifically Kakashi brought them out, Hiruzen guessed these cards were remarkable. Kakashi's next words confirmed it. Lord Hokage, they're used to draw for prizes. Once you scratch the surface, the card magically transforms into whatever the winning reward is. Hearing that, Hiruzen's eyes went wide. Hiruzen, surprised face, it sounded completely absurd, far beyond normal ninja logic. He pressed, such a special tool must be hard to obtain, even for someone in Senshi's group, right? Kakashi shook his head. No, Lord Hokage. After joining, every time we earn 2 million RY in commissions, we automatically get a scratch card out of nowhere. The third Hokage was stunned. At this point, his mind was flooded with doubts. Why does Senshi even want such a group? Is there any benefit for him? How does he know how much each member has earned, or where they are at the moment they hit 2 million? Could such a thing really be accomplished by ninjutsu alone? And the scratch card turning directly into a jutsu or item, was Senshi giving out free stuff for no reason, or was there some deeper strategy at play? Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Frenzy. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for quite some time before continuing. Is it really that easy to get a single scratch card? And about these scratch cards, what sort of prizes do they typically yield? Kakashi answered truthfully, Lord Hokage, from what I know, a scratch card can potentially yield nearly any kind of reward. It's just that the odds of getting something really good are low. Most of the time you end up with relatively ordinary items. For instance, the first time I used a scratch card, I got the Jutsu Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. The instant it was awarded, I automatically learned it even though I hadn't studied it before. When Hiruzen heard this, his cloudy old eyes were filled with a look that said, Kakashi, are you pulling my leg? Even though he was a seasoned ninja used to all sorts of upheavals, something so bizarre he truly had never seen or heard of. Kakashi knew his story sounded far-fetched. He simply told Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, let me scratch a few of these cards so you can see for yourself that what I'm telling you is accurate. Saying this, Kakashi began scraping the silvery coating of one scratch card. Then both he and Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the words that appeared on the card. Soldier Pill ×1. In the next instant, the scratch card itself turned into a single soldier pill, appearing right in Kakashi's hand. Hiruzen. Kakashi. Hiruzen's head was full of questions. He was astonished by Senshi's methods. He truly never expected Senshi could do such a thing. And as the so-called professor of ninjutsu, he genuinely couldn't comprehend how Senshi was pulling it off. Kakashi, meanwhile, also had question marks swirly in his head, because it was his very first time drawing just a single soldier pill. But he didn't dawdle, he quickly started a second scratch. This time, he revealed a kunao. Because they had just witnessed how miraculous the scratch cards were, Hiruzen was no longer quite as shocked as before. He carefully observed every step of Kakashi's use of the card, trying to see whether Senshi might have combined sealing techniques with space-time ninjutsu to accomplish something so incredible. Wasting no time, Kakashi then took out 3 more scratch cards and scratched them in succession. 3 soldier pills. Shuriken times 1. Explosive tag times 1. After scratching these 3, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly stunned, and Kakashi was equally dumbfounded. Hiruzen had not imagined Senshi's abilities could have reached such a level. He stared intently for quite a while and still failed to see anything. It made him, the so-called ninjutsu professor, seem slightly unworthy of the title. He'd already been deeply shaken when Senshi demonstrated an incredibly powerful wood release. But now he realized that even the unparalleled lightning release, that astonishing skill at instruction, and so on were only part of Senshi's repertoire. With minimal effort, Senshi could achieve such a mind-boggling feat. Before long, Hiruzen noticed the main point: Kakashi had to earn 2 million RY to get a single scratch card. Judging from what he'd just drawn, it didn't look worth it. So Hiruzen immediately said, "Kakashi, the prizes you got just now were basically soldier pills, shuriken, and explosive tags. Ordinary stuff. If you earned 2 million in commissions just to get items like that, wouldn't that be a loss?" Kakashi shook his head. "Lord Hokage, Lord Senshi doesn't take any cut from his mercenary group's members. These scratch cards are all additional gifts from him. Hiruzen. No commission share taken, yet giving away these magical scratch cards? Just what is Senshi aiming for?" He'd already heard a slew of unbelievable details from his conversation with Kakashi, and unbeknownst to him, Kakashi still hadn't finished reporting. Now, looking solemn, Kakashi continued. "Lord Hokage, among the most remarkable aspects of these scratch cards is that you can get ninjutsu or chakra from them. If you draw a ninjutsu regardless of whether you've trained in it before, you master it at once, and can use it proficiently. If you draw chakra, then your personal chakra volume increases immediately. It's quite astonishing." This time Hiruzen was flabbergasted. It sounded too sensational. He hadn't even wrapped his head around it when Kakashi went on. "Lord Hokage, I once reported that Naruto and Sasuke have been rapidly raising their strength by continually grinding missions. Noticing that their abilities were skyrocketing, I tried imitating them. But it did nothing for me. Now all the mysteries are solved. The reason I didn't benefit from the same approach is because I wasn't part of Senshi's mercenary group, whereas Naruto and Sasuke joined it a long while back." Once Kakashi said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled related work reports that Kakashi had submitted. A hint of realization flickered across his face, so that's why those 2 kids worked day and night on commissions, because there were such benefits. Kakashi nodded earnestly and added, "Yes, Lord Hokage. That's their primary reason. And based on my ongoing observations, neither has done anything detrimental to Konoha's interests. That only confirms further that Senshi's mercenary group doesn't harm us. As far as I know, he's never forced Naruto or Sasuke to do anything they were unwilling to do." Hearing Kakashi's explanation, Hiruzen felt much less hostility toward Senshi's group. Kakashi, after all, had been watching Naruto and Sasuke for half a year. During that entire period, the two hadn't caused any problems, implying that the mercenary group, just as Kakashi described, likely posed no threat to Konoha. Even so, Hiruzen was still skeptical about how a member of Senshi's group could learn an unknown jutsu instantly or expand their chakra capacity in a flash. He just couldn't imagine what technique might accomplish that. After hesitating, Hiruzen looked toward Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, may I have one of these scratch cards?" In a respectful tone, Kakashi replied, "Certainly, Lord Hokage." Saying this, he handed Hiruzen a card. Hiruzen took it and studied it out of curiosity, but gained no clues. With no other option, he tried scraping the silver coating only to find that, for some reason, he, the renowned third Hokage, could not scratch off the surface. After a few tries, Hiruzen could only sigh. Senshi's methods really are inscrutable, truly unimaginable. I can't figure out how he's done it, but it appears that anyone who isn't the actual owner of the card can't scratch it open. With that sigh of amazement, Hiruzen handed the card back to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you scrape it instead. Let's see if you can draw some kind of special prize like a ninjutsu. I'd like to see how a scratch card can instantly teach one a new jutsu. If Konoha managed to master that technology, it would dramatically improve our strength." Kakashi nodded. He began scratching away at the card Hiruzen couldn't open mere moments ago. This time, in Kakashi's hands, it worked easily just like before. Hiruzen and Kakashi both took in the prize revealed. Chakra 1/5 Kakashi. As soon as they read that, the scratch card vanished. In the next instant, a surge of pure chakra appeared inside Kakashi, boosting his total chakra reserves by 1/5 of Kakashi's entire level. From the start, Hiruzen had been carefully monitoring Kakashi's condition. When Kakashi's chakra leapt upward, the sight left Hiruzen so shocked that he couldn't even speak. "Hiruzen, Omega Omega." This time, his silence lasted a long while. When Kakashi won ration pills or kunao, he could at least accept the possibility of storing them somewhere through advanced sealing techniques. But a direct increase in total chakra? Hiruzen truly couldn't fathom it. Senshi's mysterious powers left him fully convinced. The man truly was the black market's most accomplished mercenary with a 100% completion rate. It seemed there was nothing in the ninja world he couldn't do. While Hiruzen was still filled with admiration, Kakashi prepared to offer some advice to his Hokage. In Kakashi's view, letting more Konoha shinobi join Senshi's group held tremendous benefits. Thus, he said, "Lord Hokage, from my half-year observation of Naruto and Sasuke and all the intel we've gathered on Senshi, having Konoha's ninjas join Senshi's mercenary group would greatly benefit our village's future. If many of our people joined, we might have many more ninjas like Naruto and Sasuke." Those words were like thunderclaps to Hiruzen's ears, enough to astonish him deeply. As soon as Kakashi finished, Hiruzen's entire being trembled with excitement. Kakashi was absolutely correct. From all known intel, joining that group definitely produced more pros than cons. If that avenue could foster many more talents akin to Naruto, Sasuke, or even Muzan and the others, then Konoha's prospects wouldn't be merely hopeful, they would be headed toward complete glory. Thinking this, Hiruzen excitedly nodded and said to Kakashi, "Indeed. You're exactly right. Konoha must move quickly to enable as many of our ninjas as possible to join Senshi's group. We must hurry. I suspect that right now Senshi is offering these scratch cards so he can expand his ranks. Perhaps such great perks won't last forever." Kakashi hadn't considered it kte so thoroughly he felt that Lord Senchi's thinking didn't necessarily match normal logic. Still, he found Hiruzen's reasoning plausible, such a massive benefit might only be temporary. They had to press on. As Kakashi silently pondered all this, Hiruzen finalized his plan. Let's do this. Kakashi, go find Senshi right away, ask him how we can get more Konoha ninjas to join his mercenary group. Meanwhile, keep a close watch over that group's developments. If anything arises that may harm Konoha, report to me immediately. Kakashi nodded firmly. Understood. Then he vanished with body flicker to find Senshi and handle the matter. In attempting to locate Senshi, Kakashi discovered something awkward. Whenever Senshi wanted to see Kakashi, Kakashi was easy to find, but if Kakashi wanted to see Senshi, there was no guarantee he could track him down. For example, Senshi wasn't at the inn where the Omegakure ninja stayed. Naturally the innkeeper wouldn't know where he'd gone, either. While Konoha was figuring out how to proceed further, many other villages large and small were doing likewise. With the Chunin exam ended, each delegation returned home, ready to relay the most accurate, first-hand intelligence to their village and country leaders. At Kumo delegation's temporary lodging, the 4th Raikage was currently discussing cooperation matters with Senshi. Indeed, Kakashi couldn't find Senshi precisely because Senshi had accepted the Raikage's invitation to visit Kumo's residence. Right now, the 4th Raikage was regarding Senshi seriously. Lord Senshi, since the Chunin exam has concluded, would you be willing to come to Kumogakure for a thorough inspection? Both he and Kumo hoped to deepen previous ties with Senshi and embark on more extensive collaboration. Having once benefited greatly from Senshi's contributions, they knew his colossal influence could facilitate large-scale development just as in Konoha these past days, endless high-ranking figures sought even a moment of his time. Because his schedule was paid, many had to be content with meeting a wood clone. If Senshi went to Kumo now, the whole ninja world's attention would pivot away from Konoha to Kumogakure, generating numerous advantages for them. Yet while A was discreetly crunching the numbers, Senshi merely shook his head. He believed the Raikage wouldn't try anything deceptive, but going for an inspection and proposing new collaborative efforts was bound to be cumbersome. Negotiating commissions could take too long, and if Kumo's tasks turned out limited or too low value, Senshi would be wasting his time. Besides, he saw clearly that Kumonin wanted to leverage his influence for their village's development, likely dragging things out to keep him in the village longer, reason enough for him not to go. After some thought, Senshi told Raikage Hey bro, we've cooperated many times before, so you know me, I'm good at finishing missions, not issuing them. In Kumogakure's ongoing development, you'll surely face issues hard to resolve. If you list them all out once you've compiled a full set, just send them all to me in one go. As for me traveling to Kumogakure for an inspection, I'll have to pass for now. With the Chunin exam done, I still need to take Omegakure's shinobi back home. In so saying, he tactfully declined the 4th Raikage's invitation, leaving A and his compatriots rather disappointed. Even so, they already had a draft plan for intensifying cooperation with Senshi. Once home, they'd convene the rest of the village high-ups, finalize details, and proceed to partner with him. For instance, they might send Imwa and Karui to attend Omegakure's Ninja Academy, or replicate that model in their own village, then ask Senshi if he could dispatch a wood-style clone as an instructor. While Senshi was talkie ng with the 4th Raikage, many villagers of other nations were setting off home. Some closer ones had almost arrived back by now. On Omegakure's side, Senshi and Keirin's 6-person squad had no plans to depart Konoha yet, but the rest of AIM's ninja had achieved out. They would deliver extensive first-hand information about the exam to Nagato and Konan. Since Senshi hadn't told Karin, Muzan, and the others to get ready, they were still swamped with mission contracts in the Land of Fire's black market. Each TWO million RY earned a scratch card. That reward was irresistible, so all 8 youths were diligently piling up commissions. As for Raymond Yukika and Raymond Hayate, while they also ground through missions, they couldn't help envying the main group. Although they, too, had represented a Megakure in the Chunin exam, they hadn't yet secured Headmaster Senshi's approval to join his mercenary corps. So the pair resolved to work even harder, striving to earn Senshi's recognition so that one day they, too, could gain a scratch card every time they made 2 million. Land of Fire, Black Market Hall. Hands on hips, Karin glared at the manager and said, "Why are there so few delivery commissions? Did you assign those to somebody else?" With a bitter expression, the manager replied. "Karin-sama, how could I dare? Ever since you spoke to me about it, we've been saving all such commissions for you. You can ask them if you don't believe me." He glanced at several of the black market's record keepers. Karin looked at them, and under her gaze, they quivered as they spoke in turn. "Karin-sama, we've definitely kept every single transport mission our black market receives just for you. It's not that we have very few commissions of that type, it's that you complete them so fast." "Yes, yes. Under normal circumstances, no one could finish so many in under 10 days or half a month." These record keepers and the manager were also deferential because they'd seen Karin display her Susanoo, then use Kamui Shuriken to slice the top off a small mountain. From that point, they understood, rules are set by the higher-ups, but our lives are our own. For their own survival, they had to follow Karin's preferences. They passed her every single courier commission. What Karin liked about these missions was simple: she opened Kamui, teleporting straight to any location, achieving near-instant deliveries. Regardless of the cargo's value or the distance, she could Kamui straight there. And because she had mind's eye of the Kagura, even if she emerged at the wrong spot, she could swiftly locate the recipient and deliver the goods. Already stronger than Naruto or Sasuke, discovering this money-making secret allowed her to hoard plenty of scratch cards, planning to eventually go on a big spree to see if she might get something interesting. Back in Omegakure, besides Senshi, Karin, and the other 6, every ninja Omegakure had sent to Konoha was back. Rumors of the Chunin exams events had been circulating for some time, though hearing it second or third-hand meant inaccuracies. Now, with these first-hand witnesses, the entire village was in an uproar. At the gates of the Omegakure Ninja Academy, countless parents awaiting their children were in animated discussion about the Chunin exam Konoha Hati jointly held with Tsunagakure. This time, our Omegakure was really incredible. In the quarterfinals, out of the 8 who advanced, 5 were ours. Indeed. And apparently Karin-sama withdrew for unknown reasons, otherwise we'd have had 6 out of the EIGHT. I also heard that if Karin-sama hadn't bowed out, she would have placed first in the final round. All these parents, talking about the exam, were delighted, excited, filled with pride. The 5 great nations plus every notable smaller village had participated, yet the quintet from Omegakure still managed to reach the top 8. In other words, they ranked among the top 10 genin in the entire ninja world. Not only these parents, students and teachers throughout the Omegakure Ninja Academy were like OISE chatting excitedly. Everyone was brimming with joy and pride. In effect, a small village's genin had outperformed all other villages except Konoha. That was a true achievement. In the lightning release class, which Senshi taught, lessons had yet to begin and students were chattering away about the Chunin exam. Raymon Yukika and Raymon Hayate really did us proud, our class, our school, even the whole Omegakure. They sure did. Do you know what Kumagakure is famous for? Lightning release ninjas. Yet this time, those two lightning geniuses they sent both lost to our people. One even lost to Snowflake. Yukika-chan is awesome. No wonder I'm in love with her. You'd better say that to her face and see if she doesn't beat you so badly you can't move. At that, everyone roared with laughter. The lightning class became filled with cheerful energy. Not only were these students excited, nearly every instructor at the Omegakure Academy was ecstatic, too. In truth, Omegakure could have done even better, maybe even claiming the championship, but there was no need. Meanwhile, at the Uzumaki clan's compound, Uncle Twosen was likewise sharing the good news with everyone. The final outcome of the Chunin exam had become well known across the clan. Gazing at Haruko-chan and the others, Twosen kindly said, "Haruko-chan, Intai, from now on train harder. Your big brother Muzan, big brother Lanyu, and big sister Lanmu got into the top 8 this time. That is something neither Kiri nor Iwa nor Kumo nor even Suna villages Nin managed. Follow their example. Also trust in Lord Senshi. After all, your brother Muzan and the rest were once impoverished refugees, just like the rest of us. Yet under Senshi's guidance, they became so strong they could defeat the geniuses of 4 great Nashio NS. Once Uncle Twosen finished, the young Uzumaki kid's eyes shone with hopeful, happy pride. Atop the rain tower, inside Nagato's office, Nagato and Konan had also learned of the exam's results. Nagato remarked with emotion, "Who'd have guessed that Baside having unbelievably powerful intel networks and a flawless mission success rate, Senshi would be so adept at training ninjas as well." Muzan's trio and the Raymon siblings were all just starving refugees in the beginning. If Omegakure hadn't taken them in, they might not have survived. Konan nodded. From what we know of Senshi, Keiran's mid-exam withdrawal was likely something arranged behind the scenes with Konoha. Otherwise, even Konoha's genin might have ended up fully trampled by Omegakure. Still, despite Keiran's withdrawal, the village's performance is splendid. Unless something unexpected happens, the rest of the ninja world will surely send delegations to Omegakure to learn from us or to initiate partnerships. Having said that, Konan pivoted topics. Which means, Nagato, you really need to hurry and finish clearing all the backlog of official papers and various reports. That'll free up your schedule so you can engage deeply with each visiting representative and discuss cooperation. A moment earlier, Nagato had been wearing a contented smile, but hearing this from Konan, he instantly felt like his head was about to split open. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Youth. Our youth is to farm missions. Konoha Village. Kakashi went through a lot of trouble before he finally found Senshi. Because of AIM Shinobi's outstanding performance in the Chunin exams, both Senshi and Omegakure had become the focus of attention from all sides. Senshi received a huge number of invitations and held talks with delegates from the land of lightning, land of rivers, land of birds, and the land of hot water/springs, laying a solid foundation for further cooperation with each side in the future. When Senshi returned to the inn where everyone from Omegakure was staying, he ran into Kakashi outside. "Hey? What's Kakashi doing here, pacing back and forth? Does he have something he wants to discuss with me again?" With that deed in mind, Senshi walked over to Kakashi. At the same time, Kakashi, who had been pacing outside the inn across the street, also spotted Senshi. He was overjoyed. Ever since receiving Lord Hokage's orders, he had already tried to find Senshi several times but was repeatedly told by the innkeeper that Senshi wasn't in his room. Now Kakashi approaches very respectfully. Lord Senshi, Lord Hokage wants to discuss some cooperative matters with you. Could you please arrange some time as soon as possible to go to the Hokage's office and have a detailed talk with him? Senshi wasn't surprised by Kakashi's words. Too many people had come to him for cooperation talks lately. Besides, not long after he arrived in Konoha, he'd already cooperated with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Regarding the issue with Konohamaru, that was the second time he and Hiruzen Sarutobi had reached a collaboration. Now that the Chunin exams were over, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a deeper understanding of him and Omegakure. At this point, it made sense that Hiruzen Sarutobi was inviting him to discuss a partnership. Senshi quickly nodded and said casually, I happen to be free right now. Shall we head to the Hokage building now? Kakashi was delighted. If that's the case, all the better. Lord Hokage has been anteing a good chat with you for quite a while. This way, please. While speaking, Kakashi gestured politely. Senshi gave a slight nod, then headed together with Kakashi to the Hokage building to meet Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inside the Hokage's office at the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi was seated behind his desk, lines of age etched into his face, exhaling one puff of smoke after another with a pensive expression. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately perked up. A sharp gleam flashed in his clouded old eyes. Come in. Senshi pushed open the door and entered the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up at once and greeted him warmly. Lord Senshi, you've finally come. I've had Kakashi run back and forth several times but never managed to find you. Surprised by his words, Senshi then asked with a cheerful grin, Old man, what can I do for you? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew serious. He nodded and said, Senshi, I'll get straight to the point. I'd like more Konoha shinobi to join your mercenary group. Senshi, surprised face. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words left Senshi momentarily at a loss. He wants more Konoha shinobi to join my mercenary group? This move of Hiruzen Sarutobi, practically hurrying to deliver me manpower, I can't make sense of it. But there's undeniably a real benefit in it for me. So of course I'm very interested in having a detailed discussion with Hiruzen Sarutobi about it. After thinking it over, Senshi said, Old man Sarutobi, so you already have a general understanding of my mercenary group? How many shinobi did you have in mind to join? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe and spoke slowly. I do have a certain amount of information on your mercenary group. From my perspective, your plans to expand your mercenary group don't conflict at all with Konoha's growth. If all goes well, Konoha and even some of our major clans could collaborate with you on this matter. Senshi. He wasn't just drawing a big pie in the sky, this was genuinely profitable for both the higher-ups in Konoha and its major clans. Everyone would be happy to see it happen. As long as Senshi's terms weren't too harsh, they could partner with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words took Senshi by surprise. What was the reason he's been pouring so much effort into taking in refugees in Omegakure and establishing a ninja academy there? It was precisely so he could continuously send fresh blood to his mercenary group. But all AIM shinobi need time to mature before they can truly join his mercenary group and start taking missions. But Konoha is a different story. Backed by the Land of Fire, one of the 5 great nations, it has abundant overall strength and a long history. The village is rich in resources, and there's a large pool of ready-made hard-working shinobi who can be put to use. Letting Konoha's shinobi join his mercenary group. Who knows how many more employment points he could earn? Previously he had never found a suitable opportunity. If he had been the one to propose it on his own, Konoha higher-ups would likely have refused before he even got a chance to fully explain. But now, everything's different. This time, it's the leader of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is personally making the proposal. That means Senshi won't face any resistance if he goes on to recruit large numbers of Konoha ninja with sufficient bond value and decent abilities for his mercenary group. Reflecting on this, Senshi couldn't help feeling that Konoha truly is a wonderful place unexpected. Windfalls just dropped out of the sky. This time, it's a mutual run to each other between him and Konoha. While Senshi silently contemplated all this and fell quiet, Hiruzen Sarutobi misunderstood. He thought Senshi might not want to agree or felt it was difficult to cooperate with Konoha in this way. Although Konoha has indeed produced many excellent shinobi, sometimes you still get someone like Rock Lee who can't learn ninjutsu at all, and Konoha can't do anything about that. Whereas the scratch-off cards Senshi's mercenary group provides could allow even someone like Lee to instantly learn ninjutsu. Under those circumstances, it wouldn't be strange if Senshi were unwilling to casually let other people join his mercenary group. After all, how could such a wonderful opportunity just fall into someone else's lap? However, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already thought about that possibility before inviting Senshi here to discuss the matter. Without waiting for Senshi to refuse, he gave a hearty laugh and said, "Senshi my boy, I know that joining your mercenary group isn't easy. Even so, Konoha is approaching this with great sincerity. Why not consider offering us a quote, based on our long-standing friendship?" Senshi, surprised face, hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi say that, Senshi almost couldn't hold back his reaction. So Konoha wants to send manpower to work in his mercenary group, and they're the ones who have to pay him? Old man Sarutobi, that's way too wild. Paying to become labor is something that would move any capitalist to tears. Though Senshi was momentarily taken aback by Hiruzen's tactic, he still deliberately frowned and said, "Old man Sarutobi, you're right. This isn't easy to pull off. You're aware that everyone in my mercenary group is an elite, right? Even Muzan and his squad are at the bottom rung of my group. Konoha wants to send their shinobi to join my mercenary group, so at minimum, they need to match the kind of strength Muzan and his team possess, yes." Senshi wasn't really trying to make trouble for Hiruzen Sarutobi, rather, the question of whether someone can join his mercenary group is constrained by bond value. If Hiruzen Sarutobi wants a certain ninja to join the group and that person doesn't have enough bond value with Senshi, then Senshi would have to find ways to raise their bond value. That means he must do some screening and only let those with a strong foundation in. Once those ninja join the group, they can rely on earning scratch-off cards from missions to quickly grow stronger without him needing to teach them every little thing. And such ninja, in turn, could generate the greatest profit for him. So he was now letting Hiruzen Sarutobi know up front that Konoha should pick only the elite in their recruitment, plus, Senshi can also charge a certain fee. In short, from his vantage point, once he and Hiruzen Sarutobi agree on the plan for recruiting, he'll be able to profit quite nicely, enjoying the best of both worlds. But once Senshi finished expressing his position, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. He gave Senshi a look, took a puff of his pipe again, and continued pondering. In his opinion, the standard Senshi had set was a bit high. Though Konoha does have quite a few ninja, and some of them are excellent, to meet the same standard as Muzan and his teammates who made it into the top 8 of this year's Chunin exams, well, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, there's only Yakushi Kabuto at that level. But Kabuto is currently engaged in important work for Konoha, assisting Orochimaru's research on the Eternal Chakra Elixir. That research has huge strategic value, the sooner it matures, the better for Konoha. So they can't just send Kabuto off to join Senshi's mercenary group. As for older ninjas, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't sure exactly what standard Senshi had in mind. If someone like Kakashi were considered the minimum, then Konoha wouldn't have many to spare at that level. Kakashi is an elite Jonin, one of the village's very best. Konoha doesn't have many ninjas of that caliber, and all are busy with critical missions. Why can't all just go to Senshi's mercenary group to farm missions? Realizing all that, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a bit stuck. It was like Senshi had just posed a challenging question for him that couldn't be resolved anytime soon. And yet, just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was brooding over it, Senshi spoke again with a mischievous smile on his face. Old man Sarutobi, as a rule, I don't accept weaklings into my mercenary group. He paused, then changed his tone. But my friendship with Konoha is the rule. Hiruzen Sarutobi, surprised face, even though he'd already dealt with Senshi multiple times, Hiruzen Sarutobi was once again stunned by how flexible Senshi's rules were and by just how shameless he could be. Still, for Konoha, that was nothing but good news. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't waste time. He smiled and asked directly, "So, Senshi my boy, what exactly are you suggesting?" Senshi put on a serious face. Old man Sarutobi, as you're aware, my mercenary group only accepts elites, and once they join, they'll be trained to become even more exceptional, essentially the cream of the crop, the best among the best. So I can help Konoha cultivate a few elite ninjas first, so that they meet the threshold for my mercenary group. Then once they join it, with the advantage of my GR scratch-off cards, I believe those ninjas could progress by leaps and bounds. Hiruzen Sarutobi, _. Hearing that, Hiruzen Sarutobi was exasperated because Senshi had gone around in circles, and in the end, he was still talking about collecting fees. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and said, "Senshi, my boy, if I want you to train guys, Squad Might Guy himself, plus Hyga Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten so that they reach the level needed to join your mercenary group in short order, how much compensation would that require?" Senshi didn't answer right away but started running the calculations in his head. He had two possible approaches, one was to squeeze them for as much as possible in a one-off deal. The other was to go for a slow and steady approach. After a quick analysis, Senshi decided not to make it just a one-time transaction. Konoha's ninjas are numerous, and so are the major clans, all of them with solid financial resources, so there is potential for multiple long-term deals. Besides, Konoha's ninjas are effectively paying to work for him in the mercenary group. He could well afford to give them something like a friendship discount. After careful thought, he decided to set it at 10 million RY per squad, a strategy of small profit but high turnover. So he raised one finger, looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and said, "Old man Sarutobi, since we're such good friends, I'll name a friendly price. This number should get it done." Hiss. At Senshi's quote, Hiruzen Sarutobi gasped, eyes witty. One person, 10 million RY. From Hiruzen Sarutobi's perspective, that was quite steep. He wanted as many of Konoha's ninjas as possible, including those from major clans like the Sarutobi clan, to join Senshi's mercenary group, receive scratch-off cards, and boost their power. But at that price, he had to carefully reconsider. Although Konoha and the Sarutobi clan are both well-funded, if the price for joining Senshi's mercenary group was low, he'd want to pick at least 100 ninjas each from Konoha and the Sarutobi clan to send over. But at 10 million per head, 200 people would be 2 billion RY. After a moment's silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought up a compromise: start small and send only a small number of ninjas into Senshi's mercenary group to test the waters. From the information he had, joining Senshi's group had huge benefits. Crucially, no matter how talented a ninja is, there's usually a limit to their time and innate potential. Take Kakashi for instance, he reached his previous level, and increasing his total chakra further was extremely difficult. But if one joins Senshi's mercenary group, all it takes is a single scratch-off card to possibly multiply one's chakra reserves in an instant. With that in mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi made a swift decision. All right, Senshi my boy, let's settle it. 10 million it is. I'll pay you 40 million so you can train Might Guy's team of 4, and help them reach the entry standard for your mercenary group as quickly as possible. Senshi, surprised face, he was momentarily taken aback. He had meant 10 million per squad, but Hiruzen Sarutobi actually agreed to 10 million per person. There was no way he could turn down that kind of money. Since the old man was offering 10 million for each individual, refusing would almost be an insult to Konoha's wealth. Adopting a serious expression, Senshi nodded. Old man Sarutobi, rest assured, if you leave guys 4 subordinates to me, I'll make sure their strength improves. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the sting of the cost, he still pulled out 4 checks for 10 million RY. Each and handed them to Senshi. Senshi, my boy, then I'm counting on you. Please help them become part of your mercenary group as soon as possible. Mission accepted. Employer, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Goal, provide training to Guy and his 3 students so that they can join your mercenary group. Reward, 40 million RY. Rank, S level. Bonus, 40,000 employment points. Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Senshi's smile became even brighter. There are many ninjas in Konoha and in the Sarutobi clan. This kind of money can be earned continuously. Moreover, this model could be replicated in other hidden villages potentially throughout the entire ninja world, genuinely achieving a small profit, high turnover. Having accepted Hiruzen Sarutobi's commission, Senshi followed Kakashi to find Guy's squad. Lately, Might Guy and Rock Lee had been completing tasks at the black market, and they even brought Niji and Tenten along. However, THAT method of power leveling by doing black market tasks seemed most effective only for Guy and Rock Lee. Niji and Tenten had been pushing themselves to the limit every day but saw little progress. At that moment, outside the black market hall in the Land of Fire, Might Guy was resting with Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. While they were resting, Niji couldn't help but say to Guy, "Guy-sensei, based on my observation over the past few days and my own experience, it appears that this training method is only suitable for you and Lee. I think Tenten and I should probably go back to our former training methods. All this black market mission work leaves us exhausted every day but without any clear progress." When Niji finished, Tenten hurriedly agreed. "Yes, Guy-sensei, it doesn't seem suited for Niji and me." Might Guy frowned deeply in thought. "I learned about farming missions as a training method from Kakashi. He also said Naruto and Sasuke, and those 6 AIM ninjas, are training this way. That means it's definitely effective. So why don't you two keep trying a bit longer?" Niji, oh. Tenten, oh. Niji felt exhausted in every possible way. This was exactly what he'd thought from the start. He had initially stayed silent when he realized there might be problems. But after enduring for a few days, it was clear this wasn't going to work for him and Tenten. Just then, Kakashi arrived with Senshi. Seeing Might Guy, Kakashi immediately called out, "Guy, I need to talk to you." Guy, having just been worrying about his students, immediately snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing Kakashi's voice and then broke into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, Kakashi, have you come to the black market to train by farming missions, too? The method you showed me is very useful. Lee and I have made remarkable progress these past few days. Kakashi, let's have another match to set our youth on fire. This time, I'm going to beat you for sure. Kakashi shook his head. Guy, wait a sec, there's something I need. But Might Guy didn't let him finish. Charged with enthusiasm, he leapt at Kakashi in an attack. All my life, Kakashi, you've been my rival. Let me see how much progress you've made. Leaf Whirlwind. Originally, Kakashi wanted to deliver the third Hokage's orders to Guy. Yet Guy wouldn't even give him a chance to speak. That powerful leaf whirlwind was already sweeping in at high speed. Shweb. Faced with Guy's lightning-fast kick, Kakashi instantly withdrew, effortlessly dodging it. Hey! Guy was momentarily startled by Kakashi's swift response, then grew all the more exhilarated. He could tell that in the time since they last fought, Kakashi's strength had increased. That made him happy for two reasons: first, because he and Kakashi are good friends; second, because Kakasai is his eternal rival. Without hesitating, Guy launched a second attack. Leaf's Great Whirlwind. This time, he spun like a fierce green cyclone, striking with extreme power. Thanks to his recent efforts, Guy had made some progress of his own. Compared to his initial attack, the speed here was nearly double. Based on past experience, Kakashi at this point would usually use some kind of defensive ninjutsu to block him and then follow up with an offensive technique. But Guy was soon dumbfounded, as Kakashi did something completely different from any fight they'd ever had. When Guy's body spun midair, coming down with a ferocious kick, Kakashi once again dodged. Using his formidable observation skills and taijutsu, Kakashi's speed was incredible, as if he had instantly judged how Guy would attack the moment it began. Thus, Guy's powerful blow struck nothing but air. Kakashi's real body was already on Guy's right. At first, Kakashi just wanted to pass on the Hokage's instructions. But he understood that Guy would never stop unless they had a real fight. So he simply went all out. He was going to let Guy see that before joining Senshi's mercenary group, merely farming missions wouldn't yield major results. Guy, meanwhile, grew more and more excited as they fought. He realized Kakashi wasn't just a bit stronger than before, he'd gained a large amount of strength. Over the years, they'd done countless contests. While Guy's win rate was low, in actual combat they had always been close. But now, he doesn't dare claim that anymore. And Guy was absolutely right, even with the fully awakened 3-Tomo Sharingan, Kakashi previously wasn't that far out of Guy's league. But with a few days in Senshi's mercenary group and a bunch of scratch-off cards, Kakashi's total chakra, cell vitality, taijutsu skill, battle techniques, and ninjutsu repertoire had all grown. Each improvement alone might not have been dramatic, but combining them gave Kakashi a significant lead. In the midst of the fierce battle, Niji and Tenten were watching intently from the sidelines. Rock Lee was beside himself with excitement, cheering at the top of his lungs for Guy. Guy-sensei, you can do it. This time, you'll definitely triumph. Because that's the spirit of youth. Hearing this, Guy SPR'd a moment in the clash to give Lee a thumbs up, flashing a big grin. Lee, our youth must burn brightly without regrets. Lee nodded firmly. Yes, Guy-sensei. I'll follow your example and push my youth to the limit. Lee's encouragement seemed to give Guy some extra energy. He unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks against Kakashi like a howling storm. But despite his onslaught, it still couldn't achieve the desired effect. No matter how he attacked, Kakashi was able to counter or evade. Guy's expression showed increasing astonishment. Inside, Guy thought, Kakashi truly is a genius of Konoha. It's only been a while since we last fought. And his progress is so huge. If I don't use the 8 gates and fight recklessly, I'm basically no match. At this point. And just as Guy was having that thought, the scene that completely threw him off came to pass. He saw arcs of bright blue electricity suddenly dance all over Kakashi's body. Lightning release armor. In Guy's utterly dumbfounded stare, Kakashi activated the lightning release armor taijutsu technique. Guy could only watch as Kakashi, cloaked in crackling lightning, bore down on him. What? Kakashi can use the lightning release armor now? Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Naruto showing off, and Karen's hoarding. Violent leaf adamantine strength whirlwind. Raise Nan. In a sudden burst, blue chakra appeared around Might Guy's leg, greatly increasing the power of his taijutsu move. What took Senshi by surprise, though, was the ninjutsu Kakashi used. Because Naruto wasn't using the Raise Nan to fight at this point in time, for a moment Senshi had forgotten all about that technique. But it didn't strike him as odd that Kakashi would know Raise Nan. In the anime, Kakashi had shown he could use it when teaching Naruto how to perform the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Boom! Rumble! Might Guy's leaf adamantine strength whirlwind collided violently with Kakashi's Raise Nan. The result was a shock to Guy. His formidable attack barely held out for a moment before it was dissolved by Kakashi's Raise Nan. Immediately afterward, a terrifying force slammed into his body, sending him flying. Kakashi had controlled the MUNT of chakra precisely, so Guy was simply knocked away without suffering injury. Meanwhile, guarded by his lightning release armor, Kakashi stood completely unharmed and unshaken by the clash. All told, their scuffle was extremely brief, no more than 20 moves in total, but Guy was resoundingly defeated. During that short bout, Guy noticed many unusual changes. Kakashi's fighting style was more seasoned than ever, as though he had lived through hundreds of harsh battles in the short time since they'd last met. What's more, Kakashi's physical toughness had risen dramatically, so much so that Guy's moves couldn't keep pace with his speed. After the exchange, Guy no longer pressed the attack. Instead, he raised a thumb and praised Kakashi lavishly. Kakashi, you truly are a genius of Konoha. It hasn't been long since our last match. But you've already grown so much stronger. Your talent is truly astounding. Having a genius like you as my eternal rival will make my youth burn all the more fiercely. At this point, it was as if he had flipped Rock Lee's switch. Lee looked up at Guy, then both teacher and student nodded, bared their teeth in broad grins, and raised their thumbs as they declared in unison, this is youth without regrets. After that brief demonstration of camaraderie, Kakashi finally seized the chance to correct something Guy had said. He told Guy very seriously, Guy, you've got it wrong. The reason my strength has soared so quickly doesn't come from talent. It comes from hard work. Every shinobi has a limit to their natural talent, but there's no limit to hard work. Compared to talent, hard work can create far greater miracles. Might Guy, surprised face, Rock Lee, surprised face, Niji, surprised face, Tenten, surprised face. Kakashi's words left all 4 members of Guy's team dumbfounded. Talent is limited, but hard work is unlimited. Hard work creates bigger miracles than talent? Coming from Kakashi, known as Konoha's ultimate prodigy, was that really okay? And was it actually true? In the world of shinobi, wasn't the usual logic that if you didn't have outstanding talent, you had to put in extraordinary effort just to catch up to the geniuses? Yet what Kakashi said sounded plausible, too. Having expressed his viewpoint, Kakashi then relayed the third Hokage's orders to them. Guy, Niji, Lee, Tenten, Lord Hokage has instructions for you all. At his words, the four of them instantly focused. With a serious expression, Might Guy asked. Kakashi, what does Lord Hokage need us to do? As Guy asked, Niji, Lee, and Tenten all turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi inclined his head slightly. Then introduced Senshi. This is Lord Senshi. Lord Hokage hopes that from here on out, you will train under him and follow his commands. Team Guy, surprised face, Kakashi's statement left them all at a loss. So they were to accept Senshi's training and also take orders from him? Could that really be fine? Senshi wasn't even a Konoha shinobi. While the four stood there in shock, Kakashi went on, not only that you're to strive under Lord Senshi's guidance to join his mercenary group as soon as possible. That's the mission Lord Hokage has given you. Hey! Kakashi's words rendered Guy speechless. Niji, Lee, and Tenten also looked stunned, unable to figure out why Lord Hokage had decided on such arrangements. Guy asked uncertainly, Kakashi, did I hear right? The four of us will receive guidance from this man. And also join his mercenary group. Kakashi nodded emphatically. That's correct, Guy. This is Lord Hokage's order. By the way, the reason my OWN strength shot up so fast is also because I joined Lord Senshi's mercenary group. It's not just me, Naruto, Sasuke, and those four elite AIM nin who took part in the Chunin exams are also members of his group. That revelation astonished Guy and his THREE students. They couldn't help looking at Senshi again. Guy, who has trouble remembering faces, hadn't paid close attention to people's looks. When Kakashi introduced Senshi, his first reaction was that Senshi seemed familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall the details. Thinking hard brought no further clues. He mumbled to himself, so this red-haired guy is that skilled? He's the reason Kakashi's strength soared? And Naruto, Sasuke, plus those elite AIM nin all learned under him. No wonder Lord Hokage wants us under his guidance. That thought brought a spark of anticipation. Guy began to look forward to boosting his own power under Senshi, so he could have another match against Kakashi. Unlike the face-blind Guy, Niji, Lee, and Tenten hadn't met Senshi many times either, but they all recognized the name of the famed Lord Senshi. They were deeply impressed by his teaching ability. After all, the 6 elite AIM nin had started from almost nothing, and 5 of them had formerly been refugees. Yet with fewer than 6 months of training under Senshi, they managed to break into the top 8 of this Chunin exam. With that precedent, Niji, Lee, and Tenten didn't really mind Lord Hokage's orders. Just then, Guy, staring intently at Senshi, paused and said with a frown, "Your name is?" Senshi knew all too well about Guy's lack of face recognition, so he responded casually, "I'm the leader of the Senshi mercenary group Uzumaki Senshi. During the Chunin exams, I was in the stands alongside Uzumaki Karin, not far from you and Kakashi. Maybe that's where you saw me." With Senshi's reminder, Guy finally recalled more. Yes, he'd seen Senshi many times in the audience stands during the exams, though his impression was only that much. Now, he gave up on the matter and asked, "Lord Senshi, so from here on out, Niji, Lee, Tenten, and I will train with you?" Senshi nodded. "Yes. For a while, you four will follow my training program. I've been commissioned by Lord Hokage to give you proper instructions so you can reach the standards for joining my mercenary group in the shortest time possible." Guy nodded vigorously. Understood, Lord Senshi. Since this is Lord Hokage's request, our team will carry it out without fail. Senshi saw Team Guy as the perfect squad for farming missions. If missions were dungeons, then Guy and Lee were like relentless grinding machines, endlessly farming EXP with sheer energy alone. Niji was the rare, and the most gifted of Konoha aside from Naruto and Sasuke. And Tenten? She was the kind of player who, through sheer dumb luck, might open a random chest and pull a legendary drop on the first try, aka Sage of Six Paths weapons. Training them all would naturally provide him with plenty of commission points. And the best part was, these four were paying him to do the work. With Team Guy now aware of their assignment, Senshi began leading Guy, Lee, Niji, and Tenten to the black market to farm missions and increase their bond value. Guy and Lee were ecstatic, after all, that was the training style they'd been using. Niji and Tenten were at a loss. They'd just told Guy-sensei they needed a different approach. Yet now that Lord Hokage had assigned them to Senshi, they were doing the same old thing? Really? Still, neither Niji nor Tenten voiced any objection at first, because they weren't sure whether Senshi was simply starting off in the black market like Guy-sensei did, or if there might be other forms of training soon. But before long, they discovered that, yes, Lord Senshi really did take them straight back to the black market to farm missions endlessly, just as Guy-sensei had. When they returned to the hall after turning in their tasks, Niji immediately turned to Senshi, asking, Lord Senshi, for Tenten and me, this kind of training doesn't seem to be doing much. These past days, we've been training the same way with Guy-sensei, yet Tenten and I aren't seeing any obvious improvement. After he spoke, Tenten also looked at Senshi with a pitiful expression. Guy and Lee had paused as well, gazing at Senshi in confusion. If this method was supposed to help all four of them, shouldn't it be working for Niji and Tenten, too? Guy added, Lord Senshi, maybe Niji and Tenten really just aren't suited to this special training method. Hearing their concerns, Senshi shook his head. Not at all. Don't worry, if you do what I say, you'll be fine. You're already progressing quickly, and you'll see the results soon. What he meant by progress was, of course, their bond value with him. But that wasn't something he could explain, and he didn't need to. By nighttime, the benefits would likely be apparent to them. His answer didn't fully settle Niji's and Tenten's doubts, but because this was Lord Hokage's assignment, they had no choice but to comply. After that minor interruption, they kept following Senshi to complete missions and build bond value. Before they even left the black market, though, they bumped into a familiar group, Karin and 7 others, alongside Kakashi. Seeing Senshi, the 8 younger farmers raced over. Lord Senshi! Sensei! Headmaster! All of them were excited to see him. Aside from the brother-sister pair from the Raimon family, Naruto and the others had scratched quite a few cards in that time and gotten a variety of rewards. Senshi nodded lightly to them. Then he looked behind the group toward the crestfallen Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate and said, Don't lose heart, you two, you're improving quickly. You'll be able to join the mercenary group soon. The siblings, who had been looking so down, immediately brightened at his encouragement, their motivation rekindled. They'd been enjoying doing missions with Naruto and the rest, just envied how others got to scratch for rewards, which left them feeling a bit down. But now they had Senshi's reassurance. At this point, Naruto turned to Senshi. Sensei, are you here to do missions too, or did you come for something else? Beside him, Sasuke glanced at Team Guy and commented, Sensei probably came to handle our business. Karin also gave Team Guy a curious look, then asked Senshi, "Senshi, are you leading a group on missions?" Senshi patted Karin on the head and answered lightly, "I'm here in cooperation with Lord Hokage." "Karin, did you get anything good from the scratch cards lately?" Upon hearing that, Karin proudly took out a small box from Kamui space to show him. "Senshi, I haven't actually scratched much yet. But check it out, I've been stockpiling a bunch of cards, and I'm sure I'll pull all sorts of awesome things. I plan to save even more." Senshi was somewhat stunned to see Karin's hoard. It wasn't just 10 or so scratch cards, she had dozens. If she kept going, Karin could very well do a 100-card draw at some point. He couldn't help but ask, "Karin, how'd you gather so many scratch-offs?" Before Karin could answer, Naruto blurted, "Senshi, Karin-chan has been hogging all the high-value transport missions by brute force. And with her space-time jutsu, she's unbelievably fast at finishing them. If she took missions as fairly as we do, I'd definitely have more cards than she does." At that, Karin stuck out her tongue at Naruto. "Naruto, you can't even beat Sasuke. How are you supposed to beat me?" "I've beaten Sasuke quite a few times," Naruto retorted indignantly, "and don't underestimate my growth. I'll definitely surpass you." Karin didn't bother arguing, she simply opened up her box, revealing at least 50 neatly arranged scratch cards inside. Without a word, the sight alone spelled out the gap between her and Naruto. Seeing that, Naruto promptly gave up. While the rest of them trained steadily, Karin had found a cheat code, and there was no competing with that. Naruto's gaze shifted behind Senshi and landed on a very recognizable head of bushy eyebrows. He brightened at once. "Oh, Lee, so you're all here in the black market training too? We heard you were also doing mission farming, but we never ran into you until now." Lee nodded earnestly at the question. "Yes, Guy-sensei's been having us train this way. And just now, we started doing missions with Lord Senshi." Ha ha ha. Naruto couldn't help laughing out loud. He knew that mission grinding alone wouldn't produce much benefit unless you followed the entire process. Previously, whenever They did mission-based training, Senshi's clone would coach them further at night, and on top of that, he'd do lottery draws so they could earn rewards. Not too long ago, he'd made the process even more amazing through these scratch-off cards, but had to join his mercenary group to earn commissions and get the miraculous cards. Once he'd had a good laugh, Naruto said to Lee, "Lee, just grinding tasks on its own won't do much. You've gotta do everything involved." Naruto assumed Lee and his friends still didn't know that. Just like Kakashi-sensei used to be, maybe. They only knew how to do mission after mission and hadn't realized that joining the mercenary group was the real key. But Kakashi poured cold water on him. "All right, Naruto, Lee and his team already know about Lord Senshi's mercenary group. They're working to join it right now." Naruto, surprised face, that left Naruto frozen in place. He'd been feeling so smug about revealing the truth to them, but they already knew. Pulling a scratch card from Hi's pocket, he showed it to Lee and said uncertainly, "Lee, have you guys joined Senshi's mercenary group yet? Do you have any of these scratch cards?" Truth was, Team Guy had already been wondering about those cards, particularly after seeing Karin showing Senshi so many. They'd been curious what the cards were for. Spotting the card in Naruto's hand, Lee couldn't help asking, "We haven't joined Lord Senshi's group yet, so we haven't gotten any. But what do these scratch cards do? And why does Karin-chan have so many while you only have one?" Hearing that, Naruto didn't feel like explaining how Karin had monopolized the more profitable missions. After all, who could compete with someone who could warp around using a space-time Jutsu? Pfft. Karin giggled upon seeing Naruto's put-out expression. Sasuke and the others looked at Karin's box of cards with envy. Having used quite a few scratch cards themselves, they fully understood just how valuable that box was. After a brief silence, Naruto resumed explaining Teehee card to Lee. Lee, this is a magical scratch-off card. Once you scratch it, no matter what prize you get, you receive it right away. Lee, surprised face. Guy was also intrigued. Naruto, you mean it grants an immediate reward? What sort of reward? Niji frowned. Instant reward? Is that really possible? Naruto answered Guy first. Guy-sensei, once you scratch this magical card, it turns into whatever prize you drew. Hey! This was the first time Guy had ever heard of anything like that, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Niji, Lee, and Tenten were also thunderstruck. A card that literally changed into a physical reward, was that even something ninjutsu could achieve? After responding to Guy, Naruto turned to Niji's query. It sounds crazy, but it's true. Here, I'll show you. With that, Naruto casually scratched the card. A line of small text became visible. Fmashuriken X1. Next came the real miracle. Right before their very eyes, the scratch-off in Naruto's hand instantly transformed into a huge Fmashuriken. Even Niji, equipped with the Byakugan, was left at a loss for how it happened. Niji exclaimed in amazement, how is that possible? What kind of jutsu is that? Guy and Lee nearly dropped their jaws. The two of them studied the massive Fma's Hurricane in Naruto's hand in detail, astonished. Seeing how gobsmacked they were, Naruto's confidence soared. Feeling smug, he continued explaining the cards to Guy's team. These scratch-offs are an exclusive perk of Sensei's mercenary group. Every time a member accumulates 2 million RY, they automatically get one of these miracle cards. Niji couldn't help cutting in, how does Lord Senshi hand out these cards? And does that mean you literally get whatever prize you scratch? Naruto scratched his head. I have no idea how Sensei actually gives them to us, but as soon as you earn 2 million in commissions, a card just appears in front of you. And yet, whatever the scratch says, that's exactly what you get. The craziest part is, sometimes you can even get Ichiraku ramen. When Naruto finished, Lee flashed a huge thumbs up. Even Ichiraku ramen is a prize? That's incredible. Niji couldn't help feeling at a loss. Lee had been instantly led astray by Naruto's story about ramen. With these cards proving more and more intriguing, Niji pressed further. Naruto, do you know what other rewards these scratch cards might grant? Naruto nodded. Yeah, though there's a huge variety. Let me think. He paused, deliberated briefly, then went on. You might get shuriken, kunao, soldier pills, explosive tags, basically any sort of ninja tool. You might also get various ninjutsu or chakra, plus some items I don't even know how to categorize. Naruto's casual explanation made Niji instantly pick up on the key point, and he frowned. If you scratched a ninjutsu or chakra, how does that even work? Guy, Lee, and Tenten were equally curious, especially regarding chakra. If you pulled chakra, how would that be delivered? As they wondered, Naruto clarified, if you get a ninjutsu, it doesn't matter what it is, you learn it in 1 second. If it's chakra, your total chakra reserves go up immediately. Guy, surprised face. Niji, surprised face. Lee, surprised face. Tenten, surprised face. That left the four of them dumbstruck. Could something like that truly be done? All of them glanced at Senshi, and given their trust in Naruto plus what they'd just witnessed, they began to believe it. Besides, in just half a year, Senshi had transformed a handful of refugees into elite ninjas surpassing what 4 of the G-Reet villages could muster, so him creating such miracles was hardly surprising. Now that they understood the scratch card's powers, Niji's group couldn't help turning their eyes to Karin again. After all, these magical cards from Senshi's mercenary group he offered a myriad of incredible rewards, and Karin had already saved dozens of them, terrifying indeed. Who knew how many treasures she might obtain? With this new understanding, Might Guy and Li's interest in Senshi's mercenary group grew even stronger. Niji and Tenten, on the other hand, felt more torn. If a miraculous tool like this had been introduced by Konoha, they would likely accept it without hesitation. But Senshi wasn't a Konoha shinobi, and there had never been anything like this in Konoha's history. Naturally, they felt more cautious and wary. On Naruto's side, Lee tore his eyes off Karin's box of cards and looked toward Naruto and Sasuke with an unwavering fighting spirit. Naruto, Sasuke, I'm going to do my best to join Lord Sensei's mercenary group as soon as I can. Once I'm in, I can adopt the same training approach as you to strengthen myself. I'll prove through hard work that even an ordinary shinobi can surpass geniuses like you. At that, Sasuke responded coolly with only one word: boring. Naruto, however, declared, Lee, I won't lose to you. Don't underestimate my hard work. Lee replied earnestly, Naruto, I'll push myself even harder until I catch you, and then I'll beat you. Naruto laughed aloud. Great, let's see which of us can farm more missions. While Naruto and Lee went on about joining the mercenary group, Senshi couldn't help smiling. Initially, he'd been trying to figure out how to raise Team Guy's bond value quickly. Though he had several ideas, he wasn't certain about their effectiveness. Now, encountering Naruto's team had given them first-hand insight into how beneficial joining the group was, which increased their connection and brought them that much closer to joining. As Naruto and Lee kept talking, Senshi turned to Karin, who was beaming as she clutched her stash of scratch cards. Karin, why are you stockpiling so many scratch cards? Asked that, Karin tilted her head thoughtfully. I'm not really sure. But just thinking about what I might get from the M makes me happy, and seeing the pile get bigger and bigger makes me even happier. I'm gonna save up a whole bunch more. Senshi couldn't help feeling amused and exasperated. So are you going to do missions with me next, then? Karin hurriedly took out a stack of commission requests she'd monopolized. I'm gonna finish these first, then I'll come find you, Senshi. Senshi nodded. For the next little while, he'd be busy helping Team Guy join his mercenary group. And letting Karin amuse herself on her own wouldn't be an issue. After that minor episode, both sides resumed their tasks. Senshi continued taking Guy's team to build bond value, while Kakashi led Naruto and the other 8 to sweep the black markets around the Land of Fire. Thanks to Naruto's personal testimony, Guy and Lee grew all the more eager to join Senshi's mercenary group. Although Niji and Tenten also found themselves intrigued, they still felt cautious about the idea and intended to observe further. As he kept guiding Team Guy, Senshi watched their bond values closely. All 4 were progressing quickly, especially Guy and Lee. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Oh dear, how clumsy of me. Might Gui and Rock Lee were both the type of ninja who never worried over minor details. Having already improved themselves through mission farming in the past, the two of them now training under Senshi were nearly at the required bond value threshold for joining his mercenary group. Not long ago, the system had upgraded, reducing the bond value threshold by 5 points to 45%. Guy and Lee were already close to that requirement, and by the end of today's mission grind, both should reach the mark. Guy's bond value soared for several reasons, beyond just following Senchi's mission farming plan, and indeed benefiting from it. On one hand, he trusted Kakashi. On the other hand, he believed in Lord Hokage and was loyal to Konoha. Moreover, his dearest friend and eternal rival Kakashi had already joined Senchi's mercenary group and was improving under Senchi's training methods, so it made no sense for Guy not to do the same. All those factors, combined with Senchi's formidable reputation in the black market, meant that Guy easily recognized Senchi's methods and accepted the practice of mission farming as training. Rock Lee's situation was nearly the same, with one additional factor. He knew not only that Karin and the other 5 AIM ninja were Senchi's students but also that Naruto and Sasuke had trained under him. This made him place absolute faith in Senchi's training methods. After all, it was only recently that Sasuke, in just half a month, had achieved results in taijutsu that had cost Lee several years of effort to attain. That blow was tremendous. Upon learning Sasuke was training under Lord Senchi's system and had joined his mercenary group, Lee was itching to join as well. That evening, Senchi didn't bring them back to the village. Instead, under their astonished gazes, he clapped his hands. Wood release, Villa technique. Boom. Rumble. An endless tangle of wooden beams burst from the ground, growing at a furious pace and morphing into various pillars, planks, frames, windows, and doorways. In almost no time, a luxurious 3-story villa stood before them. Though they'd witnessed Muzan use wood release during the Chunin exams, his version was nothing compared to Senchi's smooth and seamless wood release ninjutsu. After taking care of their accommodations, Senchi turned to Guy and Lee. Guy, Lee, from what I've observed, you both have reached the standard for joining my mercenary group. Now I formally invite you two to become part of it. Guy and Lee were overjoyed. Both happily agreed to join Senchi's group. Might Guy has accepted your invitation and joined your mercenary group. Rock Lee has accepted your invitation and joined your mercenary group. Guy said, Lord Senchi, I accept your invitation. That means the mission Lord Hokage gave me is fulfilled, right? Lee spoke up as well. Lord Senchi, I accept your invitation too. With Guy and Lee now members of Senchi's mercenary group, Niji and Tenten felt a bit down. They even had trouble sleeping that night. Nothing more happened until morning. The next day, a LL4 of Guy's team set out again with Senchi to take on a slew of missions. With Senchi leading, it took little time for them each to earn 2 million RY. Upon reaching that 2 million mark, Niji and Tenten both instinctively glanced at Guy-sensei and Lee. They watched, wide-eyed, as something extraordinary occurred in front of Guy and Lee. VMM. A faint transparent ripple spread out, and a scratch-off card appeared right in front of them. Might Guy, surprised face, Rock Lee, surprised face, Niji Hyga, surprised face, Tenten, surprised face. The day before, Senchi had told them, once Guy and Lee earned 2 million each, they'd understand the perks of joining the mercenary group. But witnessing this marvel still didn't tell them exactly what the perks were. Guy picked up the floating scratch-off card and studied it carefully, yet couldn't see what it did. So he looked at Senchi. Lord Senchi, what's the purpose of this scratch card? Senchi smiled. Go ahead and scratch it. You'll find out. As soon as Senchi said so, Guy began scraping off the card's silver coating. Niji, Tenten, and Lee watched the motion without blinking, hearts pounding. Once the shiny layer was peeled away, a line of text popped into view. Ninja tool from the land of crafts, Nunchaku X1. In the next instant, the scratch-off card vanished and reappeared in the form of a finely made nunchaku right in front of Guy. That scene left all four of them speechless. Now they finally realized what Senshi meant by the perks of joining his mercenary group. The benefit was access to these magical scratch-off cards, capable of awarding all manner of prizes. Though Guy's face still showed amazement, his eyes shone with excitement. Snatching the nunchaku in one hand, he said enthusiastically, "These are nunchaku from the land of crafts. Their ninja tools are always excellent. With this gear, my twin fangs will be even better." Then he looked eagerly at Rock Lee. "Lee, check your prize too." "Sure thing, Guy-sensei." Lee had been itching to scratch his card. With Guy's go-ahead, he wasted no time. Shortly thereafter, Lee revealed another line of text. 1 year of training results X1. Rock Lee, surprised face. Guy and the others, surprised face. Next moment, a mysterious power flooded Lee's entire body. In that instant, his strength rose dramatically as if he'd just gained the results of an entire year of grueling training in 1 second. Guy and the rest sensed a sudden surge of aura from Lee. They were stunned. How on earth had Senshi managed such a thing? Though Guy's and Lee's Rua RDS were starkly different, Niji and Tenten both nearly cried with envy. Gaining in 1 second what ordinarily took a year of hard work was definitely hitting the jackpot. Lee not only got stronger but skipped a year of suffering. Noticing their longing St. Aries, Senshi grinned. "Don't worry, you two. If you keep at it a bit longer, you'll qualify to join too. Then you can get a scratch-off card every time you earn 2 million RY. Just like them." His words altered Niji and Tenten's moods a bit. Unlike the oblivious Guy and Lee, they didn't fully trust Senshi, yet they planned to observe him a while longer before they were willing to trust him. Meanwhile, Guy and Lee were thrilled. With such perks, they absolutely had to spam missions, earn money, and rack up scratch-off cards from now on. As Senshi busied himself training the four of Team Guy, Kakuzu was furiously farming missions with F elsewhere. Recently, Kakuzu had turned the Land of Fire's black markets into his second home. He spent day after day farming NG points like mad, using the lottery draws like mad, earning a pile of money all while growing stronger. Even before the mercenary group had scratch-off cards, Kakuzu was avid about doing missions. Now that these cards existed, he was entirely hooked. Currently, Kakuzu and F stopped at one of the black markets in the Land of Fire. Kakuzu pulled out a thick stack of scratch-off cards to start drawing his prizes. High-paying tasks in the black market often brought huge commissions, like 20 million RY for a single mission, enough for 10 scratch-off cards at once. As Kakuzu scratched card after card, F looked on enviously, only able to watch. He did a bulk draw of 10 scratch-offs. Scroll of multiplying explosive tags X1. Earth release, rock gun technique X1. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Chakra +1 unit. Expired milk X1. Tricolored dango X1. After finishing, Kakuzu's face lit up in delight. His earth grudge fear, Jiangu, was potent. It allowed him to use most of the original owner's ninjutsu from any heart he seized. But it couldn't teach him a brand new jutsu instantly. Meanwhile, the magical scratch-off cards from Senshi's mercenary group could. He was already at an advantage when it came to mission farming, and with these scratch-off rewards, it turned into a virtuous cycle, making him stronger and stronger. In that quick moment, he'd learned 2 new ninjutsu and gained additional chakra. Moving forward, he wouldn't be stuck relying on the particular hearts he possessed. As long as he had enough scratch-off cards, he could master most of the jutsu in the shinobi world. Dreaming of such a bright future, Kakuzu moved on to deal with the other items. He casually tossed the expired milk aside, stored the multiplying explosive TAGS scroll, then handed the tricolored dango to F. She accepted the dango from Kakuzu and thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Kakuzu." Kakuzu nodded slightly. "Let's take a short break, then keep farming missions." "Sure thing, Lord Kakuzu." F answered with enthusiasm. Nibbling her dango, F's mind wandered to Karin. She knew Karin Uzumaki had also joined Lord Senshi's mercenary group. That in itself was fine, but Karin happened to be F's biggest rival in her goal of becoming the greatest ninja assistant in the world. And if Karin were spamming missions and drawing scratch-off rewards like Kakuzu, F would never catch up. The thought left her disheartened. She'd wanted to join Senshi's mercenary group for a while, but it seemed very difficult to do so she'd only pondered it privately, never bringing it up to Kakuzu. Kakuzu was quite satisfied with F as a sidekick. He'd noticed her reactions, every time he earned a scratch card, she cheered for him, while her gaze also showed how envious she was. He was well aware. Especially whenever Karen's name came up, Karin also being a black market devotee. F's distressed expression made Kakuzu feel some pity. But these past days, he hadn't run into Senshi, he'd been too busy working missions day and night with F to address it. Now, taking a breather, he considered it and finally spoke decisively. "F, you want to join Senshi's mercenary group, don't you?" Mouth full of dango, F still nodded eagerly. Kakuzu chuckled. "From what I know of Senshi, along with how you handle missions, you should be fully qualified to join his group. We've been in the black market for a while, let's go find Senshi and see if he'll let you join." F. She was ecstatic. After all, if Lord Kakuzu said it was fine, it had to be fine. But as Kakuzu took F to look for Senshi, problems arose. They first went to the inn where Aim Ninja stayed, no sign of him. Then they staked out the black market where Senshi was often seen, still nothing. Kakuzu, surprised face, F, surprised face, they were both baffled. Kakuzu frowned. Weird. He's not at Konoha, nor at the black market he usually haunts. Where did he go? F nodded in agreement. You know, it's been quite a while since we last saw Lord Senshi. Though it surprised Kakuzu that they couldn't find Senshi at either place, he wasn't especially worried. There were lots of black markets in the Land of Fire. Senshi farming missions somewhere else was entirely plausible. He thought about it, then said to F, "Let's try other black markets nearby. He might be somewhere else doing missions." "Okay, Lord Kakuzu," she replied, cheerful as ever. Imagining she could soon earn the same scratch-off cards as Kakuzu and Karin, F hummed happily. All along the way, they eventually visited 2 more black markets and finally caught sight of Senshi. But when Kakuzu spotted him from afar, he froze. What was Senshi up to? He seemed to be leading 4 unknown Konoha shinobi on missions. How dare he? I'm the second-ranking mercenary in the ninja world, I should be Senshi's best partner. Kakuzu was livid. When Senshi previously enlisted Haiden and Sasori as teammates, Kakuzu had been annoyed, but not this angry. Haiden was immortal and Sasori had the Hex Core, both had natural advantages for mission farming, which Kakuzu begrudgingly acknowledged. They were all from the same organization, more or less on the same side. But now? Who were these unfamiliar Konoha shinobi, and why was Senshi running missions with them instead of Kakuzu? F frowned at the sight too. She murmured, "Lord Kakuzu, what's Lord Senshi doing?" "There's no Reason he'd need Konoha's ninja to handle missions, given his own strength. Kakuzu answered coldly, he can't really be mission farming in earnest, or those shinobi wouldn't even qualify to accompany him. F nodded. Exactly. Only you are fit to be Lord Senshi's top partner. Seething, Kakuzu marched over to Senshi's group with F in tow. The moment he arrived, he angrily chastised Senshi. Senshi, you've changed. Look at yourself, what are you doing right now? Think about how long it's been since you farmed missions seriously. And here you are, messing around with these Konoha ninjas and wasting precious time that could be spent on missions. F joined in, Lord Senshi, you really haven't farmed D missions wholeheartedly in a while. Senshi, surprised face, he was startled to bump into Kakuzu and F here. Even more so by Kakuzu's angry outburst. Complete with an exasperated look, as though disappointed in Senshi's lack of dedication. But times had changed. He no longer needed traditional mission farming, he wasn't interested in ordinary tasks anymore, which could be handled by his wood clones or anyone from his mercenary group. If he wanted to earn more commission points passively, what he really needed to do was expand the group. As Kakuzu continued berating Senshi, Guy and his three students eyed Kakuzu, brows furrowed. Guy rubbed his chin, sure he had seen Kakuzu and F before but unable to recall more than that. Niji studied them more carefully and thought, isn't that the Takigakuer Jainin from the exams? What's he doing in the land of fire, dressed like Lord Senshi? So they're from the same organization? But why is he so mad? Did he and Lord Senshi argue? Lee and Tenten were equally curious about the sudden tension. They recognized Kakuzu as the Takigakuer Jainin from the audience stands in the exams, but they had no idea what his connection to Senshi was. Lee turned to Senshi. Lord Senshi, who is this gentleman? All eyes turned to Senshi, wanting to know Kakuzu's relationship with him. Senshi chuckled, patting Kakuzu's shoulder, and said, let me give a grand introduction. This man is an important mainstay of our mercenary group Kakuzu. Moreover, he's my sworn brother, and my most trusted, most reliable partner Keiku. Might Guy, surprised face, Rock Lee, surprised face, Niji, surprised face, Tenten, surprised face. Hearing that, the four of them were astonished. After a long stretch of missions with Senshi, they'd learned a lot about him. They knew that merely joining his group was already proof of excellence, so hearing Senshi lavish such praise on someone meant he was practically legendary. Kakuzu, surprised face, he felt like a bolt of lightning had just hit him. Never did he expect Senshi held him in such high regard, actually calling him his finest partner. Where Kakuzu was momentarily stunned, F was overjoyed, her face beaming with pride. On his behalf, she thought, wow! Lord Kakuzu has once again gained Lord Senshi's recognition. As expected of the ninja I respect, he's amazing. Collecting himself from the initial shock, Kakuzu felt somewhat embarrassed by the high praise. He'd assumed Senshi's lack of invitation for joint missions meant a low opinion of him. But who would have thought Senshi would now call him his most trusted partner? Clearing his throat, Kakuzu said, ahem. Senshi, what did you just say? Senshi smiled. I said you're my most trustworthy, outstanding partner. That made Kakuzu very happy, though he played coy. Am I really that trusted? Again, Senshi gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Keiku, of course you're trusted. He was telling the truth, not just flattering him. Kakuzu had displayed exceptional performance in the mercenary group as perhaps the ninja with the longest work history. He excelled at task completion and was extremely efficient. He'd teamed up with Senshi in the past, always with reliable results. He'd never once caused trouble after joining. If Senshi couldn't trust Kakuzu, who else could he trust? Guy and his team were amazed at Senshi's regard for Kakuzu. Guy studied him closely again, determined to memorize the face of a ninja so highly praised. Niji wondered how strong Kakuzu had to garner such admiration from Senshi. The thoughts of Li and Tenten were the same. The YD been around Senshi for quite a while now but had never heard him praise any other ninja like this. While Senshi and Kakuzu were talking, Kakashi arrived from another part of the black market with the 8 little black sheeps, Naruto's squad. Spotty and Senshi, Naruto, and the others dashed over excitedly. Sensei! Headmaster! Lord Senshi, are you here farming missions too? That last question came from Kakashi, who was responsible for Naruto and Sasuke's safety. Wherever those two went, he went, so after they finished the tasks at their last black market, they came here and once again ran into Senshi. But it turned out that the Takigakuer Jainin and a Jinkriki were also present. They seemed to be chatting with Senshi just now. He wondered what Abu-T. As Kakashi mused, Senshi answered calmly, "Yeah, we just got here, though, so we haven't done many tasks." Once Senshi spoke, Karin ran over and asked, "Senshi, what are you all doing here?" He replied casually, "I brought Guy's team to farm missions in this black market, but we hadn't been at it long when we bumped into Kakuzu." Then, turning to Kakuzu, Senshi asked, "So, Kaku bro, you stopped me something on your mind?" By now, Kakuzu's head was swimming from all the praise, and he hadn't been paying attention to Senshi's words. "Hey? Senshi, what did you say?" Senshi sighed in mild exasperation. "I asked whether you needed something from me." Snapping out of his daze, Kakuzu recalled why he'd come. He patted F's shoulder. "Senshi, F is a capable ninja. I believe she has what it takes to join the mercenary group. What do you think can she?" Senshi glanced at his group's interface and saw F's bond value was already well over 45%. Without hesitation, he answered, "If you vouch for her ability, then absolutely." He then turned and extended an offer to F. "F, would you like to join my mercenary group?" F, surprised face, that invitation stunned her. Even though Lord Kakuzu had reassured her, she still wasn't entirely confident. She never expected that thanks to Kakuzu, Lord Senshi would instantly approve her entry. It felt so unreal. Still, she wasted no time, nodding like a baby chick. "Lord Senshi, I'd be honored to join your mercenary group." Senshi nodded. "Then we're set. Starting now, you can earn scratch-off cards from mission farming." 2. F. She was overjoyed, bowing her thanks. "Thank you, Lord Senshi." He waved it off. "No need for thanks. You're Kakuzu's assistant, which makes you one of us by default." That made F even happier, because he W as effectively validating both her and Kakuzu. Next to her, Kakuzu still kept a straight face, but beneath his mask, he was smiling ear to ear. Senshi had given him tremendous respect. Truthfully, Kakuzu hadn't been sure Senshi would let F join so easily, since Senshi had never revealed the precise conditions for membership. He'd figured there might be a trial period. But to his surprise, Senshi agreed straight away. Off to the side, Karen's eyes went round with shock. She gazed at Senshi. "Senshi, F wasn't he already in the mercenary group?" Senshi shook his head slightly. "No, she wasn't in it before. But her abilities are more than sufficient now." But Karen's question had a motive beyond the obvious. Clatter. The small box in her pocket suddenly slipped to the ground. The lid, which wasn't firmly shut, flipped open upon impact, revealing over 50 scratch-off cards she had stockpiled, all in plain sight for F. Oh dear, how clumsy of me. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Youth is burning brightly. At that moment, F was completely stunned. Her eyes went wide as if she were seeing something impossible. She couldn't help thinking, no way. It hasn't even been that long since I saw her, and Karen's already hoarded that many scratch-off cards. She's faster at this than I am at eating ramen. No. I refuse to lose. F clenched her fists, blazing with determination. Next time we meet, I'll definitely hoa RD more than she has. Yaa. Scratch off cards, wait for me. Just as F was feeling overwhelmed, Karen feigned surprise and spoke up. Hey? How'd this little box fall again? It's such a pain to keep safe. She spoke slowly as she deliberately bent down to pick up the box full of scratch-off cards, moving so slowly it was as though she were worried F might miss the show. Senshi, standing nearby, was torn between laughter and tears. He mused, so Karen's butting heads with F, hey? But come on, it's hard to keep scratch-off cards safe. Couldn't she just stash them in Kamui space? She keeps them in her pocket, dropping them every now and then. Who is she trying to impress? Right then, Naruto joined in the fun. Karen-chan, let me look after them for you. Yo, you keep dropping that little box. Karen just shot him a glare. Dream on. Mind your own business. While Senshi was watching this little scene with amusement, Kakashi came over, his face knotted with worry like he had a lot on his mind. What is it, Kakashi? Senshi asked casually. With a faint sigh, Kakashi replied, Lord Senshi, don't you think this is a bit unfair? Lord Hokage spent 10 million RY per person so that Konoha Ninja could join your mercenary group, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed they'd get in. But then, out of nowhere, this Kunoichi from Takigakure just shows up, and you let her in with no questions asked. Senshi waved him off, completely at ease. Kakashi, how can that be the same? Kakuzu is practically my close family, my sworn brother and a key pillar in my mercenary group. Of course, someone he recommends gets special treatment. Kakashi, surprised face. That answer left him at a total loss, grumbling inwardly, what kind of excuse is that? Yet he had nothing solid to counter it, so he thought, if our Konoha Ninja ever become an important pillar in the group, could they recommend people who'd join for free, too? While Kakashi was pondering all that, Kakuzu behind his mask was wearing a triumphant grin. Konoha? Humph! How could they see bear to me? Senshi said it himself, I'm his most trusted partner. Who in the whole shinobi world can match me? With that thought, Kakuzu got so smug he decided not to delay any further. He said to Senshi, since FS in now, I'll take her on some missions. Senshi nodded, pleased inside. Sure, go ahead. The commissions and scratch-off cards are yours. The points, though, are mine. Off Kakuzu went with F, hurriedly. Senshi watched them disappear with a contented grin. This approach can only profit me, no downside at all. Just as Kakuzu was about to leave, F suddenly turned around and spoke to Karen with a fighting spirit in her eyes. I've joined Lord Senshi's mercenary group too. I'm going to help Lord Kakuzu on missions, stockpile scratch-off cards, grow stronger, and become the best little assistant. Karen said nothing. She just let that little box with dozens of scratch-off cards in her pocket slip out. Yet again. With a loud clatter, a bunch of scratch-off cards spilled all over the ground, silently showing off, "Look! How many I've got!" Oh. That blow shattered F's mindset completely. She'd just joined the group, yet Karin already had a stash of dozens of scratch-off cards. How was she supposed to compete? Feeling pitiful, F followed Kakuzu away, radiating an aura of weak, helpless, but can still do missions. Seeing this, Senshi could only rub Karin-chan's head in exasperation. Pointing at the little box on the ground, he asked, "Karin, did you do that on purpose, or was it an accident?" Karin puffed up her chest with pride. "I did it accidentally on purpose." Senshi. He reached out and ruffled Karin's hair into a bird's nest mess, thinking, this girl's just too mischievous. She needs some discipline. Karin, oh roar! She swung her tiny fists in protest, cheeks puffed. "Darn you, Senshi, I'm gonna duel you." Senshi just patted her head again, grinning. "Karin, want to come farm missions with me?" Karin kept up her little pinwheel fists, muttering, "Then old you go on deliveries with me, Senshi? I've still got loads of escort assignments left." Senshi nearly burst out laughing. "Wow, Karin, you've even picked up my trademark strategies, hey? Monopolizing missions, spamming tasks like a glitch in the system." With her twin Kamui and mind's eye of the Kagura, Karin was practically cheating on those escort missions, completing them in no time at all, leaving Toko Kid in the dust. But Senshi shook his head. "I'm still not done with my deal with Lord Hokage, so I can't go deliver goods with you right now." Karin blinked, then gave a sly smile. "Well, once I finish them, I'll come find you so I can snag your missions help you with your missions." Senshi, surprised face, he sighed dramatically. "Takes forever to learn good habits, and mere seconds to learn the bad ones. Karin, you're picking up all my essence." At that point, Naruto piped up, "Sensei, it's almost mealtime, take us back to Konoha for Ichiraku ramen." Suzuki immediately opposed the idea. "I don't care what we eat, as long as it's not Ichiraku ramen." Again. Hearing Ichiraku ramen gave him a headache. No matter how good it was, eating it day in and day out was too much. But Naruto remained firm, ramen's the only food with any soul. Senshi pressed a hand to his forehead. "Those two are giving me a headache." After Naruto's suggestion, he paused to think, then had a flash of insight, "How about we find a place to have a picnic instead?" The moment he said the word picnic, Karin-chan's eyes lit up like bright little stars. Her main role was Senshi's assistant, her side job was cooking, and her second side job was collecting scratch-off cards. A picnic? Wasn't that a perfect chance to show off her culinary skills? She was already picturing herself wielding a spatula, surrounded by a cheering crowd chanting Karin-chan forever. But Senshi then dashed her fantasies with one sentence, "I've got Ichiraku ramen, pork cutlet bowls, okonomiyaki, grilled beef bowls, whatever everyone wants, just say it, and I'll provide it." Karin, Sigma, degree. Naruto heard ramen and raised his hand right away, "Sensei, I want Ichiraku ramen." Senshi pulled a steaming hot bowl of ramen from his system storage and handed it over. Naruto took it, beaming like a 200-pound kid, "Thanks, Sensei." Suzuki, on the other hand, grimaced. "As long as it's not Ichiraku ramen, that's fine." So Senshi gave him a grilled meat bowl and a tomato Sasuke's favorite, and he let a small smile slip. Despite her disappointment, Karin raised her hand. "Senshi, I'll have a pork cutlet bowl. He handed it over. Karin took it, consoling herself in silence, oh well, at least I've still got my scratch-off cards. Then Senshi distributed food to the Raymon siblings Yukika and Heiate, Laney Yu, Lan Yu, Kakashi, and the four of Team Guy. Only Muzan was left without food. Senshi glanced at him warily. Muzan, what do you want? Dusting himself off, Muzan said solemnly, Lord Senshi, I'll have 2 soldier pills, please. I want to devote all my time to mission farming. Senshi, surprised face, are you picking a fight? He gave Muzan's head a light smack. We're having a picnic, why soldier pills? Then he tossed Muzan a boxed lunch, thinking, this kid is really something. As everyone ate, Naruto paid no mind to Senshi's space-time ninjutsu, having seen it many times. But Team Guy watched in amazement. Niji ate his grilled meat bowl while discreetly observing Senshi. He noticed that Senshi clearly had no ulterior motives against Konoha and was trusted absolutely by those around him. Even Guy Sensei and Lee had integrated seamlessly into the group. Tenten felt the same. She thought Senshi, despite his great power, had no arrogance at all and got along harmoniously with everyone. Running missions together with him was fun. Senshi, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. While he ate, he checked his mercenary interface and saw that the bond values for Niji and Tenten were closing in on 40%. After finishing their meal, they went back to mission farming. Indeed, as they spent more time together, Niji's and Tenten's bond values climbed steadily higher. Inside, Senshi was quite pleased. Guess my appeal hasn't faded one bit. When their tasks for the day were done, Senshi followed his usual pattern, he fu nd in open space. Clapped his hands together, and shouted, would release, luxury villa technique. In an instant, a lavish villa sprang up. Even though Team Guy had seen it several times, they couldn't stop marveling. Wow, that ninjutsu is just too useful. Too bad we can't learn it. With the villa built, Senshi didn't dismiss everyone. Instead, he turned to Niji. Niji, how about I remove the caged bird seal for you? Niji, surprised face, all 4 members of Team Guy, surprised face, like a bombshell, Senshi's words threw all 4 of them for a loop. Niji stammered, Lord Senshi, the caged bird seal, can it really be lifted? Senshi smiled. Of course. Remember, the Uzumaki clan invented sealing arts in the first place. Caged bird, reaper death seal, none of that is an issue. Niji's eyes lit up at once, as though he could already see freedom. The other 3 looked at Senshi in awe. Lord Senshi truly is godlike. He wasn't kidding. Senshi's mastery of sealing techniques had long since maxed out through lottery draws. The caged bird seal might seem to last a lifetime only because the Hyga clan had never met someone with his level of skill. If it were a ninja on par with Uzumaki Ashina, they could handle it in minutes. Naturally, Niji was still half in disbelief. Senshi knew talking alone might not convince him, so he simply said, take off your headband. I'll remove it now. Niji hesitated, reflexively looking at Might Guy. Guy shot him a thumbs up and that signature shiny grin. Niji, trust Lord Senshi. Once That seal is gone, your youth will burn even brighter. Lee followed suit, thrusting a thumbs up with fervor. Niji, let me see you surpass your own genius. Let's burn our youth together. Tenten looked torn, thrilled for Niji yet slightly anxious. Lifting the caged bird seal sounded unreal. Even so, she gave him a supportive nod. Encouraged by the 3, Niji finally made up his mind, removed his headband, and revealed the greenish seal on his forehead. Senshi focused on it briefly, then put his hand on Niji's forehead, uttering a single word, "Release." In the next moment, Niji felt as though 1,000-pound weight had vanished from his body. His visual prowess soared, and his Byakugan's range expanded dramatically. The blind spot he once had was gone. This awe-honored feeling overwhelmed him, tears welling up at the realization it was real. Seeing Niji's reaction, the others immediately knew the seal was truly gone. Staring at Senshi like he was divine, they couldn't believe a lifelong curse of the Hyga branch sealed be undone by a casual touch. His sealing arts might surpass even those of Uzumaki Ashina. Wiping his tears, Niji said solemnly, "Lord Senshi, thank you for this great favor. From now on, as long as it doesn't harm Konoha's interests, I'll carry out any task you need." Senshi patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Just get used to your new state." Niji nodded firmly. "Yes, Lord Senshi." Even without checking the mercenary interface, Senshi knew Niji's bond value with him had surely broken 45% by now. As for whether the Hyga clan would stir up trouble, well, that hardly concerned him. They'd have to get through old man Sarutobi first, not to mention Orochimaru. Cutting off that eternal elixir and angering a bunch of elders. Having sorted out Neg's problem, Senshi decided to keep going and give Tenten some targeted help. Glancing at the mercenary panel, he saw that Niji's bond value had soared beyond 50%, while Tenten's was stuck at 44.9%, just barely below the threshold. "Tenten," Senshi said, speaking seriously, "your fighting style is quite unique and depends heavily on ninja tools. I'd like to help you with that." Then he casually pointed at a patch of empty ground. "Those ninja tools over there all yours?" Tenten, surprised face, she looked blankly at the empty space, then back at him, thinking, is Lord Senshi seeing things? "There's nothing here." Lee scratched his head. "Lord Senshi, where are these ninja tools? Are they invisible?" Guy and Niji didn't say anything but wore equally puzzled expressions. Still, they trusted that if Senshi said there were tools, there must be tools. All of a sudden, boom! A puff of white smoke erupted on the ground, and as it cleared, Lee gawked. "Hey? Where'd that little mountain come from?" Niji stared harder, voice trembling. "That's not a mountain. That's a mountain of ninja tools." Might Guy, surprised face, he stared at the massive pile, jaw dropping in shock. He'd known Senshi was generous, but not to this extent. Tenten was dumbstruck by the sight of that ninja tool mountain. Slowly turning her head, she stammered, Lord Senshi, are these ninja tools really for me?" Senshi nodded calmly. "Yes. All yours. Once your strength increases, you'll be much better at mission farming. And earn me more employment points." He only said the last part silently to himself. At that, Tenten's eyes rolled back and she fainted with happiness. Lee lunged forward just in time to catch her, shaking her vigorously. "Tenten! Wake up! You still need to collect your ninja tools." The word ninja tools snapped Tenten awake. Heart racing, she said to Senshi, "Thank you so much, Lord Senshi. I'll work even harder, and I promise I won't let you down." Senshi just smiled and waved a hand. "Go ahead, seal them up and put them to good use." "Yes, Lord Senshi." Tenten nodded emphatically. She pulled out a roll of scrolls and busily started sealing the mountain of tools, all the while thinking gleefully, "Now I really am the ninja tool queen. Let's see who beats me at mission farming no W." While Tenten was occupied sealing that mountain, Senshi seized the moment to officially invite Niji and Tenten to join his mercenary group. After the caged bird seal was lifted, Niji's bond value was already high enough. Meanwhile, Tenten had been stuck at 44.9%, but after getting that huge stash of ninja tools, she shot up to 48%. Truly a case of hand over the gear, build the bond. Once Tenten finished sealing the final batch, Senshi cleared his throat, putting on a "this is important" face. Over these past few days, you two have mastered the mission farming process and improved your abilities significantly. Based on my assessment, both of you now meet the standards for joining my mercenary group. Therefore, I formally invite you to join. No sooner had he spoken than Guy, thrilled as a child, shouted and punched the air. Excellent! Now, Niji and Tenten can join Lord Senshi's group, too. He'd worried that his two students might be turned away, but it seemed he'd worried for nothing. Li literally jumped with excitement, calling out to Niji and Tenten, "Congrats, you two! From now on, we'll be in the same mercenary group." Niji and Tenten's faces glowed with happiness. At first, they had been on guard around Senshi, unsure if he had any ill will toward Konoha or them personally. But as they spent time together, they saw he not only harbored no bad intentions, he'd actually helped them a lot, especially for Niji. Freeing him from the caged bird seal made him trust Senshi fully. So the moment he extended the invitation, they both agreed without hesitation. Niji, looking serious, said, "Lord Senshi, I'm willing to join your mercenary group and do my best." Tenten nodded earnestly. "Lord Senshi, I'm in, too. I'll do my very best." Higa Niji's bond value H has reached the threshold and he has joined your mercenary group. Tenten's bond value has reached the threshold and she has joined your mercenary group. As those prompts rang out in Senshi's head, he couldn't help but smile. So my deal with Hiruzen Sarutobi is basically complete now. And in the future, I can keep training more and more ninjas. Raking in employment points without lifting a finger, it's just too sweet. With Niji and Tenten now in the group, Guy was all smiles, saying to them, starting tomorrow, you'll be able to earn those scratch-off cards too. Given your talent and dedication, you'll hoard a bunch in no time, and your strength will skyrocket. Work hard on missions and train even harder. Make your youthful flames burn brighter. Guy's pep talk instantly flipped Li's passionate youth switch. Li jumped around excitedly. Niji, Tenten, this is great. Now we can all blaze with fiery youth together. Guy nodded in agreement, holding up his thumb and flashing that trademark glimmering GRN. Li, Niji, Tenten, our youth will leave no regrets. Li felt so fired up, he wanted to dash off and do more missions immediately. Niji, Tenten. They were used to Guy and Li's youth proclamations by now. Senshi, however, paid no mind to the two youth maniacs. He simply headed back into the wood-style luxury villa to think about his next steps. His mercenary group already boasted quite a few heavy hitters: Kakuzu, Haiden, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and more contributing employment points nearly every second. Alongside his would-release clones spread all over the ninja world, his commission points were snowballing. He had a clear plan: find ways to generate more missions in the ninja world. It sounded abstract, but it was feasible. As the world kept developing, tasks would emerge in a steady stream. His job was just to give it a push, promote faster, better growth in the ninja world, and produce more tasks in the process. 2. Send wood clones out to more locations and rake in additional mission points. 3. Work hard to build the mercenary group so its members could use their own initiative, strengthening themselves and contributing to the ninja world's growth while funneling more commission points his way. As long as he pursued these 3 aims, his commission points would pile up like a rolling snowball, giving him endless lottery draws and letting his power soar sky high. That night, the wood-style villa was calm and peaceful, and Senshi slept exceptionally well. Early. Next morning, everyone got up bright and early to start another day of missions with Senshi in the lead. He planned to do a few more tasks with Team Guy and then head back to Land of Rain. After all, he'd been in the Land of Fire quite a while. Time to return and see if Omega Kure had any surprises in store. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Save Mother. Senshi was taking Team Guy to do missions in the same black market where Kakashi's group was farming tasks, so before long, the two groups ran into each other. However, Misan and the other 5 didn't team up with Kakashi's trio this time. They went off to a different black market instead. Senshi didn't give it a second thought. After all, once he returned to Omega Kure, he could just use the Kama's spatial teleportation to grab Karen's 6 fledglings one by one, plain and simple. Casually, Senshi asked, "Kakashi, get any good pulls today?" Kakashi answered respectfully, "Lord Senshi, I've been busy grinding missions all day and haven't scratched anything yet." Naruto then cut in excitedly, "Sensei, I scratched off a carton of milk today. I tried it, and it tastes just like the milk at my house." Sasuke, looking exasperated, said, "Naruto, I told you already, just throw away that expired milk the moment you see it. You actually tasted it." Senshi, surprised face. A moment earlier, he'd been wondering what was strange about Naruto's comment, then Sasuke's explanation made it click. Naruto had actually scratched off expired milk and gone so far as to sample it. What kind of bizarre move was that? But that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, Lee asked in confusion, "Wait, so that milk with the weird taste, we can't drink that?" Senshi, surprised face, he was completely floored. There was someone even more clueless? Kakashi and the others all turned to look at Lee, their eyes full of conflicting emotions. Frowning, Niji asked, "Lee, do you never read the text on the card when you scratch?" Rock Lee scratched his head, looking innocent. "I was on the road and didn't read what it said. When I saw I'd drawn a carton of milk, I just drank it right away. Well, it did taste a bit odd." Naruto burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Lee, you knew it tasted weird and still drank it? You're even dumber than me." Senshi threw Naruto a resigned glance, thinking, "You two are equally hopeless. Neither of you has a leg to stand on here. You're both top-class knuckleheads." When Naruto finished laughing, he excitedly pulled out the stack of scratch-off cards he'd saved over the last few days. "How about we see who pulls the best reward?" Sasuke said dismissively, "What a bore. Why bother?" But his actions said otherwise. He pulled out his own cards as well. He wasn't actually aiming to compete with Naruto. He was just curious about what he might get. Kakashi had no plans to join the kids' contest, but he quietly took out his cards too, ready to scratch them. After all, unless someone was as strong as Karen, so strong they scarcely needed the scratch offs, nobody would just let these cards pile up unused. Niji and Tenten also fished out their scratch cards, preparing to join the scratch-off contest. Lee, excited like a child, immediately challenged Naruto and the others, "Naruto, Sasuke, Niji. Let's see who scratches off the best prize. I definitely won't lose to you." Lee was becoming ever more convinced that even if he couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, as long as he worked hard and had a bit of luck, he could surpass natural genius. Hearing Lee throw down the gauntlet, Naruto got all fired up like an unleashed husky. "Lee, my scratch is definitely gonna be the best one. Let's do it." With that, he couldn't wait to start scratching. Lee refused to be outdone, rolling up his sleeves and diving into his cards, wearing a look that said I absolutely won't lose. Off to the side, Might Guy didn't join the kids' little competition. Instead, he went straight to Kakashi, his face brimming with passion. Kakashi, my eternal rival. Let's have our own burning youth lottery battle. Kakashi, surprised face, he was at a loss for words but he'd already scratched his first card while Guy was talking. Chakra 1/5 unit. Seeing that reward, Kakashi's eyes lit up, secretly pleased. As the card vanished, a surge of chakra flooded into his body. Everyone knew his total chakra was always his weak point, leaving him to avoid prolonged battles so he didn't run out. Now, though, the scratch card directly addressed that problem. Witnessing Kakashi's prize, Guy logged confidently. Kakashi, looks like I'll win this time. With my luck, I'm sure I'll get something better. After that, he boldly scratched his card. Expired milk X1. Guy, Omega Omega. He froze, dumbfounded. What kind of reward is this? He'd scratched of lots of cards in the past, but never gotten such a surprise. He couldn't help wondering if Naruto's and Lee's bad luck had rubbed off on him, seeing as those two had both pulled expired milk today. While Guy and Kakashi were fiercely competing, Naruto and the others finished revealing their results. Pinching a crumpled little scrap of paper, Naruto frowned. This is really weird, I got an IOU. Senshi leaned in curiously, almost bursting out laughing. Naruto had drawn a debt slip from Tsunade. If Naruto could find her and collect on the debt, he could claim 100,000 RY. Naruto looked at Senshi, baffled. Sensei, what's this thing even for? Stifling his laughter, Senshi put on a straight face. Not much use for now. But once Lady Tsunade becomes Hokage, you can try taking that slip to the Hokage's office and see if you can get your money. At that, Naruto's eyes shone. Oh, so it's an IOU from a future Hokage, maybe? In that case, this is actually a pretty nice prize. He tucked the slip away cautiously, all the while declaring, I'm gonna be Hokage myself one day. Others might not have taken Naruto's comment seriously, but Senshi quietly nodded. He was well aware that Naruto definitely had it in him to become Hokage, so there was nothing wrong with that claim at all. After Naruto was done, Sasuke's turn came. Would release imitation Sharingan X1. Sasuke, surprised face, staring at the text on the card, he was utterly confused. He knew about Would Release Sensei and Misen both possessed that powerful ability. As for the Sharingan, it was the Uchiha clan's hallmark. But Would Release imitation Sharingan? How did that make any sense? Could Would Release replicate the Sharingan? What kind of crossover was this? Once the scratching was done, a small vial appeared in H's hand, containing some fluid with a Sharingan bobbing inside. Upon closer inspection, Sasuke saw it wasn't a real Sharingan at all, but an art piece molded from Would Release. Sasuke. He let out a helpless sigh. Little did he know he wasn't the first person to get such a surprise. Danzo had previously gotten a similar gift from Yamato. Naruto sidled over to look at the bottle in Sasuke's hand and burst out laughing. Haha, Sasuke. That's definitely worse than my prize. Sasuke ignored him, thinking privately, if you can't collect that IOU, it's no better than scrap. When Sasuke refused to engage, Naruto turned to Neji, grinning widely. Neji, what did you get? Neji, having been absorbed in watching, still hadn't scratched his. Spurred by Naruto's question, he finally did. Green spandex suit X1. In the next instant, he found himself holding a green bodysuit identical to Might Guy's and Lee's. Neji, surprised face, He stared at the suit, frantically rejecting it in his mind. What the heck kind of reward is this? I'm not wearing something like that. Lee, by contrast, leapt up in excitement. Niji! You finally got your own green jumpsuit. This is the symbol of youth. Niji quickly thrust the suit into Lee's hands. Lee, I'm giving it to you. That STL's really not my thing. Lee took the suit, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Niji, you really are a true friend. Niji managed a forced smile, feeling relieved. At least I got rid of it. Otherwise it'd just gather dust at home. When Tenten's turn came, everyone's gaze fell on her. She felt a bit nervous, especially after seeing Niji get that fashion nightmare. She took a deep breath and scratched. Shuriken X100. Tenten. Seeing that, she almost jumped for joy. Her luck was off the charts. Not only had she avoided the green jumpsuit, she'd scored 100 shuriken in one go, exactly what she needed. Naruto and the group, surprised face, they were thoroughly stunned. Usually, whenever they pulled ninja tools, the quantity rarely broke 2 digits. Tenten had enabled 100 shuriken outright. Her luck was practically unreal. Of course, they had no idea that for Tenten someone who could randomly find a Sage of Six Paths treasure while stepping outside this was merely a minor display. After the scratching ended, Senshi cleared his throat and spoke to the group. Starting tomorrow, you'll be on your own for these missions. I'll leave wood clones in various black markets across the Land of Fire. If something urgent happens, you can contact me through them. Tomorrow morning, I'll be taking Karin and the rest back to Omegakure. Kakashi felt some regret upon hearing that. Although Team Guy had joined Senshi's mercenary group, Konoha still had a bunch of other shinobi waiting to sign up. Granted, each one had to pay a 10 million RY training fee, but it was definitely worth it. Unfortunately, Senshi was about to return to AIM. If any more Konoha ninjas wanted to join, they wouldn't have a chance unless they personally traveled all the way to AIM to negotiate. Naruto and H's friends looked disappointed too. Even if wood clones remained to help, they still wanted to do tasks together with Senshi. Team Guy hadn't expected him to leave so soon either. Lee couldn't help asking, Lord Senshi, can't you stay a bit longer? Senshi just smiled. I've stayed in Konoha long enough this time. I need to go back and check on AIM. After I leave, keep working at those missions and raising your strength. Everyone nodded in response, promising they'd do their best. Then Senshi and Kakashi's team parted ways with the black market, heading back to Konoha. With the day's tasks done, they needed rest before the next round of mission farming. But from tomorrow onward, they'd have to rely on themselves, without Senshi carrying them. Early the next morning, Senshi accepted an escort job and told the caravan to stop near Konoha. Next, he used the Kama's spatial transmission to grab Karin's 6 little companions one by one. When Karin arrived hands on hips, cheeks puffed out, she complained, Senshi, I was about to pick up another mission. Why'd you drag me away? Senshi reached out and ruffled her hair. Karin, we're heading back to AIM. We'll come back to the Land of Fire's black markets to farm missions another time. Hearing this, Karin nodded. They really had been away a while, she wanted to return and check on AIM too. Next, Senshi pulled Misen over only to find that Misen seemed to have followed in Karin's footsteps, with a little box in his pocket crammed full of scratch-off cards. Senshi said to him wryly, Misen, you're copying Karin now? Hoarding scratch cards too? Misen glanced at the small box in his pocket and replied seriously, Lord Senshi, this was a well thought-out decision. I heard from Naruto and Sasuke that you once taught them, concealing your strength is the greatest way to win. These scratch cards grant me instant power once scratched, so I'm planning to keep them as a trump card, using them one by one when it really counts. Senshi, surprised face, he was left speechless. Indeed, those words had come from him once, but he'd only been messing with Naruto and Sasuke. It never occurred to him they'd pass it on to Misen, who would take it so seriously. Seeing Misen so earnest, Senshi felt a headache coming on. Still, it wasn't a big deal, Misen said. He'd scratch them gradually, not do some crazy 100 in a row spree like Karin might. Slightly relieved, Senshi continued using Kama to grab Lanyu, plus the siblings Yukika and Hayate. When they all arrived, they looked around in confusion. Raymond Hayate peered about warily, asking in a hush, "Headmaster, did something happen in Konoha? Are we secretly fleeing? If someone has to stay and cover our retreat, I can do it." Senshi, _. He stared, internally complaining, what's with the weird thought process each of these kids has. Before he could say anything, Yukika bopped her brother on the head, exasperated. If you can't say anything worthwhile, keep your mouth shut. Like Headmaster would stir up trouble in Konoha? Even if he did, he sure wouldn't need to run away. Compared to Misen and Hayate, Yukika, Lanyu, and Lanwu were far more normal. Lanyu glanced at the caravan not far away and calmly asked, "Lord Senshi, so we're heading back to AIM now?" Senshi nodded. "Yep." Then he clapped his hands. "Wood release, wood clone." The moment he finished, a bunch of wood clones sprouted from the ground, a rather grand sight. He told them, "Whatever mission requests you haven't finished yet, hand them over to my wood clones. We're returning to AIM now. We can always come back to the black markets in the land of fire later." Karin and the group handed in their mission papers to the wood clones. Finally, they all boarded the last two wagons of the caravan, starting the trek back to AIM. With AIM's rapid development and its growing alliance, trade between Konoha and AIM had become increasingly frequent. This caravan knew the route like the back of their hand, moving quickly, clearly led by well-seasoned veterans. Meanwhile, in a dim underground space, Zetsu, looking like a pitcher plant, was ambling slowly forward. Half black and half white, his body resembled a walking Aria cookie, extremely distinctive. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were still chattering to each other. Black Zetsu was the child of Satsuki Kagaya, while White Zetsu's origin was more complicated. They were ancient humans who had fallen victim to the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara had always believed Black Zetsu was the product of his own consciousness upon awakening. The Rinnegan and T-Hat White Zetsu was a bio-creation grown from Hashirama's cells, naively convinced they would always be loyal to him as their creator. But that wasn't reality. White Zetsu answered to Black, and Black had been using Madara all along. Right then, White Zetsu teased, "It's about time, hey? We should go find that guy now, right?" Black Zetsu replied firmly, "Yes. Everything's ready. Time to go see that lord. But watch yourself. Don't blab anything reckless when we meet him and ruin it." White Zetsu let out a snort. "I'm not in the mood for talking anyway." As they spoke, their pitcher plant body merged slowly into the rock. They were heading to see that lord, who was none other than Senshi. At the same time, along the main road from Konoha to AIM, the caravan Senshi was escorting was traveling swiftly. They'd already left Konoha some distance behind, making for the border of the land of fire. After moving along for a while, Karin suddenly frowned and said to Senshi, "Senshi, there's someone following us." Yukika and Hayate, riding in the same wagon with Senshi, were shocked. Who would dare trail the headmaster? But after Karan said that, Senshi remained casual. Ignore him. Let's see what he's up to. In fact, Senshi had noticed someone tailing them quite some time ago. What he didn't know was precisely what Zetsu wanted by following so closely. In the distant trees, Zetsu was lurking stealthily, unaware that Senshi and Karan had spotted him the moment he showed himself. He'd spent quite a while observing in the woods, finally resolving to approach Senshi to discuss a big mission. Slipping toward the caravan, Zetsu's movements were already pinned by Karen's mind's eye of the Kagura. She immediately warned, Senshi, that guy's coming closer. Senshi nodded lazily. Don't worry, I saw him ages ago. While he looked completely at ease, Yukika and Hayate felt tense. They glanced left and right and still didn't see or sense anything off. Just as they were eyeing the area in wary confusion, a half-black half-white figure covered in a pitcher plant-like shell stuck half of itself through the wagon wall. Yukika, surprised face, Hayate, surprised face, though they lived in AIM, they'd never seen such a bizarre species. Karan, though, only watched the odd figure curiously. Senshi remained slouched against the wagon side, making a sarcastic comment, Yo, isn't this Zetsu? What do you need from me? Don't tell me you want me to rescue your mother. Zetsu, surprised face, he froze, stunned. He'd prepared a whole spiel to request a mission from Senshi, yet before he could speak, Senshi guessed it outright. And more importantly, no one else was supposed to know about this, not even the Sage of Six Paths or Uchiha Madara. Zetsu marveled inwardly, Senshi's intelligence was insane. The entire ninja world is transparent to him. But once he got over the shock, a gleeful feeling rose. The stronger Senshi was, the better Zetsu's odds of saving his mother. So he chuckled. As expected of Lord Senshi, nothing gets by you. Yes. That's exactly why I came. Senshi, surprised face, he had only been joking, never thinking Zetsu would be dead serious. Senshi said, half laughing. Zetsu-kun, I was just tossing out a comment. You really mean it? Seeing Senshi's playful tone, Zetsu felt uneasy. Even if Senshi had extraordinary methods, saving his mother wouldn't be easy. He couldn't help asking, Lord Senshi, does that even mean you aren't fully confident about this task? Senshi perked up. Zetsu-kun, you must know how difficult this mission is, right? More importantly, do you have enough money to hire me for it? Zetsu exhaled a little in relief. A minute ago, he'd worried that maybe even Senshi couldn't do it, which would mean real trouble. But it sounded like the real question wasn't Senshi's capability but whether Zetsu had enough money. Compared to being outright impossible, having to pay more was hardly a problem. Worst case, he just needed to gather even more treasure. Of course, Senshi had no clue about all the sums Zetsu might have. From his perspective, there was no way Zetsu had that much money for such an ultimate mission. While Senshi was thinking that, Zetsu spoke again, now in a respectful tone, Lord Senshi, might we speak in private? Saving his mother was no trivial matter, he wouldn't want too many people finding out. Plus, the treasure he'd painstakingly collected wasn't right here. Senshi needed to see it himself. Zetsu also didn't know how much it might be worth. Senshi, surprised face, this formal request had him momentarily at a loss. So he really does have a plan to talk to me about this mission? He was intrigued by how prepared Zetsu was and how much he could pay. So Senshi nodded and told Karan and the others, I'll leave one wood clone behind with the caravan. You guys keep going with Them while I step aside with Zetsu to discuss a job. Karan and the Raymond siblings nodded agreeably. Senshi left a wood clone, then followed Zetsu off. Zetsu was still thinking about how to get Senshi deep below the mountain graveyard quickly, when he witnessed something that shocked him. Zetsu, surprised face. He was dumbfounded. Senshi was performing the hiding in surface technique, sinking leisurely into the ground. Zetsu gaped, "Lord Senshi, you can do hiding in surface, too." Senshi slipped farther into Tehi earth as he answered, "Yep. Let's go. Lead the way." He'd known the jutsu forever, just never bothered using it. At his words, Zetsu hurriedly cast hiding in surface and sank underground, guiding Senshi swiftly through the depths. Not long afterward, they arrived in a huge subterranean cavern. Protruding from the rock wall, Zetsu and Senshi peered into the vast empty space. Senshi glanced around casually, quipping, "Zetsu-kun, where have you dragged me now?" Zetsu chuckled. "Lord Senshi, this is my secret base. But if the commission is high enough, are you truly able to rescue my mother?" Senshi shrugged. "The mission itself isn't too big a deal, but can you really afford it?" Hearing that, Zetsu was delighted, quickly gesturing, "This way, Lord Senshi. I've prepared a lot of treasure to pay you." Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Zetsu's Mission. Super Draw Craze. Hearing Zetsu say that, Senshi's interest was immediately piqued. He followed Zetsu through the vast underground space for a while. Before long, Zetsu led him to a room resembling a warehouse. With a casual push, the door swung open, and Senshi was instantly stunned by the sight. The room was piled high with gold and silver, pearls, agate, diamonds, jade, a dizzying assortment of treasures, enough to make it look like the Dragon King's hoard. Senshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Inwardly, he exclaimed, "Holy smokes, did Zetsu rob every wealthy person in the ninja world?" On the one hand, it wasn't exactly money, but it was certainly worth a fortune. On the other hand, if it were counted as currency, how would one even set a price on it? Did he have to lug it out and slowly sell it all to some merchant? While Senshi was wondering that, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his head. New mission detected. Client, Black Zetsu. Goal, help Black Zetsu rescue his mother, Tsutsuki Kagaya. Mission reward, 32,356,900,000 RY. Rank, SSS. Mission bonus, 32,356,900 employment points. Senshi, _. He nearly shouted, "No freaking way. Over 30-2 billion RY. Over 30-2 million. Commission points. Holy, that's insane." Senshi had traveled the ninja world for ages, but it was his first time seeing a sky-high mission with that sort of price tag. Under normal circumstances, he'd have to capture 323 tailed beasts to earn that much. Yet here was Zetsu, flinging a job worth well over a 10 billion at him in one go. Silently, Senshi thought, "Forget Orochimaru or whoever else I've got to raise Zetsu's status. He's the real deal now." Of course, if Orochimaru or some other client showed up with a solid mission, Senshi wouldn't refuse them either. When Zetsu saw him staying quiet for so long, he got uneasy. He'd felt pretty confident about the treasure he'd gathered, but seeing this reaction, maybe it still wasn't enough? Stammering nervously, he asked, "Lord Senshi, are these valuables not enough to cover your fee?" Zetsu's words trailed off, and Senshi didn't respond right away. He knew perfectly well that, at over 32 billion, this mission was impossible to turn down. Still, how to pull it off required some strategy. After all, while Senshi had stirred up a few things in the ninja world, none had been so catastrophic as to overturn everything. But if he actually revived Satsuki Kagaya, it would be an entirely different story, quite possibly Ninja World Rumble 2.0. So he needed to think carefully about how to complete the job without plunging the world into total chaos. After mulling it over, Senshi looked at Zetsu and said, "Zetsu bro, you realize how tough this mission is, right?" Zetsu bobbed his head like a woodpecker. "Of course I do." He'd spent 1,000 years scheming to save Hi's mother. However, Ashura and Indra kept clashing with each other over time, so Ashura's power and Indra's power never converged into a Rinnegan. Finally, Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan in his old age, solving the hardest step. Unfortunately, Madara was dying by then, and Zetsu couldn't use him for much else. While Zetsu was inwardly sighing, "Damn, 1,000-year plan really isn't easy," Senshi went on. "Zetsu bro, saving your mother is a highly technical job. There are many complicated steps. First, you have to bring together Ashura's power and Indra's power to form a Rinnegan. The Rinnegan does two main things: summoning the demonic statue of the outer path and controlling it. However, since Ashura's reincarnation couldn't beat Indra's reincarnation, those two powers never converged. Thankfully, near the end of his life, Uchiha Madara grafted Hashirama's cells onto himself and finally awakened the Rinnegan." Zetsu nodded repeatedly, thinking, as expected of Lord Senshi, he really knows it all. Senshi continued, "Once Madara awakened the Rinnegan, he used it to summon the 10 tails husk, that is, the Gedo statue, down from the moon into the ninja world. After that, he extended his lifespan using the statue's power until, at last, he grew old and died. Before dying, he left his Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes. Since Nagato was of the Uzumaki clan, he had enough chakra to sustain the Rinnegan. The demonic statue Madara had relied on later got put into that life support device behind Nagato, powering his life." Hearing this, Zetsu was dumbfounded. Holy! He's got this entire storyline down cold. Not only did he know how the Rinnegan got obtained, but that Madara had used it to summon the statue, and that it ultimately ended up with Nagato. Zetsu felt that he really had chosen the right person. Senshi must indeed possess omniscient intelligence. His initial plan was to guide Senshi through the steps to revive Kagaya after he accepted the mission, but it seemed there was no need. Senshi already knew even more than he did about resurrecting her. Inwardly, Zetsu marveled, "This intel is absurd. How does Lord Senshi know all this?" Then, shrugging off his surprise, he only cared that Senshi was willing to collaborate. Zetsu paused for a moment, then said, "Indeed, as expected of Lord Senshi, this world has no secrets from you. So my commission shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Senshi gave a slight smile. "The mission itself indeed isn't difficult for me, but carrying it out is tedious. We have to complete a series of smaller tasks to truly finish." At that, Zetsu started lavishing praise with a grin. "Only you, Lord Senshi, could brush this off as not difficult." As expected of Lord Senshi. Needless to say, Senshi wasn't swayed by the flattery. "Remaining Xiompost," he said, "having the demonic statue, the 10-tailed shell, is only the beginning. You still need to bring the 10 tails back to life. That requires capturing all 9-tailed beasts and merging them into the statue to resurrect the 10 tails." Zetsu kept nodding, silently in awe. He even knows this step. He's practically a walking ninja world encyclopedia. He asked cheerfully, "And the steps after that? Lord Senshi is aware of them too?" Senshi nodded again. "Once the 10 tails is revived, you need a shinobi with 2 Rinnegan to become the 10 Tails Jinkriki. That will form a special Rine Sharingan on his forehead. From there, that shinobi has to use God, nativity of a world of trees, then unleash infinite Tsukuyomi, absorbing all the shinobi's chakra in the ninja world. Even if he can't collect it all, he'll at least get enough for a relatively complete 10 Tails chakra supply. Zetsu gawked, marveling inwardly. Senshi laid out each step with clarity and precision. Zetsu's smile grew wider, like a blooming sunflower. The more perfectly Senshi understood it, the higher the success rate. His reputation is no lie, he's definitely top tier. Enthusiastically, Zetsu nodded. Yes, exactly. Since you know all these details, we'll work together. More smoothly. With your power, capturing all 9 bij or making a double Rinnegan user. Cooperate afterward will be no problem. Naturally, Zetsu also realized these tasks were a nightmarish difficulty for anyone else. For instance, the third Raikage could sever one of the 8 tails tentacles but nearly killed himself. Meanwhile, Senshi was expected not only to subdue all 9 beasts but also fuse them into the statue, revive the 10 tails, have a Rinnegan user merge with it, and cast the God Tree technique. Plus infinite Tsukuyomi, absorbing chakra from the entire ninja world. Any single step would break a normal ninja's mind. But Zetsu believed that for the last 1,000 years, nobody outmatched Senshi. Elite cage level ninjas might not even clear the threshold before him. Zetsu thought in delight, once Senshi finishes the earlier steps, I can handle the final part. Mother's resurrection is finally going to happen. Senshi had explained everything in such detail partly to ensure he held the reins in this assignment. Resurrecting Kaguya was no trivial matter, every single step had to be handled carefully. After a bit more thought, he continued, after enough chakras collected via infinite Tsukuyomi, the shinobi who casted the 10 tails Jinkriki becomes the vessel for Kaguya's will, i.e. Zetsu bro. Once that last step is done, Kaguya will fully revive, right? Zetsu nodded hard, grinning ear to ear. Right on, Lord Senshi. With you at the helm, my mother will surely return. Senshi just chuckled inside, of course that's right. Indeed, it was a bit convoluted, but ultimately it came down to Asura's power and Indra's power and Rine Sharingan and Tailed Beast Chakra, 1-9, plus the ninja worlds. Collected chakra plus the demonic statue plus Kaguya's will equals Kaguya's resurrection. Hence why Black Zetsu basically ripped out Madara's back at the very end after Madara had completed all prior steps. Nobody else knew these details, but Senshi was fully aware. While Zetsu smiled happily on the outside, inside he was floored, thinking, a real professional at work, that's for sure. No wonder Senshi's black market completion rate is 100%. With reverent awe, Zetsu said, Lord Senshi, you truly are the black market's most professional, powerful, and efficient mercenary. You already know how to bring my mother back. The only question is, do I have enough here to hire you for it? Senshi rubbed his chin, feigning a pensive look. This gold and treasure might just barely suffice, but there's one tricky issue. Zetsu was at a loss. A tricky issue? He just laid out the whole plan so well, claiming it's only tedious, but not hard. He couldn't resist asking, Lord Senshi, what's the problem? Offhandedly, Senshi answered, right now Nagato is the only one with the Rinnegan, and resurrecting your mother needs a vessel which, from what I said, is Nagato. The problem is that when she re-emerges, the vessel, Nagato, won't survive, right? Zetsu, surprised face, that was indeed a problem, but it didn't seem like a big problem. If Senshi was willing, what could Nagato do about it anyway? Then again, maybe Senshi didn't want to do it. A twinge of panic gripped Zetsu. Everything else might be surmountable, but if it all got stuck on this at the end, it'd be too cruel. He asked hurriedly, Lord Senshi, not even with all this payment can it be settled? As soon as we sacrifice Nagato, we'll be finished. At that, Senshi's face darkened. He shot Zetsu with a cold glare. Don't you realize Nagato's basically a dear friend of mine, like family? Right away, Zetsu realized it wasn't about ability but about money. Pleased by Senshi's professional competence so far, he quickly said, given your skill, Lord Senshi, we can certainly discuss more on your fee. Senshi waved him off with an air of righteous integrity. Zetsu bro, it's not about the money. I'm recognized as a huge benefactor by Omegakure, Kirigakure, and various other villages. Someone like me, who's above trivial desires, can't just do something like that for a bit of cash. Zetsu, surprised face, he was left baffled. Senshi wasn't lying. In both aim and Kiri he was practically revered as a saint. Saving countless starving civilians, feeding numerous ninjas, lifting the poor out of misery, giving hope to the hopeless. But Zetsu also knew how complicated people could be, and that Senshi, by all accounts, would do anything so long as the money was right. So was it that this stash of treasure wasn't right enough yet? Seeing Zetsu panic, Senshi felt quite satisfied. Everything's set up. As long as the mission eventually gets done under my control, we're good. Which step we finish when, and how far we go, is all up to me. Zetsu-kun, from here on, you follow my lead. Zetsu was utterly unsure about Senshi's real intention. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured. Lord Senshi, so, what do you propose, then? Having heard that, Senshi sighed, putting on a contemptuous of money look. Zetsu bro, I'm actually not fond of wealth. I have no interest in money, and I rarely even bother to touch it. But as the gold standard of the black market, I do love a challenge, and I'm brave enough to go for it. Your super high difficulty mission suits me to a T. And given your devotion to your mother, unwavering for 1,000 years, I just can't turn you down. Zetsu, surprised face, he was taken aback, but he understood enough to see that, despite the difficulty, Senshi was agreeing because of the treasure. That was no great shock. It aligned with his findings about Senshi. Zetsu had been very cautious in deciding to hire him, investigating thoroughly, and he hadn't been wrong. Once Senshi formally accepted, Zetsu asked, then, Lord Senshi, how do you plan to handle Nagato? Senshi replied breezily, I'll handle him, of course. I'll remove his Rinnegan and pick another ninja as the final vessel. I figure Nagato will appreciate it, since I'll be saving his life that way. Zetsu, surprised face, though not incorrect, that was unsettling. Senshi was basically snatching away Nagato's eyes, and Nagato would thank him for it. Zetsu's nerves, which had just relaxed, were jangled again. In truth, he found Senshi's willingness to adapt, his shifting bottom line, his rather shameless approach, somewhat scary. But there was nobody else who could see all of this through alone. He had to trust Senshi to uphold that 100% completion rate. Unbeknownst to Zetsu, Senshi would definitely complete the mission, but it was such a big job with massive repercussions for the ninja world, so he would do it flexibly in his own time. Since Senshi had taken it, Zetsu asked respectfully, Lord Senshi, how will you actually accomplish it? Senshi answered without pause, step by step. First up, capturing all 9-tailed beasts, or else we Can't proceed. Zetsu grinned. That's a breeze for you, right? Senshi shook his head. Zetsu bro, that's where you're mistaken. Sure, defeating Bij isn't hard for me, but many Jinkriki roam around. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where they've taken their tailed beasts. Zetsu, surprised face, for a moment, he was speechless. The man had a point. Tailed beasts and their hosts weren't lumps of rock staying in one spot. If he couldn't locate them, all his power would be wasted. That left Zetsu stumped. Indeed, that was a tricky puzzle to solve quickly. But actually, Senshi already knew exactly where each of the 9 beasts was. 1, 2, and 6. Tails were locked in Kairon's Kamui dimension. 7, 8, and 9 tails were also under watch. The 3 tails had long been handed to Nagato, 4, and 5 tails belonged to Iwagakure, and Senshi knew well where their Jinkriki moved. Patting Zetsu's shoulder reassuringly, Senshi said, "Don't sweat the details. Since you commissioned me, just wait for the results. Once I make progress, I'll either send a wood clone or come in person with a new update. You needn't do a thing. Just wait till I finish and come find you for a handover." Finding Senshi's attitude quite reasonable, Zetsu realized it was only a matter of time, given Senshi's track record. He bowed and said, "Lord Senshi, in that case, I await your good news." Senshi nodded, then used the Kama to teleport and vanish with a whoosh. After his departure, White Zetsu's lazy voice spoke up. "He's strong, sure, but are you certain he can resurrect your mother?" Black Zetsu snorted coldly. "Show Lord Senshi some respect. If you ever accidentally offend him, I won't be able to help you. Plus, I firmly believe he'll complete this job." White Zetsu let out a mischievous laugh. "Well, I hope so. Then maybe we don't have to go around scavenging from place to place anymore." "Nope. We still have to keep on scavenging around the ninja world," Black Zetsu retorted without hesitation. White Zetsu looked baffled. "But besides reviving your mother, what else do we need Senshi for?" Letting out a sly chuckle, Black Zetsu answered enigmatically, "Nothing for now, but it never hurts to be prepared. Who knows, maybe I'll have more tasks for Lord Senshi someday." He paused, then went on, "And not just me. Once my mother revives, she might have her own commissions for him. As a good child, it's only right that I gather more gold and treasures now in readiness." White Zetsu, underscore? Stunned by Black Zetsu's thinking, White Zetsu could only remark, "He really is quite the mama's boy." Elsewhere, Senshi had used his Kama to teleport and rejoin Karin and company. In a lush forest, a swirl of dark red ripples formed in midair, and Senshi stepped out. The caravan and Kairon's group were resting there, planning to camp overnight and continue to aim at dawn. Right away, Senshi saw Karin happily counting the scratch-off cards in her hand. She'd nearly hit 60 by now, clearly aiming for a 100 in a row. Missen and the rest rushed over to greet him. "Lord Senshi! Headmaster! Senshi, you're back!" Senshi nodded. "The caravan's camping here, right?" Missen quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Senshi. The caravan leader said we'll stay here tonight." Senshi nodded, then pointed at a structure behind Missen that looked like a cow shed. "Missen? What's that thing?" With pride, Missen answered, "Lord Senshi, that's the luxury villa I built for everyone to camp in style tonight." Senshi, surprised face, "Wow, so that cow shed-like shack was meant for people to sleep in?" "Sure," he jokingly called them little calves, but that was no reason to stick them in a real cow shed. Patting Missen on the shoulder, Senshi said earnestly, "This luxury villa you built is great. Just, don't build another one. Pfft. Karan and the others couldn't help laughing. They'd already told Missan his wood release was decent, but his aesthetic sense was terrible, so he shouldn't bother. He'd refused to listen and ended up putting together a shabby cow sheet. Senshi moved to an open spot in the woods, clapping his hands. Wood release, luxury villa. Technique. Rumble. Large wooden beams sprouted from the ground, growing, interweaving, and reforming. In no time, an upscale, log-style villa took shape. He told the group, "Pick whichever room you like, rest well tonight." They all nodded. Only Missan stubbornly asked Ed, "Lord Senshi, can I maybe stay here?" He pointed at his self-made cowshed with hopeful eyes. Senshi, surprised face, though he knew Missan was a bit of a blockhead, the man insisted on taking the hard way, which Senshi couldn't entirely comprehend. But details like that didn't matter to him. Casually waving it off, he turned and entered the wooden villa. Naturally, nobody else joined Missan in the cowshed. They followed Senshi inside to pick their rooms. Senshi randomly chose a room, lay down, and started pondering how to handle this 10 billion level commission from Zetsu. To him, resurrecting Kaguya could be beneficial in some ways. The ninja world was all too calm right now, no sense of crisis. Without pressure, there was no drive. If the major villages weren't pushing themselves to develop or stepping up arms races, the demand for missions and so for Senshi's mercenary group would stagnate. The more fiercely the big villages competed, the more trouble they'd cause, and the more tasks they'd request of him. But currently, it felt like the comfortable life of a bunch of retired officials, too leisurely to stir anything up. In Konoha, most attention went to Orochimaru's eternal chakra elixir, with nothing else major. Danzo was somewhat ambitious, but the so-called Konoha F3 had sidelined him. They probably regarded him as incompetent but still trying. Iwagakure, after the Third Great Ninja War, basically closed itself off. Aside from sending people to the recent Chunin exams, they mostly did their own thing. Kumagakure was slightly better. The Fourth Raikage had some drive, but not enough to truly push. Although they wanted deeper collaboration with Senshi, they hadn't given him an offer sweet enough to move him. Bottom line, external pressure was minimal, meaning no impetus. Tsunagakure's case was more tangled. Raza tried to spur development by hosting the exams with Konoha, but things hadn't gone soon as Karan withdrew early. Gaara never shone on stage. Plus, the Wind Dami skimped on Fu ending, leaving Suna's money super tight. They had ironically thrown some money at hosting the exams and ended up losing all their investment. Gaara lost to Naruto, and so on. Now Raza, no matter his ambition, was too broke to do much. In contrast, Kirigakure looked the best off. The fifth Mizukage, Mayterim's sister Maytu. Senshi was quite proactive about working with him. Still, lacking external pressure, Kiri's potential wasn't fully unleashed. He concluded that to generate enough external threat for all 5 major villages, maybe the entire ninja world, there was indeed a way, resurrecting ultimate bosses like Uchiha Madara and Satsuki Kaguya, forcing everyone to scramble. Then Senshi and his group would be flooded with tasks, reaping massive mission points. Additionally, once Kaguya returned, other Satsuki unlucky Big's Hots would eventually show up, each guaranteed to spawn plenty of commissions. Thinking of that, Senshi felt rather good. He decided to use the super draw stockpile he'd saved up to power up further. Though he was already dominating the ninja world, he'd soon be dealing with high-tier battles, so a boost wouldn't hurt. He wasted no time, going straight into his super draws. If he didn't like what he got, he could blow through his huge stash of commission points. Once he completed Kagaya's resurrection, he'd rake in 30 million or more points in one go anyway. He called out mentally, "Hey, system, begin the super raffle. Draw. Super draw start. 1 attempt, 3 remaining. DRAW complete. Congratulations, you got Fusion Dance. Name, Fusion Dance. Description, SSS rank reward from the Dragon Ball universe. A secret technique of the Metamarans. 2 users perform a peculiar, mirrored dance, and when the correct poses and hand positions are matched, they merge into a single being whose combat strength vastly exceeds the sum of their parts." Senshi, hey? Fusion dance? Surprised face, he was a little speechless. Not that it was useless, but he didn't personally have much need for it. Possibly, though, it'd be interesting for his students like Naruto and Sasuke, dancing that bizarre routine to fuse into Narasuke or Uchiha Uzumaki. The name was trivial, the key was that the fusion strength soared. He figured for now he'd just give it to Naruto and Sasuke. Probably no chance he'd personally try it. The result of this first super raffle was fine. Without it, he couldn't have allowed Naruto and Sasuke to form a fuse-based power-up. But he was hoping the second draw would yield something to boost his own might directly. After a deep breath, he said, "System buddy, let's do another super raffle, bring out something strong. Super draw start. 1 attempt, 2 remaining. Draw complete. Congratulations, you got the Destroyer Armor. Nami, Destroyer Armor. Description, SSS rank reward from Marvel's universe. The Destroyer is the ultimate weapon. Created by Odin, King of the Gods, forged from Asgard's Uru metal. It's indestructible and can obliterate anything. It can act autonomously or be controlled by the user's will. You can even wear it as armor, granting enormous defensive power. Its eyes can project an unending high temperature beam that melts anything. The armor can change its size and weight for any battle. When the second draw ended, a metallic silver figure appeared before Senshi. Human-sized, layered, with ring-like metal plating, head shaped like an inverted trapezoid, the Destroyer Armor. Spiky protrusions encircled its body in a threatening, stay-away vibe. It had no typical facial features, just eyes that were effectively dual laser cannons, unleashing endless high-temp beams to melt anything. Senshi was thrilled. The Destroyer Armor was indeed Odin's ultimate weapon, ridiculously strong. He could let it handle most battle for him, and if he ran up against a truly formidable enemy, he could personally don it for unstoppable defense. Plus, it could self-activate or be worn as armor for maximum protection. Senshi could imagine Sasori's expression seeing it next to this, and why puppet would look pathetic. Eager to see its power, Senshi paused for a second thought, better to use all his super raffle tries first and then test it out. Eyeing the silent destroyer, he told the system, "System buddy, keep going. Super draw start. 1 attempt, 1 remaining. Draw complete. Congratulations, you got Speed Force. Name, Speed Force. Description, SSS rank reward from the DC Universe. A mysterious power that grants the user extreme velocity, even surpassing light speed. As the power develops, more incredible abilities unlock. Development level, D. Currently unlocked. Super speed, elevate your own velocity to near infinity. Speed steal/transfer, absorb other objects' motion energy to boost your speed, or transfer speed to someone else. Hyper perception, you can sense everything, potentially across space-time. Hyper thought process, an uncanny level of mental computing, letting you figure out multiple outcomes in a fraction of a second. Wow! The Speed Force! Senshai exclaimed, delighted. It was one of the DC Universe's most overpowered abilities. It blew him away that he'd actually drawn it. Immediately, he felt a mighty golden energy envelop him. He was bathed in a brilliant glow that gradually faded, leaving him with the basic Speed Force. Because it was new, not all abilities were unlocked. He likely couldn't do advanced feats like time travel until further leveling it up. That was fine. Though he had plenty of commission points to develop it steadily. With the destroyer armor, the Speed Force, and his own powerful might, bringing Kaguya back would now be even easier, without fear of losing control. He had one last super raffle left and decided to blow it right away. System Buddy, Final Super. Raffle Draw. Super Draw Start. 1 attempt, 0 remaining. Draw complete. Congratulations, you got Infinity Gauntlet, empty. Name, Infinity Gauntlet, empty. Description, SSS rank reward from Marvel's universe. The Infinity Gauntlet is a device for wielding the 6 Infinity Stones: soul, power, time, space, reality, and mind, granting the user power enough to erase all of creation. Note, the gauntlet obtained here is empty, no Infinity Stones are included. By obtaining it, you've unlocked the Infinity Stones in the Advanced Draw Pool. Each draw raffle will have a minuscule chance of drawing an Infinity Stone. Infinity Gauntlet abilities. Gem Control. By slotting the stones into the gauntlet, you can perfectly manipulate powers of strength, space, reality, soul, time, mind. Portal creation. Freely travel across the cosmos. Energy Blast. Emit overwhelmingly strong purple energy waves. Reality warping. Turn laser beams into bubbles, convert enemies to dust. Time reversal. Speed or reverse the flow of time. Cosmic alteration. A single snap can heavily influence or transform the universe. Senshi, surprised face. When the result came in, his emotions shot up and plummeted like a roller coaster. At first, he was so stunned he nearly jumped for joy. The Infinity Gauntlet. He could picture himself snapping his fingers in a megakure to wipe out half the distant Satsuki clan. But then he realized it wasn't so simple. The gauntlet was empty. Not a single Infinity Stone included. An empty gauntlet with no stones hardly felt like a super draw. On top of that, Infinity Stones would be extremely hard to acquire. He had yet to even unlock the advanced draw, and even once he did, the odds of drawing those stones were tiny. In the intermediate draw, he struggled just to get something like a senzu bean. Imagining collecting all 6 Infinity Stones in the advanced draw was basically harder than convincing Naruto to give up Ichiraku Ramen forever. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Teaching Naruto and Sasuke the Fusion Dance. After using up the 4 super draw chances he had been saving for so long, Senshi felt very pleased with the outcome of those 4 draws. Speed Force was an insanely overpowered ability, developed to its fullest, unless an opponent had an equally god-tier way to counter it, he would essentially be untouchable. In addition to the Speed Force, the Destroyer Armor and the empty Infinity Gauntlet were also artifact-level items. Even the Fusion Dance, currently of little use to him, was still an incredibly powerful skill. Having spent all his super draw attempts, Senshi decided to use some of his intermediate draw tickets as well. Right now, he had over 1.5 million employment points, enough to perform 15 sets of 100 draws. And still have some left. After obtaining that empty Infinity Gauntlet, he felt an urge to unlock the advanced draw, so he Could try for the Infinity Stones. Though collecting all 6 stones was harder than shutting Naruto up, even getting just one would yield tremendous effects. Wasting no time, he jumped right in. System buddy, give me 100 draw. Gimme something good. Deducting 100,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 1,424,950. Draw ing in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Lightning Release, Chidori *1. Okonomiyaki *3. Ichiraku Ramen *5. Kunao *3. Senshi, surprised face. This result completely threw him. After 100 draws, the best prize he got was Lightning Release, Chidori. Granted, system drawn jutsu differed from the scratch-off cards Karin and the others used. If he already knew the jutsu, the system wouldn't make him relearn it but would instead let him pass it on to someone else, letting them master it instantly. He could just give Chidori to Sasuke, boosting his mission farming ability. If Sasuke already drew Chidori via scratch-off, then it could go to Uzumaki Lanyu or one of the Raimon siblings. Either way, it wouldn't go to waste. But the issue was that, across an entire 100 draw, the best prize turned out to be that. Seriously too unlucky. Still, Senshi didn't dwell on it for long based on his experience. It was just a case of bad luck first means better luck next. Without hesitating, he initiated another draw. System buddy, let's do a second 100 draw. Come on, big prize, let's go. Deducting 100,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 1,324,950. Congratulations, you have obtained Speed Force, Proficiency +1. Partway through that second 100 draw, Senshi ignored the smaller items. As soon as he spotted Speed Force, Proficiency +1, a radiant smile lit his face, like winning the lottery. Aha! That first draw was all about saving up my good luck. This second one gave me a Speed Force Proficiency boost right away. Compared to the first draw's unlucky streak, the second one felt like cheating. True, AC rank dev level on the Speed Force didn't sound high, but it was like building a house, no first floor, no second floor. If he snagged a few more Speed Force proficiency boosts, he could reach A rank or even S rank. Development. Besides the Speed Force upgrade, he got several other great things from the second 100 draw. Bloodline Limit, Crystal Release ×1. Mutually Multiplying Explosive Tag Scroll ×1. Soldier Pills ×10. Explosive Clay ×10. Pills were so-so, explosive clay was medium in value, but the mutually multiplying explosive tag scroll was definitely worth a lot. And the Crystal Release Bloodline was a major prize. It was quite a formidable Kekii Genkai wielded by Gurren, Orochimaru's subordinate. Gurren could create and manipulate pinkish crystals in combat and, before Sasuke came along, had even been Orochimaru's planned future vessel, so, handpicked by Orochimaru guaranteed high quality. That left Senshi pumped for the next draws. Deducting 100,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 1,224,950. Congratulations, you have obtained Sukuna's Finger *2. Bloodline Limit, Lava Release *1. Bloodline Limit, Ice Release *1. Wow, another great haul? Sukuna's Finger again, +2 bloodline limits. He'd drawn a Sukuna finger a long time ago. At one time, when Nagato was all shriveled up, Senshi considered letting him eat it to bolster him. He ended up pulling a super soldier serum that revived Nagato's health, so the finger had never been used. But no matter. Sukuna's finger was definitely valuable. Even being able to form four-handed signs wouldn't hurt. He'd store it in the system space until needed. The second and third 100 draws had brought a wealth of goodies, leaving him delighted. But after 3 sets of 100 draws, the advanced draw still wouldn't unlock. He still had about 900,000 points left, though, so he wasn't panicking yet. Maybe that 900k would do it. After 6 sets in total, he tried again. System buddy, keep going. Let's get more speed force dev points. Deducting 100,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 824,950. Congratulations, you have obtained Space-Time Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God *1. Sukuna's Finger *2. Bloodline Limit, Storm Release *1. Again, no Speed Force dev, but he drew another Sukuna finger. At this rate, he might assemble all 20. Meanwhile, the Flying Thunder God was old news to him. He'd had it for a while. With the Kama in place, FTG wasn't especially useful to him personally, but it could be passed on to some promising subordinate. Next, he plunged into a rapid-fire 100 draw spree. He pulled all sorts of bloodline limits, advanced ninjutsu, special ninja tools, and more Sukuna fingers. After 13 consecutive 100 draws, Senshi paused, somewhat flabbergasted. Now he was only 2 fingers away from completing all 20 of Sukuna's fingers. On top of that, he'd pulled piles of 3 Tomo Sharingan, Byakugan, and various other Kekkei Genkai. His system storage was crammed with good stuff. Yet the advanced draw still hadn't unlocked, and his originally 1.5 million points had dropped to around 200,000. He felt torn. Could unlocking the advanced draw be this hard? Eyeing the 200,000 points left, he hesitated. Those 1.5 million points had taken a long time to save up. If he spent them all without unlocking the new feature, it would be a real bummer. The only reason he'd gathered so many was from that big chunk of income from the Konoha CO hosted Chunin exams. Granted, he'd accepted a job from Zetsu to resurrect Kaguya for over 30 million employment points, but that mission involved multiple steps and would have to be done gradually. It might be ages before seeing that 30 million payout. After thinking it over, Senshi decided he might as well gamble the remaining 200k as well. With a mercenary group and tons of wood clones constantly providing him with fresh points, why be stingy? System buddy. Another 100 draw. Maybe we'll unlock the advanced draw this time. Deducting 100,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 124,950. Congratulations, you have obtained Speed Force, Proficiency +1. Ninjutsu, Raise Nan *1. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 1 pair, *1. Sigh. He let out a frustrated breath. Though the result was good, another Speed Force dev upgrade, raising it to B rank. He still hadn't unlocked the advanced draw. Exhaling, he went for the last 100 draw. System buddy, come on. Enough is enough. I've done 14 100 draws. Don't do me like this. And stop giving me more bloodline limits. My storage is full. Another 100 draw start. Deducting 100,000 employment points. Remaining balance, 24,950. Congratulations, you have obtained Spider Serum *1. Sukuna's Finger *2. Space-Time Ninjutsu, Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3 *1. Taijutsu, 7 Heavens Breathing Method *1. Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, 1 pair, *1. Bloodline Limit, Byakugan, 1 pair, *1. Black Light Virus *1. Senshi, surprised face. Seeing that result, he nearly blacked out. On the one hand, it was his single biggest yield yet. Not only did he draw the Marvel Universe Spider Serum which would let him turn a suitable underling into Spider-Man, he also completed the entire set of Sukuna's 20 fingers. He even got a good taijutsu skill, a pair of bloodline limits, plus the extremely dangerous black light virus. But after 15 sets of 100 draws 1.5 million employment points, the system still refused to unlock the advanced draw. Let the world burn, I'm done. Senshi muttered, thoroughly exhausted. Those 15 sets of 100 draws had cost him at least 1.5 million points, worth well over 15 billion RY. Because some of the points came from group members, where 100 million RY yields only 50 million. In employment points, in reality it cost even more money. Yet it still hadn't unlocked advanced draw. If 15 sets weren't enough, how many would he need? He had been counting on unlocking it to try for infinite Y stones, and now he was stuck with no luck. Exasperated, he started cursing under his breath. In the next room, Karin heard him grumbling loudly. She hurried over to his door and asked, "Senshi, what are you doing in there?" Putting his irritation aside, Senshi forced a casual tone. "Just complaining because I missed out on a cool ability, that's all." Strictly speaking, that wasn't quite accurate. He'd missed out on unlocking a channel to get even more insane abilities and items. But Karin took him literally, so she sidled up, hugging his leg and rubbing her head against him, trying to console him. "Don't worry, Senshi, you're already super strong. Missing one cool ability isn't a big deal." Looks like he simply hadn't poured out enough sweat yet. All he could do was rack up more missions. Cultivate his mercenary group, keep accruing points, and try again for the advanced draw. Although the 4 super draws plus 15 100 draw combos hadn't unlocked that next tier lottery, they had brought in tons of amazing stuff. Senshi resolved to test out the speed force he'd drawn, along with other newly acquired powers and items. He turned to Karin. "Karin, let's go find Naruto and Sasuke to play." Karin, surprised face, she was a bit surprised they'd just left Konoha, right? But she sort of wanted to see them too, so she nodded in agreement. Initially, she assumed Senshi would just warp them there. Instead, his next words caught her totally off guard. He gave her a bright smile. "Karin, we're going to run all the way to Konoha." Karin, surprised face, she was flabbergasted. Senshi, run there." Senshi grinned. "Now that we're fast enough, running versus instant teleportation isn't all that different." Karin frowned. "But we can't actually run that fast." He ruffled her hair. "Before, no. But now we can. I've given you plenty of speed energy." Swish! No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned into a streak of golden lightning, dashing from the 3rd floor of the wooden villa to the open ground outside in less than the blink of an eye. Karin, surprised face, she stared, wide-eyed, at Senshi's figure outside, then tried copying him. Swish! The moment she started running, a golden aura flashed around her, and in no more than a split second, she too was outside. Astounded, she hacked her body, unable to figure out how it worked. But if she mastered that power, traveling on foot to Konoha might be almost as fast as teleportation. Seeing her stunned expression, Senshi chuckled. "Cool, right? I've got even more fun stuff to show you in a bit." Overjoyed, she answered, "Okay. Senshi's the best." He nodded. "Come on, Karin, let's actually run to Konoha." "All right." Swish swish. 2 golden flashes erupted around them. Traveling at blistering speed toward Konoha, whenever Karen's sto-red speed energy ran low, Senshi would top her off. The two of them, like painting golden lines between the villa and Konoha, arrived at Naruto and Sasuke's training spot in almost no time. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke were training with a wood clone of Senshi, going through some special practice. The sudden appearance of the real Senshi and Karen startled them both. Naruto, surprised face, Sasuke, surprised face. Once they recovered from the initial surprise, Naruto asked, "Sensei, Karen-chan, how'd you get here so fast? I never sensed a thing. You just showed up." Sasuke felt the same curiosity. Neither had picked up on any approach. That was natural, because Senshi and Karen had effectively run near light speed. In their eyes, Naruto and Sasuke were practically frozen, so of course they never sensed them coming. Hearing Naruto's question, Karen smirked and said, "Naruto, it's Senshi's new power. Let me show you." She deliberately slowed her pace a bit, yet still circled the Uchiha clan's training field 100 times in a single blink. Naruto, Omega Omega. Sasuke, Omega Omega. Her demonstration left them utterly dumbstruck. While a ninja proficient in lightning release might achieve high speeds, this was on a completely different level, running 100 laps in less than an eye blink. Anyone with such velocity would be nearly invincible. It'd be impossible even to approach them in a fight. Once Karen finished showing off the speed force, Naruto blurted excitedly, "Sensei, can Sasuke and I get that power too?" Senshi answered offhandedly, "I can let you two temporarily share it, but the main reason I came is to teach you a very special jutsu." Naruto and Sasuke's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Karen was equally curious what new technique was he planning to teach. Under their gazes, Senshi clapped his hands. Wood release, wood clone. Two clones sprouted up from the soil behind him. Then, turning to Naruto and Sasuke, he said, "Naruto, Sasuke, the ninjutsu I'm about to teach you is called the fusion dance. Watch the dance my wood clones do, learn every move, then practice. While you train, I'll share certain insights. Once you've got the dance down, you can perform this fusion technique." Naruto said in surprise, "Sensei, you're going to dance?" Senshi, O_O. He blinked, then gave Naruto a mild head smack. Naruto's phrasing might not have been exactly, "Are you gonna dance, too?" but Senshi still felt teased. Smacking him lightly, Senshi said to the pair, "I'll have my wood clones demonstrate it. Watch and learn carefully." Naruto and Sasuke nodded solemnly, focusing on the clones. Karen also stared with bright, curious eyes. She'd been with Senshi a long time, but never actually seen him dance. Yet as soon as the two wood clones began, Karen stood there in shock. Karen, surprised face, she saw Senshi's wood clones moving in sync, left hand, right hand, slow motion. Step by step, they neared each other. Upon finishing all the choreography, they turned sideways until their heads lined up, extended their arms, and touched their index fingers. In the instant those four fingertips made contact, a dazzling light flared. A moment later, the two clones had become a single figure with a noticeably stronger aura, clad in a tiny Metamoron vest. Naruto, surprised face, Sasuke, surprised face, Karen, surprised face, all three were dumbfounded. Naruto asked uncertainly, "Sensei, if Sasuke and I use that jutsu, we can fuse into one stronger ninja?" Senshi nodded. "Yes. So long as you master the dance and pay attention to the key details, you can perform the fusion dance to merge into a mightier ninja." Delighted by the confirmation, Naruto turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, let's start practicing right away." Suzuki was just as curious but hesitated. Sensei, after the fusion, which of us controls the bod Y? Senshi replied, the fused form is basically a new ninja altogether. That person's appearance, powers, personality will combine elements of you both. At that, Karin raised her hand. Senshi, if Naruto and Suzuki fuse, what do we call that new ninja? Senshi had already considered it. Smiling, he said, normally you'd call him Narasuke, but calling him Uzumaki Suzuki or Uchiha Naruto is also fine. Karin nodded, then asked, when they fuse into one ninja, how do they separate again? Naruto and Suzuki both stared intently at Senshi. This was crucial if they got stuck as one being. It'd be a pain. He explained, there are two ways to end the fusion. First, once half an hour passes, it ends automatically. Second, if you burn through a ton of chakra quickly, you shorten the fusion. Once you spend enough chakra, you come apart at once. Hearing that, Naruto and Suzuki both relaxed. Even if they did nothing, they'd split after half an hour. Or they could forcibly end it by draining a huge chunk of chakra. Clearing up those details, Naruto and Suzuki began practicing the fusion dance under Senshi and Karin's watchful eyes. Pfft! The moment the two lined up left hand, right hand, slow motion, Karin couldn't stifle her laughter. Senshi nearly joined in. When his clones demonstrated it, it didn't strike him as comedic. But watching Naruto and Suzuki move in sync, he found it oddly hilarious. Oblivious to their onlookers' amusement, Naruto and Suzuki took it seriously. The pair were quick learners. Not too long after starting, they'd gotten the fundamentals down. Once they felt ready, Naruto glanced at Suzuki. Suzuki, are you prepared? Suzuki nodded. Let's do it. With that, Naruto took the left side, Suzuki the right, as they started the Metamora and dance. Smoothly, they advanced with a left hand, right hand, slow motion. After completing all prep steps, they each extended an index finger to make contact with the others. The moment their fingertips touched, both boys' expressions changed. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Failed and Successful Fusion. Back to Omegakure. Suzuki, surprised face. Inwardly, he fumed, what the heck is Naruto doing? This is so simple, how could he mess it up? Naruto, Omega. He was utterly flustered. During practice, he had felt they were doing fine, but doing the Metamoron fusion dance with Suzuki for real left him scrambling. Yet there was no more time for either of them to think the fusion had already taken effect. Even though their fingers didn't line up perfectly, they still managed to half-execute the Metamoron fusion dance. Boom! Amid a burst of dazzling white light, Karin exclaimed excitedly, Senshi, they did it. Naruto and Suzuki succeeded. But Senshi wore a startled look. Karin, it might not be a full success. In other words, yes, there was a fusion effect, but not in the proper way. The white glow didn't last long before fading. Pfft! When the glare subsided, Karin saw what Naruto and Suzuki had become and couldn't help bursting into laughter. She actually clutched her stomach, doubling over. Senshi gazed at the two in front of him and gave a sigh. Sheesh, he thought, Naruto and Suzuki are trained shinobi, right? He demonstrated everything so clearly with his wood clones, yet these two still messed it up. Though, to be fair, Goten and Trunks in Dragon Ball despite being Super Saiyans didn't get it right on the first try, either. What now appeared before Senshi and Karin was a plump, balloon-like figure. His body was puffed Up like he might float away at any second, and in a muffled, deep tone, he spoke, "Sensei, something feels off." Senshi was exasperated, that's putting it mildly. If the fusion had worked properly, the new ninja's strength would surpass the sum of your individual powers. But right now, the fused ninja is weaker than either of you alone. Karin was laughing so hard she could scarcely straighten up, tears streaming from her mirth. This fused Naruto and Sasuke had straw-like blonde hair and a face that looked like a bloated version of Sasuke. Hearing Karin's uproarious laughter, he spoke pitifully to Senshi, "Sensei, maybe I should burn a bunch of chakra right now to undo this and try again." Senshi sighed. "Let's just wait out the half-hour fusion limit. If you keep blowing your chakra every time you fail, you might not have enough left to practice again." So they waited. Half an hour later, poof! The fusion ended, returning Naruto and Sasuke to normal. Immediately, Naruto complained, "Sensei, Karin-chan is way out of line. She kept making fun of me." And Sasuke. Karin promptly denied it, "I did not." "You're making that up. You're framing me." Naruto insisted, "I could see you laughing the whole time." Karin cocked her head thoughtfully. "Well, I was laughing because I thought of something happy. Definitely not at you two. Check my serious face, surprised face, pfft." This time, it was Senshi who let out a snicker just recalling the way Naruto and Sasuke had looked. Made him want to laugh. Naruto, clueless, asked, "Sensei, did you think of something happy, too?" Senshi waved it off. "Not important. Focus on practicing. Next time, make sure you two succeed. If you run into an overwhelming enemy, some unstoppable monster you can't beat, you'll be able to use the Metamoron fusion dance, merge into a stronger ninja, and have a fighting chance." Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke nodded earnestly. After resting briefly, they attempted the fusion again. Having messed it up once already, they tried even harder to get all the steps right this time. Before they began, Sasuke couldn't resist scolding Naruto, "Naruto, get serious. Stop making little mistakes near the end." Naruto promised, "Sasuke, no problem. This time I won't screw up." But seeing as Naruto said I definitely won't screw up, Senshi feared that was exactly what was going to happen. Meanwhile, Karin was still all eyes, curious to see how they fared. Sure enough, now that they had some experience, Naruto and Sasuke performed the Metamoron dance more smoothly. Everything went fine until the very last moment, when once again their fingertips failed to line up perfectly. This time, it was off by much less, but it was still off. Naruto was mortified. He'd been straining to stay calm, yet at the final second, a tiny slip. Boom! They barely had time to think when another bright light and gust of wind exploded outward. Senshi and Karin peered into the center of that glare, only for Karin to once again collapse in laughter, while Senshi groaned in frustration. Because this time, while the error was smaller, the resulting Naruto was a skinny, bony twig. Not even Nagato in his most emaciated state had been this scrawny. Seeing them swaying on spindly legs, Senshi said resignedly, "Let's wait another half hour. At least it's better than the first time. You'll probably get it right on your next attempt." So the skeletal version of Naruto had to sit and wait out another half hour. When that time elapsed, they split back into Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke muttered wearily, "Naruto, pay attention at that last moment, please. You always slip up there." Naruto apologized, "Okay, sorry, next time I'll get it right." Senshi just shook his head. "Take a short breather, then try again. This move will be a huge help in a real crisis," so you need to master it ASAP. Naruto and Sasuke nodded firmly. After a bit of rest, they tried once more. This time, with 2 prior attempts worth of lessons, they executed the dance with extra care. Naruto was especially cautious about that final moment. Then Senshi saw their steps align flawlessly at the end fingertips, perfectly matching. Boom! A burst of white light brighter than the previous times flared. A fierce shockwave swept across the training field. Both Senshi and Karin sensed it at once. This time Naruto and Sasuke had truly succeeded. They'd become something stronger than the sum of their parts. When the brilliant glow receded, there stood a ninja with piercing eyes, fierce aura, blonde hair, and a cool, handsome face like a cross between Naruto's coloration and Sasuke's style. His chakra signature was markedly more powerful than the two had on their own, easily several times greater. Sure, it wouldn't last longer than half an hour, or even less if the fused entity used too much chakra, but for that duration, Narasuke was a force to be reckoned with. The newly fused boy raised his chin proudly. "Teacher, my name is Narasuke." Standing there in the Uchiha training ground, Senshi regarded the live-laugh duo who had finally fused properly, nodding like a satisfied dad. Naruto and Sasuke were already formidable, each with vast potential, but now they could fuse, bringing out 1 + 1 2 even this early. The stronger the Y got, the faster they would complete missions. And Senshi, who was counting on raking in massive commission points to unlock the advanced draw, couldn't be happier. After teaching Naruto and Sasuke the Metamoron fusion dance, Senshi didn't stay around. "Narasuke," he teased, feigning a look at the time, "I'm taking Karin back home now. Once you defuse, practice another 300 times. Next time some monster corners you, don't blow it and turn into a balloon or a beanpole. Got it?" The newly fused Narasuke snapped to attention, golden hair practically crackling with a mix of the Uchiha signature aloofness and Naruto's sunny vibe. Smiling, Senshi nodded and transferred speed energy to Karin, preparing to leave. She waved from afar, calling, "Bye-bye, Narasuke." Then she and Senshi turned into 2 streaks of golden lightning, vanishing from the Uchiha training ground in an instant. Just as before, they traced brilliant golden lines between Konoha and their wood villa, finally arriving outside it. "Senshi, you're practically a god in the shinobi world now," said Karin, starry-eyed. "You could already mow down the ninja world, but now it's like you can beat 10 pains at once while sipping tea." Senshi ruffled her red hair. "No more but tearing me up. We've got to get moving back to the village tomorrow, or the folks in Omegakure might start wondering if you turned into an energy wave to sneak off with the Chunin exam trophy." "Okay." Karin stuck out her tongue but corrected him, "But I'm recognized as the world's #1 genin. With actual prowess, I'll have you know." They passed the night without further incident. At dawn, the caravan set out. By now, Senshi and his group had been away for quite some time. Although they didn't really worry something bad would happen, the people back in Omegakure were eagerly awaiting their return. Thanks to Senshi's teaching, Misen and Ko had overshadowed shinobi from all 4 great nations and countless minor villages in the Chunin exam, winning huge prestige for Omegakure. The entire village was proud of them, and with good reason. Their homecoming would be a triumphant return. Sure enough, about 500 meters from Omegakure's gate, the Anbu at the entrance did a double take huge pupil dilation. They didn't show themselves, though, a few body flickers carried them to the village chief's office to report, "Lord Senshi has returned in victory." In Omegakure, Konan and a large crowd had long been preparing a grand welcome. As soon as Senshi and the others approached the gate. They saw it packed full of people. Men, women, children, a ton of shinobi all brimming with excitement. Lord Senshi, bear my babies. Karin the assistant, please notice me, I've been your fan for 10 years. Missen senpai, can I get your autograph? Sign my kunao handle, please. The scene was livelier than a New Year festival. Many kids stared at Missen and the others in admiration, picturing themselves in that future. I declare Missen bro is my new idol. Sure, maybe go pass your ninja school exams first, hey. Starting tomorrow, I'll run 10 laps around the village every day. Lord Senshi will see my hard work. Eventually. Compared to these innocent children, the other villagers just felt overwhelmed by emotion. Thanks to Senshi, aim had changed dramatically. Who would have dared dream, back then, that aim shinobi could go to the Chunin exams and outdo all the major villages? Watching Senshi's group coming closer, many folks exclaimed. See that? Talk about one man's rise lifts the entire village. Ain't that the truth? If not for Lord Senshi, we'd still be starvin'. Now we have more surplus grain than aim has raindrops. If my kid could join Lord Senshi's group, I'd go donate 10 pounds of incense money at the shrine tomorrow. Hearing this chorus of compliments, Senshi kept a calm facade, but inside, he was all smiles. Yes, yes, keep sending me recruits. My garden of fresh seedlings depends on them. He could practically envision the countless employment points fueling his infinity gauntlet dreams. One day, with it fully adorned with stones, he'd stride through the multiverse, smacking down any Satsuki who dared to appear. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, The Power of Fusion in Action. Senshi and Karin, being frequently welcomed in such celebratory fashion, remained fairly composed. This time, even calmly waving to the villagers. Musen and the others, however, reacted differently. Faced with the villagers' enthusiasm, Uzumaki Lanmu felt shy. She was normally cool and aloof, not fond of crowds, so being surrounded by swarms of boisterous kids made her ears flush as red as if they might bleed. Uzumaki Lanyu was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected everyone to be so happy just because they'd done well in Konoha. Seeing all the praise and encouragement around him, he responded in a reserved manner, offering his thanks one by one. Uzumaki Musen and Raymon Hayate, on the other hand, were a completely different story. One was an overly dramatic teen, the other both arrogant and eccentric. Observing this vibrant scene, teeming with life, where the populace offered them a sincere hero's welcome wherever they set foot, Musen and Hayate could barely contain their glee. It was as if they each had their own background music wherever they walked. Both decided that if there were any future chances to bring glory to the village like this, they'd do whatever it took to sign up. This feeling was just too great. Beyond the many villagers, the angel of Omegakure, Konan, also came to the village gate to welcome them. When Karin spotted Konan, she pounced straight into Konan's arms. Konan ne, we're back. Konan hugged her and patted her on the head, smiling as she said, welcome back to the village. We've prepared a welcome banquet for you all. Karin, delighted, asked, Konan ne, do you have enough people for the welcome banquet? Need any cooks? I learned a new Konoha-style rainbow milk crepes recipe this time in Konoha. Konan's delicate features twitched slightly, and she leaned back warily. Karin-chan, the banquet menus are already set. All you have to do is show up and enjoy the feast. Hearing that, Karin drooped her head, crestfallen. She'd obviously learned a lot of new dishes, but had nowhere to show them off. Aside from having The 3 many-tailed beasts in her Kamui dimension sample her cooking every day. She rarely had a chance to demonstrate her skills. She couldn't help lamenting it. In hindsight, she might as well have used Kamui to teleport back earlier. It was at that moment that Senshi also arrived. Seeing Konan, he casually asked, "Sister Konan, how's Omegakure been doing lately?" Konan smiled. "The village is doing great. We've built some more public facilities, and everyone's lives keep improving. But, with so many refugees joining Omegakure, our development has slowed a bit. Most of those refugees come with nothing, starving and freezing. It takes quite some time for the village to help them get on their feet before they can contribute to building the village." What Konan was describing to Senshi basically came down to the village lacking development funds. Omegakure's financial pie was always sliced very clearly. The bulk was set aside for the Akatsuki money eater, while whatever was left went into infrastructure improvements, expanding the hospital, renovating the school, upgrading the commercial district, all of which waited eagerly for funds. The newly arrived refugees were another bottomless pit. They had to be fed and clothed with large sums of money before they could be put to work. Konan held the account book, wanting to say more but hesitating. Senshi, however, had already gleaned all the implications from her slight frown. Rapping his fingers on the table, Senshi said with a laugh, "Sister Konan, I'm planning a financial revolution in this village by opening an Omegakure bank that provides interest-free loans." Konan's pupils went through an 8-magnitude quake. Interest-free? You're basically doing charity. Right now in the shinobi world, usurious lending groups were everywhere, rolling over interest upon interest. Even the daime of the 5 great nations demanded exorbitant interest. Lady Tsunade was a prime victim of that, though she never intended to pay them back. But here was Senshi, ready to blow money around like a water release jutsu. Akatsuki's military gear can't go unfunded, village construction can't be halted, and the people's livelihood must be secured. Senshi toyed with a kunao, carving a rough layout of the bank on the tabletop. Those wanting to open ninja tool shops, textile workshops, or get into herbal cultivation, aren't they all just lacking startup capital? Watching the table corner spark as he carved it, Konan suddenly remembered how this man had once so casually dumped a mountain of gold to build the Ninja Academy. Fingering the explosive tag ledger, she felt this crazy plan exuded a bravado unique to Senshi. After all, who else would dare found a separate financial system outside the 5 great nations? Only this weirdo who treated tailed beasts like baby chicks could pull it off. At least the principle can be recovered, right? She finally managed to ask, her words like a soul-searching question. Just treat it as depositing money into the villagers' future accounts, Senshi said slyly. Once their businesses grow, why wouldn't they pay it back? And by then, the streets will be full of big taxpayers, so Omegakure's financial pie will naturally grow bigger. Outside, the sweet aroma of tricolored dumplings drifted by, mingling with the metallic tang of a newly opened ninja tool shop. Konan suddenly felt that perhaps this big gamble really could let Omegakure sprout a steel-built metropolis even more prosperous than Konoha's, right out of the rubble of war. As a manager of Omegakure, Konan was well aware of how beneficial Senshi's proposed bank could be for the village. So she looked at him with serious respect and said, "Senshi, I want to thank you on behalf of all the villagers." Senshi quickly waved it off. "Sister Konan, no need to thank me. My money is the village's money, which is also my money plus my employment points." He wasn't being purely altruistic in founding the bank. He planned to spur Omegakure's economy to rapid growth. If the villagers had no money, they couldn't earn more money or post more commissions. Meanwhile, the money sitting unused in his system space was gathering dust. So why not take it out, give the villagers and the village interest-free loans, prompt them to issue more commissions, and let him earn more employment points? Word soon spread through the village that Senshi would open Senshi Bank in Omegakure, providing interest-free loans to the villagers. People, whether merchants, workers, farmers, or shinobi, were all overjoyed. With interest-free loans from Senshi, merchants could expand production, workers and farmers could upgrade their tools, and hordes of shinobi could replace their gear or buy powerful ninjutsu scrolls. For a time, the entire village was practically celebrating like it was New Year's, excitedly awaiting the bank's opening. Naturally, Senshi didn't plan to keep them waiting long. As soon as he was back in the village, he began preparations. He chose a location between Omegakure's Ninja Academy and the Uzumaki clan's residence, with wood clones mostly handling day-to-day bank operations. The villagers and the village administration uniformly backed him, so it took only a few days before Senshi Bank was up and running. On the first day it opened, a huge crowd of villagers lined up at the door. From atop a building across the street, Senshi, Karin, Konan, and Tendo Pain watched the scene. Seeing so many people come for interest-free loans, Pain furrowed his brow. Senshi, how exactly do you intend to run this bank? Casually, Senshi answered, very simply. If someone has collateral, we assess its value and grant interest-free loans up to that amount. If they lack collateral, I'll base the loan on intelligence I've gathered and offer them an interest-free sum accordingly. Karin raised her hand. Senshi, aren't you worried some shady individual might pretend to join Omegakure, take out a loan, and then run off? Senshi chuckled. If someone wants to do that, they'd better be ready for a personal visit from my wood clones. Indeed, potential flight risks existed, but given his formidable reputation in the ninja world, he doubted many would dare to try a stunt like that. Konan and Pain, hearing his reply, each twitched at the corner of their mouths. When you're this strong, you can pretty much do whatever you like without worry. Yet, right at that moment, they noticed a few ninjas from Senshi's mercenary group heading to the bank's entrance to grab some new commissions. Konan and Pain exchanged glances. This wasn't exactly transferring money from your left hand to your right, but it sure felt like a sneaky way of handing out more pay to his mercenary squad. At first, Karin didn't catch on, Bulletin after seeing Muzan and the others heading off to line up for bank commissions, she hurriedly asked Senshi, Senshi, I want to go wait at the bank entrance, too, so I can pick up some tasks escorting valuables. Senshi gave her a small nod. Go for it. While Senshi was in Omegakure setting up his bank and boosting the village, Naruto and Sasuke were steadily getting stronger as well. Over the past few days, each had completed a large number of missions, earning over 20 million RY in commission and eating plenty of scratch-off cards. That boosted their abilities. But the two little calves had no idea a masked ninja was watching them all the while. That ninja was Uchiha Obito. Since he now had double Kamui, his mask had changed to a tiger-striped version that allowed both eyes to be seen. Obito had two motives for targeting them. First, from what he'd learned, Naruto and Sasuke were both students of Senshi. Second, Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. That made Obito decide to find a good chance to grab these two punks he could claim the Nine Tails and avenge himself on Senshi. He didn't wait long to find the right moment. Outside a black market in the Land of Fire, Naruto and Sasuke were about to head to the hall for a mission only to be blocked on the road by a masked figure in a grey cloak. Seeing that this stranger was blocking their path with ill intent, both Naruto and Sasuke looked puzzled. Naruto couldn't help blurting, "Sasuke, who's this guy? Why is he standing in the road?" Sasuke shook his head. "I don't know, but he looks like trouble." "Hey? Did we ever offend this guy or something?" Naruto asked, baffled. From what he could recall, this was their first time meeting Obito. Sasuke, frowning, replied, "No idea. Just be on your guard." The moment both Naruto and Sasuke showed signs of vigilance, Obito let out a cold sneer. "You two idiots must be students of that idiot, Senshi. You're just like Uzumaki Senshi himself, brain damaged from wasting all your time in the black market." Boom! That jab at them and at Senshi nearly made Naruto explode. His hair stood on end as he roared. "You creep! How dare you insult Sensei, that's unforgivable." Sasuke was also thoroughly angered. Judging by the masked ninja's tone, this was clearly an enemy of their teacher, but how did he manage to survive if he was truly at odds with Senshi? That meant he must have a fairly formidable means of self-preservation. While Sasuke pondered Obito's identity, Obito sneered again, "So that worthless Senshi Who's fried. His own brain doing so many missions ended up teaching a couple of worthless students like you." Swish! This time Naruto didn't hold back in the slightest. He couldn't stand it anymore. With a flash, he charged at Obito, throwing a heavy punch. As he sprinted in, he growled, "You bastard, shut up!" Sasuke, seeing Naruto's impulsiveness, was speechless. Based on his own analysis, the masked man clearly wouldn't be easy to handle, and using insults was an obvious trick to provoke them into attacking. Naruto had fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. With Naruto already attacking, Sasuke braced himself for a possible follow-up if needed. Boom! Naruto's fierce punch struck Obito's body, but at that moment, part of Obito's form simply phased out. Naruto, surprised face, he'd never seen a technique like that. Karin also had double Kamui, but in fights she typically went straight to Susanoo, so Naruto had never witnessed Kamui used to go intangible like this. Thump! As Naruto reeled from surprise, Obito slapped him away with one palm, sending Naruto flying. He had no intention to deliver a finishing blow right then. Naruto was the Nine Tails host, and killing him here wouldn't serve Obito's purposes anyway. Naruto felt a blow land in his stomach, and he was knocked straight back. Mid-flight he flipped over once, redirecting the momentum, and landed steadily on his feet. But his face was tense as he stared at Obito, fully aware by now that this masked man was extremely powerful. Seeing Naruto's expression, Obito mocked him again with a cold smirk. "So you still won't admit you're a worthless loser? As a shinobi, you're impulsive and quick to anger, no patience at all. Seems you're as brain damaged by mission grinding as your teacher, Uzumaki Senshi." Hearing that, Naruto's rage boiled over. "I told you to shut it. Stop insulting my sensei." Snarling, Naruto broke into that signature arms flailing dash of the Hokage run, charging Obito again. Unfortunately, no epic background music started playing at that moment, or Obito might truly have been doomed. "Naruto! Come back!" Sasuke yelled the moment Naruto rushed forward. He could sense Uchiha Obito was extremely dangerous, not an adversary they could easily beat at their current level. But his warning did nothing. Naruto was already roaring and leaping at Obito once again. As he ran, Naruto began weaving signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof! 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 Tons of smoke burst in every direction, each puff revealing a Naruto clone. Without moving from his spot, Obito was surrounded by Naruto's shadow clones in an instant. Yet that still didn't allow Naruto to do anything to him whenever a clone lunged to punch. Obito sidestepped or simply rammed a fist through its chest, causing it to vanish instantly. Then, in a flurry of lightning-fast blows, he disposed of all the clones. And after clearing out every one of Naruto's shadow clones, he noticed the real Naruto who'd been charging at him before had vanished. That didn't surprise Obito at all. He'd been watching Naruto's real position the entire time he dealt with the clones. Naruto had just repositioned to Obito's rear flank. Just then, from behind him came Naruto's angry shout, Aura Sphere. Boom! In a flash, a black orb shot toward Obito. Same as before, Obito phased out at the last moment, letting the orb pass harmlessly through him. Rumble! Naruto's projectile blasted a towering tree in the distance, thick enough that an adult couldn't wrap their arms around it, turning it into a storm of wood splinters. Seeing that, Naruto was stunned. If he couldn't actually land a hit, he'd never defeat Obito. Luckily, Sasuke didn't just stand by. He dashed into the fight. ZZZT. Lightning arcs coiled around Sasuke's body, forming a lightning release Chakramati. Thunder Punch. Boosted by his lightning release body enchantment, Sasuke rushed at Obito at high speed, delivering a heavy punch. Unfortunately, swirling transparency enveloped Obito's form again, letting him go intangible. Sasuke's punch, like Naruto's attacks, slipped right through. Obito instead kicked Sasuke square in the abdomen, sending him flying in Naruto's direction. As he got struck, Sasuke murmured, "So that's it." He hadn't even hit the ground, but he'd already figured out the method for dealing with Obito, that tricky intangibility. Nonetheless, Obito had to be solid when attacking them. Otherwise, he couldn't land blows. So the only way for them to damage his real body was to time an attack exactly at the instant he switched to physical form for an attack. Landing near Naruto, Sasuke quickly explained to him, "Naruto, this guy's jutsu is really unusual. He can use that intangible ability to avoid any ninjutsu or taijutsu we throw at him. The only chance to hit him is the split second he's attacking." Naruto blinked, then brightened. "Sasuke, that's why you're figuring out how to handle him so quickly. I'll go in first and give you an opening. When he attacks me, you strike him then." He finished before Sasuke could object, charging Obito again. "Naruto, wait!" Sasuke tried to call him back so they could form a better plan, but Naruto was too hot-headed, leaping in once more. With no other choice, Sasuke also followed up. Closing in, Naruto yelled, "Aura Sphere!" The instant he was close, conjuring a black orb in his right palm and driving it toward Obito's heart. Obito turned intangible again, evading it without effort. Before Naruto could follow up, Obito swung a fist at Naruto's abdomen. Thud! A deep hit resounded as Naruto took a solid punch. This time, though, he didn't go flying. He caught hold of Obito's arm even as he got hit. Sasuke hesitated not a second, swinging a thunder punch. From the side, Obito responded by instantly vanishing via Kamui's space warp, disappearing from T2's sight. At that, Naruto and Sasuke both realized he was using the same ability they'd once seen Karin do. Sasuke's expression grew complicated. Karin's Sharingan came from Sensei. This masked ninja was an enemy of Sensei and also had a Sharingan? T-hat likely meant he was an unknown Uchiha that Sasuke had never heard of. Obito, having used Kamui to avoid Sasuke's blow, reappeared behind them, quickly weaving signs. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. In the next instant, a swirling, large-scale flame barreled toward them at high speed. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke dared slack off. Both attacked instantly. Aura Sphere. Thunder Punch. Naruto's black orb collided with the approaching flames at the same moment Sasuke's punch struck. Boom! A colossal explosion thundered, and the two of them darted out from the flames, somewhat scorched. Obito was easily holding them both at bay in a 2 versus 1 fight, which thrilled him. Perhaps Senshi wasn't that great a teacher after all. Beholding the forced down pair, he felt a surge of satisfaction behind his mask. But before he could fully enjoy it, he noticed something very odd about their postures. The two boys, who'd looked relatively normal a moment before, suddenly adopted strange poses. Obito froze in surprise. Naruto stood on the left, Sasuke on the right. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. "Sasuke, let's do it." Sasuke nodded curtly. "Stop yapping. Let's begin." Without further talk, the two moved in perfect unison, doing left hand, right hand, slow motion. Obito rubbed his chin, frowning. What are they doing? In front of him, Naruto and Sasuke finished a series of weird dance steps, then stepped closer. Ha! Fusion! They bent at the waist, bringing each set of index fingers together. At that moment, something happened that left Obito greatly alarmed. Boom! A brilliant white light burst forth. Almost simultaneously, an incredibly powerful chakra surge emerged in that radiant glow. When the blinding light receded, Obito was greeted by a scene that nearly made his jaw drop. Obito, surprised face, what kind of ninjutsu is this? He had good reason to question it. This was something unseen in the shinobi world until now. Through his Manjiki Sharingan, he clearly observed that the previously separate Naruto and Sasuke had fused into a brand new shinobi. The new figure's physique was packed with bulging muscle. He wore the Metamoran style, a short vest plus martial arts pants. His appearance blended Naruto's and Sasuke's traits, leaning more toward Sasuke, with Naruto's hair color and Sasuke's hairstyle. Feeling the enormous power and massive chakra swirling within him, the fused ninja Narasuke showed a look of contented delight. Not only did he possess all the individual strengths of Naruto and Sasuke, Bullet and he'd amplified them. Whether it was his sensory abilities, speed, reflexes, physical strength, total chakra, or his ninjutsu prowess, all had multiplied to heights far beyond what Naruto or Sasuke could achieve alone. Seeing Obito's perplexed stare, Narasuke's gaze turned cold, and he attacked without hesitation. "You dare insult Narasuke's mentor? Prepare to die!" Boom! A sonic boom erupted at the spot Narasuke had just occupied. With lightning speed, he became a dark blur, instantly smashing his fist into Obito. Thud! The blow sent Obito flying, and he was left dumbfounded. Impossible! How did their speed get so high? He'd only been distracted for a second, and was already struck. He'd barely had time to think about intangibility before finding himself knocked away. Swoosh! In a flash, Narasuke once again vanished and reappeared behind Obito with incredible speed. Obito quickly turned intangible, causing Narasuke's next punch to pass harmlessly through. But Obito immediately swung another fist at Narasuke's heart, only to see something even more shocking. Narasuke's two eyes had become Sharingan. Obito was no stranger to the Sharingan. Yet these were blue 3-tomo Sharingan. Even Obito had never seen something like this. The eye's power was stronger than Sasuke's old 3-tomo, almost rivaling his Manjiki. And because of their fused state, Naruto had awakened the mind's eye of the Kagura, so Narasuke Enjoyed drastically enhanced perception and sensing. Obito's lightning-fast punch seemed to move in slow motion to Narasuk's eyes. He promptly lifted a leg and kicked Obito's wrist aside. Obito was shaken to the core. Not only was Narasuk's speed terrifying, he also possessed unbelievable observation skills, sensory abilities, and reflexes. Moments ago, Obito was toying with them, yet now he struggled to keep up with their pace. Before Obito could gather his thoughts, Narasuk struck again. Adamantine sealing chains. Clank clang. Rattle. A mass of chains shot out from Narasuk's body, flying straight for Obito in a flash, binding him in the blink of an eye. Naruto, in normal form, had never awakened these formidable Uzumaki clan chains, but in the fused state, he could not only use Mind's Eye of the Kagura but also adamantine sealing chains. Obito had no time to respond before he found himself bound tighter than a fly caught in a spider's web. It left him utterly alarmed by how powerful Naruto and Sasuke's fusion was. Tied up, Obito dared not linger. He used Kamui to slip free, reappearing not far off. That demonstration of Narasuk's might compelled Obito to treat the fight seriously. He wouldn't underestimate them again, he intended to show them his own mastery. But just as he emerged in the distance, Narasuk closed in once more like an inescapable shadow. Attacking again. Boom! Without hesitation, Narasuk brandished horizontal chop at Obito. Obito, not about to be careless, activated the Susanoo he'd honed recently. Susanoo. All at once, an enormous bluish skeleton rose around Obito. In a blink, it grew flesh and legs, armor rapidly formed over the giant, and twin Susanoo swords materialized in its hands. Seeing this, Narasuk paused. Hey? Isn't that the technique Karin uses? While Narasuk was briefly perplexed, Obito made the Susanoo giant brandish its twin blades in swift succession. Swish, 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 swish. The giant's speed was formidable, and its strength monstrous, but its storm-like assault still couldn't catch Narasuk, whose sensing ability was too keen and movements too swift. Obito's frown deepened. Damn it, what is this ninjutsu? As he was still puzzled over it, Narasuk raced in as a flash of electric blue lightning. Getting close to the Susanoo giant, Narasuk let out a thunderous roar, launching a barrage of wild punches. Aura aura aura! Aura aura aura! His lightning-charged fists hammered the Susanoo in rapid fire. Obito, no sitting duck, sheathed the giant's swords and tried to trade blow for blow with its fists. Boom, 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 boom. As Narasuk savored the adrenaline of unleashing unrestrained punches, he couldn't help mentally griping about why Sasuke didn't yet have a completed Susanoo giant, otherwise they could match Obito with a giant fist for fist. Even though Obito couldn't keep pace with Narasuk's speed, he wasn't backing down from a direct slugfest. But after a short exchange, Obito's eyes widened in shock. As the fight dragged on, the Ashura power and Indra power within Narasuk began interacting. Mysteriously, circles of patterns formed in Narasuk's eyes, evolving from the original blue Sharingan into the Rinnegan. What the Rinnegan? Obito felt paralyzed. He knew how hard Madara had worked to obtain the Rinnegan, so he never imagined that now Narasuk would also have one. And worse yet, at that moment he sensed a truly terrifying aura closing in, horrifyingly similar to Uzumaki Senshi. Right now he was struggling against Senshi's two students. If Senshi himself showed up, Obito might not be able to escape. Seeing no alternative, Obito immediately used Kamui to flee. Simultaneously, in Narasuk's inner spiritual world, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in the boundless emptiness, as if the ground were a pale golden lake surface with ripples fanning out. That old figure was none other than the legendary Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Gags Jinkraki. In that mindscape, which rippled like a pale gold lake surface, the Sage of Six Paths wore a white robe, his hair and beard as white as snow. He was gaping, utterly dumbfounded at the person before him. Right across from him stood a blonde-haired shinobi actually sporting the Rin-Egan. Inside, the Sage of Six Paths felt his head was exploding. What is this situation? Why are Azura and Indra fused together? I was asleep for just a bit. What's been going on in the shinobi world? He understood that the Rin-Egan was the result of combining Azura's power and Indra's power. But he was at a loss. Why could they fuse in a manner he completely didn't get? He figured he hadn't slept that long, so how was it that upon waking, he found things had gotten so bizarre? Meanwhile, Narasuk also looked perplexed. Staring at the Sage of Six Paths, he was thinking. Where is this place? And who's that white-bearded old man? I was in the middle of a fight, so how'd I get yanked here? Despite his confusion, Narasuk asked aloud, "Hey, white-bearded grandpa, who are you? And where is This?" The Sage of Six Paths was about to answer, but Narasuk's fusion time abruptly ran out. That mental realm vanished in a flash. Narasuk split back into two people, Naruto and Sasuke. Once they separated, Naruto was still in a fog, while Sasuke cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure their safety. After looking around, Sasuke relaxed. Sure enough, that unknown Uchiha was gone. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's own mental space, the Nine Tails was bawling its eyes out. A moment earlier, when Narasuk had encountered the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails was inside him as well. Seeing the very old man who'd brought them into this world. To all the tailed beasts, that old sage was practically their parent. It had been ages since the Nine Tails last saw the Sage of Six Paths, so it was overwhelmed with tears. In the outside world, Naruto was still totally stumped as to that white-bearded old man's identity. He had zero recollection. So he asked Sasuke, "Sasuke, got any idea who that white-bearded grandpa was?" Sasuke shook his head. "No clue. I don't have any intel on him at all. But you remember that massive power we had just now?" Sasuke was referring to that moment when Azura's and Indra's chakra resonated, making Narasuk briefly awaken the Rin-Egan. Though Narasuk didn't actually use the Rin-Egan in the fight, Sasuke had clearly sensed its terrifying might. Naruto scratched his head uncertainly. "You mean those special eyes?" "Right, I remember noticing them." Naruto had perceived the same thing Sasuke had. In his mind, those eyes were practically off the charts powerful. If they'd been able to use that Rin-Egan power mid-battle, it probably would have sent that masked man packing. Sasuke nodded at that, grabbing Naruto in excitement. "Come on, we're going to find that man." "Hey? Who are we finding?" Naruto asked blankly. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke spat out a name, Uchiha Itachi. "I want to use Narasuk's power to kill him, avenge the entire Uchiha clan." Naruto scratched his head again. "But do we know where he is right now? And shouldn't we tell Sensei about this first?" He was more than willing to help Sasuke, but he felt they should at least check in with Sensei before setting out. Hearing that reminder, Sasuke realized he'd been so fired up by Narasuk's power that he'd lost his cool. And truly, he had no idea where Uchiha Itachi might be hiding at the moment. Meanwhile, in Omegakure, Senshi was happily watching the bustling scene around Senshi Bank. From day one, business was booming. By now, New York villagers had gotten interest-free loans from Senshi's bank. They were incredibly grateful, wearing bright smiles of relief. Leaving the bank in groups of 2 or 3, they chatted excitedly, brimming with hope for the future. Aren't we lucky to have Lord Senshi in Omegakure? No other village has anything like this. For real. Before I wandered here, I was a refugee in Kusagakure. Back there, loan shark gangs were everywhere. People in trouble had no choice but to borrow from them, and ended up crushed under relentless debts. With Lord Senshi around, that could never happen here. Thanks to the interest-free loan from his bank, I can buy more seeds and new farm tools. That villager's comment got the others even more fired up, since they, too, could now buy better tools and more seed stock for a bigger harvest. Plus, they could afford to improve life for their families, buy some new clothes, get more nutritious food. It wasn't just farmers benefiting. Everyone in Omegakure was gaining from Senshi Bank. With sufficient funding from Senshi, AIM, already seeing decent growth, now felt like it had hopped onto a rocket, accelerating at breakneck speed. In that boom, all sorts of unusual commissions sprang up like bamboo after the rain. Merchants soon discovered that Karan could speed deliver their shipments. They reacted like they'd stumbled on buried treasure. Before, it took a wagon caravan ages to haul goods from other villages to Omegakure. Now, they just posted a request for Karan, who'd whisk the cargo over in no time. Every sector in AIM was bustling. Businesses rushed to buy raw materials, or to sell finished goods. Everyone was up to their ears in work. Karan herself was thrilled, swimming in new commissions as though she'd stumbled upon free loot. Her scratch-off cards soared easily, hitting her initial target of saving up 100. But in fact, 100 wasn't enough. She had completed well over 300 million RY in tasks total, piling up a mountain of scratch-offs, fully 160 cards. Inside Kamui space, Karan was grinning from ear to ear in front of that big stack of cards. The 3 little-tailed beasts poked out their heads curiously, but without her permission, they only dared huddle in the corner, watching eagerly. Shikaku glanced at Karan, then at that small mountain of cards, muttering, "Oi, old six, wadya. Reckon she's up to?" Saiken retorted, "No idea. I've never seen these card things." Then it turned to Matatabi in another corner. "Old two, you got a clue what Karan is doing?" Matatabi shook its head fiercely. "No, but I get a bad feeling about it." At which Saiken turned pale. "Old two, I'm begging you not to have any bad feelings. Every time you do, something awful happens." Matatabi nodded in agreement. Yes, if it didn't hink those thoughts, maybe nothing bad would happen. Shikaku, watching the other two cowering, scoffed, "Bunch of cowards. What's there to be scared of from that woman?" "Correction," Saiken said, "she's not a woman, she's still a young girl." "You got that wrong." Shikaku sneered. "I'll call her whatever I want." He'd just said that when Karan piped up happily, "Shikaku, c'mon over here, I've got your lunch all set." Shikaku, surprised face, that raccoon dog's face, so haughty a moment before, instantly drooped like a wilted gourd. Still, it didn't keep her waiting, gingerly shuffling over to Karan. At a glance it spotted some oil-flavored cooking on a plate. Its voice trembled. "Karan-chan, did you make that? If you didn't, I won't eat it, it'll definitely make me cough." The reason it asked was that just now, Shikaku noticed Karan hadn't gone to the kitchen hazard zone to brew any of her usual dark cuisine. So that weird oily dish had to have come from who knows where, not from her own cooking. Hearing Shikaku's question, Karin beamed and replied, "Of course I made it. One bite and you'll know it's the same taste as always." Shikaku's back instantly broke out in cold sweat. But I didn't see you cooking anything earlier. Karin-chan. Karin showed off one of her scratch-off cards with a casual wave. You didn't see me cook because I scratched off a card, and that's how I got this dish. Shikaku, surprised face, that just baffled it more. Scratch, a card? What is that, exactly? Karin smiled. Give it a try first, and I'll explain while you eat. Shikaku hastily shook its head. Karin-chan, this dish is huge, there's no way I can finish it alone. Why not get old 2 and old 6 to join me, okay? Hearing that, Matatabi and Seiken each froze. Which of us is arrogant again? If you're going down, why drag us with you? But seeing Karin nod, motioning for them to come sample the delicacy with Shikaku, they could only shuffle over, trembling, to share the meal. As they ate, Karin cleared up Shikaku's confusion. She picked up one scratch-off card and said, "This is from Senshi, the mercenary group's supply of scratch-off cards. Once scratched, it transforms into the prize." Saying so, she casually scratched it. Right before the tailed beast's disbelieving eyes, the card changed into another dish of that oil-flavored cooking. All 3 tailed beasts nearly blacked out with despair. Meanwhile, Karin was delighted. Sweet. Now you 3 can eat 2 servings. Let's see if I can scratch off a 3rd portion so each of you can have one. The moment they heard that, Shikaku and Ko inwardly wailed. Oh, please spare us. That oily stuff is a horror. Naturally, their silent pleas had no effect. Karin was fully into scratch mania, determined to snag a 3rd helping of dark cuisine. After burning through 7 or 8 scratch-off cards, she actually succeeded in getting another. The tailed beasts felt their last hopes crumble to dust. What awful sins did we commit to be locked in Kamui space, forced to endure her dark cuisine every day? Why? Right then, Senshi used his Kama's space warp to teleport in. Seeing him, Karin exclaimed, "Senshi! Have you eaten lunch yet? If not, I can scratch off a dish I cooked for you." Senshi immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, no. I'm good, I've eaten. I'm here to ask if you want to come with me to see Snake Bro. I've got a business deal with him. Karen's eyes lit up as she nodded hard. Sure. I wanna go do missions with Senshi. Actually, besides wanting to do missions, she also just wanted to see how Senshi might trick Orochimaru again. After all, every time Orochimaru made a deal with Senshi, it cost him dearly. The mere thought of Orochimaru's frustrated face, yet with no choice but to give in, made Karin snicker inside. That kind of wicked guy needs a good beating by Senshi. Karin and Senshi then left to visit Orochimaru's lab. This time, Senshi had a particular item perfect for Orochimaru and was planning to offer it at a friendship price, in other words, extort a bunch of money. Having set up Senshi Bank, jump-starting a Megakure's economy and collecting heaps of employment points, he was still impatient for more. He wanted to unlock the advanced draw to get his infinity stones. So yes, no time to rest, he had to earn more points fast. Having made his plan, he took Karin along to see Orochimaru without delay. Inside Orochimaru's lab, both Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were grinding away at the eternal puzzle of the Eternal Chakra Elixir, working round the clock to crack it. They were in the thick of their research when suddenly an ominous, swirling red-black vortex appeared behind them. Out of it came Senshi and Karin as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Seeing them, Karin hopped over to Orochimaru's side. Alarmed by their arrival, Orochimaru swiftly shut off the instrument in front of him. Addressing Karin, he said, "Assistant Chan, you'd better not randomly touch anything here in my lab. A lot of dangerous materials are lying around. Any mishap could be trouble." That was a direct lesson learned from their last visit, when Karin had wreaked no small havoc. Karin frowned slightly. "Are there really that many hazards?" Orochimaru nodded gravely. "Absolutely. You see that green beaker over there? Just one drop of that toxin old easily kill a shinobi. And that's just one of 8 or 9 deadly samples we have in here." He was trying to warn her up front, so she wouldn't cause any nonsense. But no sooner had Orochimaru spoken than Karin abruptly summoned a pink, translucent skeleton around herself. Boom! Her Susanoo exploded into existence, right then and there, blowing a giant hole through the lab's ceiling. "Orochimaru, arg, she's wrecking my place again. Kabuto, just like before. She never forgets a grudge." Senshi quickly stepped in. "Karin, calm down. You don't need to put up Susanoo as protection against hazards. Just don't tamper with Snake Bro's lab supplies, okay?" He felt his eye twitch. He'd come here to strike a deal, not have her demolish the place. But from within her Susanoo, Karin shook her head vigorously. "Nope, no way. If there's this much danger lurking around, I don't feel safe without Susanoo." Orochimaru gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He turned to Senshi in frustration. "So, Senshi, what brings you here?" He guessed there was some favor Senshi wanted and was hoping to get them out as soon as possible, especially that destructive Karin. There was no relaxing in the lab with her around. Senshi, hearing Orochimaru's question, beamed. "Snake Bro, I've got top-notch intel. I guarantee you'll find interesting." Orochimaru frowned. "Oh? And what intel is that?" Still smiling, Senshi went on, "I heard there's some secret organization in the shinobi world that spent a fortune developing a virus called the Black Light Virus. It's pretty remarkable, lets organisms evolve infinitely." At that, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Infinite evolution? He'd never heard of anything like that. He turned serious. "I'm listening." Senshi elaborated, "Snake Bro, a virus is a non-cellular microbe, extremely tiny compared to most organisms. It survives by using genetic material wrapped in a protein shell." Orochimaru felt a flicker of surprise. The shinobi world's science was chaotic and unstructured, yet Senshi had described virus in a concise manner that made sense. Orochimaru grew more attentive. Letting Senshi continue, "That black light virus invades a host and starts assimilating it, using the host's nutrients to replicate itself. Even more impressive, it can devour other organisms to absorb their best genes, continuously getting stronger. Meanwhile, its infected host also grows stronger, evolving all sorts of abilities." Orochimaru found himself stunned. Most people might not realize the gravity of this, but as a pioneer in shinobi research, he instantly grasped how overpowered it sounded. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Got more intel on the Black Light Virus?" Senshi nodded. "Sure, Snake Bro, let me fill you in." Pausing as though to organize his thoughts, he continued, "Once a human is infected, boom, it assimilates them. Then that person can feast on organic matter, gleaning superior genes. They can go from genin to Janin, even elite Janin in one unstoppable rush, maybe beyond cage level, depending on luck." He wasn't exaggerating. In certain cases, hosts of the black light virus had evolved to the point of tanking a nuclear strike in close quarters, which in many ways outstripped the average cage level. Ninja. Eyes bulging, Orochimaru thought, is this a joke? Because in Konoha, raising a single genin from scratch takes around 6 years. A cage-level ninja typically needs a prodigious talent plus unwavering support from the village. Yet Senshi was saying that with enough luck, an ordinary person might become cage-level through the black light virus. Seeing Orochimaru's shocked face, Karin butted in, hands on hips, "Tisk, you look so clueless. Senshi has tons of intel, not to mention he's got an endless stash of treasures. He even knows plenty of things on par with the black light virus." She spoke like this because, as Senshi's little assistant, she felt she needed to be the backup chatter at times. And in her heart, she was thinking that if Senshi said it, it was probably true. At first, Orochimaru was blown away by the news of the virus. Gradually, he forced himself to calm. If anyone else told him such a story, he'd doubt every word. But this was Senshi, and from what he knew, Senshi never spouted nonsense. Possibly some secret group truly had created a monstrous virus. After a moment's thought, Orochimaru asked, "So how much? What sort of commission cost are we talking about to get hold of the black light virus?" Senshi waved it off. "Snacky bro, it's not about money, it's about whether our little boat of friendship can be upgraded into a big cruise ship." Orochimaru froze, a twitch pulling at his mouth. "So, this time you don't want money, just friendship?" Senshi sighed melodramatically. "Snake bro, if you don't put effort into deepening our friendship, what motivation do I have to risk my neck snatching the black light virus for you?" Orochimaru could only roll his eyes inside. The guy kept circling around, but in the end, it was still Abuti money. So he asked straight out, "Then how much money does it take to upgrade our friendship boat into a big cruise ship so you'll bring me the black light virus?" Senshi did not state a price directly, only responded with a genial smile, "That depends on how far you want to go in building our friendship. Let me just say, the black light virus is absolutely insane. Definitely a huge boon for you." Frowning, Orochimaru tried, 100 million RY. Because in his mind, 100 million RY could actually be a tailed beast. That amount should be more than enough to pay for the black light virus. Hearing that figure, Senshi put on a mournful face. "Snake bro, you already know how incredible the virus is. I don't need to repeat it. It's also unbelievably hard for even me to acquire. That group who developed it wouldn't let outsiders get it easily, right?" Orochimaru felt decidedly skeptical. He tried raising it to 200 million RY. Senshi sighed. Even more sadly. "This is even more difficult than catching the wind with a net. The virus is extremely dangerous. I'll probably pay a huge price to lay my hands on it." Hence Orochimaru thought for a while, saying tentatively, "Could it be worth 300 million? But you said earlier, you need good luck for the host to evolve to cage level. If the luck isn't there, or we run out of samples and only manage a Jainin or even a Chunin, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Senshi shook his head. Orochimaru felt a bit relieved, thinking if Senshi had asked for 300 million, he might have refused outright. He just didn't believe a single virus sample could be worth that much. But Senshi's head shake didn't mean the virus was cheaper than 300 million, it was that it was worth even more. Or in other words, this time Senshi intended to gouge him for more than 300 million. With a straight face, he said, "Snake bro, let me give you a bit more confidential intel. Not only does the black light virus let hosts evolve continuously, it also grants the body bizarre transformations. Surpassing even your snake arts, your arms can turn into claws, iron fists, blades, anything. And as it keeps upgrading, the host can spawn shields, set off bio-explosions, and so on. Seriously, even 500 million RY is a steal for a virus that can so powerfully catalyze evolution. You'd make a killing. Orochimaru nearly had a meltdown. He wants 500 million? Buying the Yamata no Orokai fruit had cost him only 100 million. Now an alleged virus was 500 million? The snake fruit had direct, guaranteed effects, but for the virus, you needed luck. Senshi, that rascal, wasn't just treating him like a sucker, but an utter fool. He was about to refuse when Senshi spoke again, and that's not even all. The black light virus itself has huge untapped potential. For instance, if its host ever got strong enough to devour you, Snake Bro, he'd incorporate your prime genetic features, effectively gaining many of your abilities. You're a total techie, think how beneficial that might be to your own research. Orochimaru had just been about to say no. But hearing that, his heart quivered. He knew from experience that Senshi, for all his occasionally crazy talk, never actually lied about the items he sold. Admittedly, the price was astronomical, but with his current finances, he could manage. After a short pause, he nodded, "All right, I'll hire you for 500 million RY to get me that black light virus that's as hard to obtain as you say." Awesome! Mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Goal, obtain the nigh impossible black light virus. Reward, 500 million RY. Rank, S rank. Bonus, 500,000 employment points. Hearing that system prompt in his head, Senshi nearly jumped for joy. As expected from Snake Bro. A big spender with plenty of cash. Orochimaru, also straightforward, pulled out 500 million RY checks in a row, handing them over. Like handing out pocket money. So, Senshi, how long will it take to see this so-called virus? Could we wrap it up in, say, 3 months? After all, while Senshi's mission success rate was stellar, he himself had said the virus was tough to obtain. Orochimaru assumed it might be a while. But right after he asked, Senshi acted like a magician, taking out several vials containing a crimson substance, exactly the black light virus. He smiled broadly, "Snake Bro, look, the black light virus." Orochimaru froze. Surprised face, what happened to more difficult than catching the wind with a net? How'd you just whip it out? Instantly, Senshi? Inside, he was so annoyed. Senshi, apparently reading his mind, quickly remarked, "Hey, I really had to go through all kinds of trouble to get this stuff. It wasn't easy at all." He internally lamented that he'd had to do 15 rounds of 100-fold lotteries just to draw the virus. Not easy indeed. Orochimaru snorted, sure, as if he believed a word. Senshi didn't push the matter. After all, simply handing Orochimaru the black light virus would complete the quest. Still, considering how dangerous it was, Senshi spoke quite solemnly. "Snake Bro, that virus is every bit as I described, extremely transmissible. Till you understand it thoroughly, handle it with the utmost caution, or you might turn the entire shinobi world into a horde of mutants. Your early research on it should be done under fully contained conditions. If it leaks, the outcome could be catastrophic." Senshi's serious tone made Orochimaru a bit more careful. He still felt skeptical that a few test tubes of red liquid could be so apocalyptic, but he decided to treat it carefully, no point risking an irreversible disaster. With that, the black light virus was in Orochimaru's possession, the 5-100-million RY deal. Sealed. 500,000 employment points went straight into Senshi's account. Achieving his purpose, he was about to take Karin and leave, when Kabuto suddenly spoke, "Lord Senshi, please. Wait a moment. I have a favor to ask." Hearing that, Senshi was delighted. Yakushi Kabuto was potentially even more important than Orochimaru, given how in the later timeline, anything Orochimaru could do, Kabuto could do plus some. Genuinely an upgraded version of Snake Bro. Senshi smiled. "Kabuto, what do you need me for?" Kabuto had coveted the Yamata no Orokai fruit ever since it appeared, wanting to buy something like that from Senshi. He'd spent a long time gathering funds following Orochimaru far and wide, running various ventures, and at last saved up enough. Now that Senshi was here, Kabuto was gathering his courage, hoping to buy some item akin to the Yamata fruit to level himself up. Senshi didn't know exactly how much money Kabuto had squirreled away, but he'd only had one Orokai fruit. Nonetheless, thinking about Kabuto's aesthetics of sticking heads on his belly, an idea suddenly popped into Senshi's mind. He did have an item that would perfectly suit Kabuto if Kabuto could pay. So, upon hearing Senshi's question, Kabuto respectfully replied, "Lord Senshi, please allow me a moment to fetch my money." Then he rushed off, returning from his room with box after box of cash. After all, it was rare for him to see Senshi, so he intended to buy all the good stuff he could afford and significantly upgrade himself. Senshi and Karin both stared as Kabuto lugged out crates of money. Karin, however, was an old hand. At this she morphed into a human money counter, her fingers dancing with speed. Back in the days of mission grinding with Senshi, she'd perfected her counting skill. Kabuto had quite a lot of money, but it was still child's play for Karin, who finished counting fast. After finishing, she reported triumphantly, "Senshi, this totals over 300 million RY. Senshi raised his eyebrows, pleasantly surprised. If Kabuto's budget was that high, everything would go smoothly. Once Kabuto put all the money out, he gazed at Senshi eagerly, saying, "Lord Senshi, I want a Yamata no Orokai fruit and anything else that might suit me. I desperately want to become stronger." Senshi patted his shoulder with a grin. "Kabuto, wanting to improve is a good thing, but I don't have any more Yamata fruits left." At those words, Kabuto looked like lightning had struck. If even Senshi doesn't have another Orokai fruit, who else could possibly get it? Orochimaru heard his and merely shook his head, disappointed as well. Kabuto was his right hand man, and he wanted to see him get stronger fast. If it wasn't an option, oh well. Orochimaru's gaze drifted to the black light virus on the lab table, half thinking they could glean something from that. But just then, as if performing another magic trick, Senshi produced two Sukuna's fingers, hooking an arm around Kabuto's shoulder, wearing a mischievous smile. "Kabuto, I'm out of Orokai fruits. But I've got something better, Sukuna's fingers." He wasn't lying that these were even more formidable than the Yamata fruit. Yamata no Orokai might have been a big shot in Orochimaru's hands, but in the original One Piece story, Kurozumi Orokai was basically a chump. Sukuna's fingers, however, belonged to the fictional cursed king Riman Sukuna. Kabuto blinked. "Lord Senshi, what is that?" He just wanted the Orokai fruit. Why was Senshi offering him some weird set of fingers? And after seeing Orochimaru cough up 500 million earlier, how could Kabuto not feel a little wary? Reading Kabuto's apprehensive eyes, Senshi silently lamented, "I should have made a deal with him first, before ripping off Orochimaru. But hey, money's money. He pressed on, hooking Kabuto's shoulder while holding up the fingers. Kabuto, these are Sukuna's fingers, top-tier treasure. Eat one and you become the Jinchuriki of Riman Sukuna. That kind of Jinchuriki would easily overpower most folks. You'd wreck most other Jinchuriki in a heartbeat. Kabuto, O_O. Orochimaru, surprised face. They both found that pitch pretty baffling, though it also piqued their interest. Karin, too, was intrigued until Senshi's next line snuffed out any thoughts she might have had about the item. Holding the two fingers, Senshi said solemnly, "But, Kabuto, there's a side effect. If your willpower isn't rock solid, Sukuna's consciousness can erode your mind. But if you can handle it and become Sukuna's Jinchuriki, oh man, you'll be thrilled with the results." With that, he felt Kabuto would be a perfect candidate to learn Sage Mode at the Rika Cave. Required a robust will. Kabuto managed that, so he should have iron fortitude. After hearing the benefits and side effects, Kabuto sank into thought. He was very confident in his own mental resolve. So after some moments, he looked up and respectfully asked, "Lord Senshi, what's your asking price?" Senshi lit up. "Normally, it's 200 million per finger. But I like you, Kabuto, so we'll call it a buddy discount, 300 million for two. Deal." Internally, Senshi was well aware how Kabuto's future potential was huge. Once he got stronger, his research abilities and cunning might even surpass Orochimaru's. And that meant his capacity to earn money would be no less. Since there were 20 total Sukuna's fingers, if Kabuto tasted how good they were, he'd likely keep wanting more. At that point, Senshi could say, "Well, obtaining the rest is extremely difficult," and keep jacking up the prices. Even if he stuck to the same price, that was still 3 billion for the full set. If he raised it in tiers, it might climb to 10 billion sums. There was enormous profit ahead. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Aims Thriving with Senshi's Bank. Yakushi Kabuto at that moment was completely kept in the dark, totally unaware that Senshi had dug a massive pit for him. He was standing there wondering whether the price that Senshi quoted might be too steep. Kabuto scratched his head, running all sorts of calculations in his mind, and finally spoke up, "Lord Senshi, these Sukuna fingers come with such heavy side effects, yet one costs 150 million RY? Don't you think that's a bit outrageous? I feel like 100 million per finger would be more reasonable." Hearing this, Senshi put on a solemn, earnest face. "Kabuto my boy, that just shows you don't quite get it. 150 million RY per Sukuna finger is a total steal, a once-in-a-lifetime bargain." As he spoke, Senshi paused on purpose, worried that Kabuto might not believe him. He then went on, "Why do I say that? Think about it, if you possessed Sukuna's complete power and became the Jinchuriki of Sukuna, then cage-level shinobi would be no more than small fry to you, effortless instant kills." In Kabuto and Orochimaru's view, a village's cage was considered one of the top elites in the shinobi world. So the second they heard Senshi's words, becoming Sukuna's Jinchuriki means you can insta-kill cage level, their jaws nearly fell off in shock. They couldn't help thinking, become Sukuna's Jinchuriki and casually wipe out cage level shinobi? That sounded way too far-fetched. Neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto realized that the reason it sounded so unbelievable wasn't that Sukuna himself was unimaginably strong, but that Kabuto and Sukuna was a formidable combination. Still half convinced, Kabuto asked, "Lord Senshi, so if I pass the trial, I get that insanely strong power. Senshi shook his head vigorously. You're overthinking this. Sukuna's power is sealed away in 20 fingers. Eating just 2 means you'd only get a fraction of his strength. He shrugged. That said, even a fraction is still pretty impressive. After you eat these 2 fingers, you'll be Sukuna's Jinkriki and gain his jutsu. That's already imposing enough. Those words actually made Kabuto feel more at ease. This sounded like the senshi he was used to. Spending 300 million Ri just to become maybe 1/10 of Sukuna's Jinkriki and still risking death by side effects? How exploitative was that? And yet, such a dangerous item, senshi had no problem hyping it up sky high and slapping on such an enormous price. That was more like him indeed. After a moment's thought, Kabuto clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Fine. Lord Senshi, I'll pay 300 million Ry for 2 Sukuna fingers. Senshi listened, then shook his head side to side like a drum. Nah, you have to say this, I'll pay 300 million in commission and hire you to get me 2 Sukuna fingers. Truth be told, Senshi didn't want to make it so complicated. But the second Kabuto said bye, the system remained silent. What did that imply? Ordinary transactions don't count as missions. Kabuto, though not understanding why Senshi insisted on such wording, still obeyed once Senshi asked. So he repeated, Lord Senshi, I'll pay a 300 million Ry commission to hire you to get me 2 Sukuna fingers. You're the man, Kabuto. Mission accepted. Client, Yakushi Kabuto. Goal, help Yakushi Kabuto obtain 2 of Sukuna's fingers. Reward, 300 million Ry. Rank, S level. Mission bonus, 300,000 employment points. Sure enough, having Kabuto phrase it as a formal mission request allowed the deal to go through with no issues. Senshi then cleanly handed over 2 Sukuna fingers to Kabuto. At almost the same instant, 300,000 employment points came rolling in. Kabuto accepted the Sukuna fingers, studying them closely as his eyes glinted with curiosity behind his lenses. He raised his head, speaking tentatively. Lord Senshi, how exactly do I use these items? Senshi folded his arms, speaking as casually as if discussing breakfast. Just psych yourself up and swallow them. That's all. Kabuto nearly lost his glasses. Surprised face, though Senshi had mentioned swallow before, Kabuto thought that was just a metaphor, or at least there'd be some other more normal usage. If Senshi didn't name an alternative, then perhaps swallowing really was the only way. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Kabuto couldn't resist seeking confirmation. Lord Senshi, so there's truly no other method besides directly gulping them down? Senshi shrugged confidently. Nope, that's the only way. While Kabuto and Senshi were talking, Orochimaru, who had stayed silent, was casting a "you're missing the point" sort of glare. No surprise. Orochimaru was notorious in the shinobi world for his swallowing techniques. Summon snake, snake swallows him, he spits out the Kusanagi sword, etc. For him, devouring 2 Sukuna fingers would probably be easier than slurping down ramen. That Kabuto, his right-hand man, all this time would hesitate over an act of swallowing made Orochimaru silently shake his head. This kid needs more practice. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Kabuto didn't hesitate further. He reined in his hesitation, grabbed both Sukuna fingers, and downed them in one gulp, very decisive. Hey, tastes not half bad, he murmured, wiping his mouth. At least better than that experimental concoction Lord Orochimaru gave me last time. Boom. The moment he swallowed Sukuna's fingers, Kabuto's body abruptly shuddered, seizing up like he'd been petrified. Within his consciousness, A sea of blood instantly surged, like a terrifying hellish landscape. He beheld Riemann Sukuna, the being with two faces, black markings covering his body, emanating the most extreme evil aura. Sukuna's will flooded him like a raging tide, Kabuto's consciousness battered by storms. Nearby, Orochimaru watched with a solemn face, golden slit pupils locked onto Kabuto. Though he had great confidence in his assistant's mental resolve, this was an unknown force he himself had never encountered, so he felt a touch of unease. No telling what might happen. In contrast, Senshi appeared perfectly calm, arms folded and lips curved in a faint smile, clearly trusting Kabuto to handle it. After all, up until Kabuto, no one else in the shinobi world had mastered Rikake's Sage Mode. That was because the Rikake demanded terrifyingly high willpower. Not only had Kabuto managed it, he'd become their inheritor. If that kind of shinobi could get undone by Sukuna's will, it would be quite the twist indeed. As time passed, Kabuto's outward changes became more apparent. His once rigid, vacant expression gradually returned to normal. Simultaneously, his appearance underwent striking alterations. Beneath each of his eyes emerged a thin second pair of eyes. Black markings spread across his face, neck, and even more body parts. A harrowingly dark aura burst from within, distorting the air around him. Boom! Kabuto's eyes refocused, his breathing ragged as he stared down at his own hands, alarm and awe across his face. Orochimaru, concerned, quickly stepped closer. Kabuto, how are you feeling? Slowly letting out a breath, Kabuto answered, Lord Orochimaru, I think I've successfully become Sukuna's Jinchuriki. Lord Senshi was right, Riemann Sukuna is beyond strong, unbelievably so. As he spoke, Kabuto raised his hand a little, blackish red energy glimmering faintly at his fingertips. Gazing at that strange new power in his body, his eyes sharpened in concentration. A flicker of excitement danced in Orochimaru's slit pupils, and his lips curled in a meaningfully satisfied grin. Interesting. Well then, let me witness firsthand how mighty Sukuna's power truly is. He'd barely finished speaking when Kabuto sliced the air lightly with a fingertip. A sharp ripping sound rang out. Out of nowhere, a massive rift appeared on the lab wall as if severed by an invisible blade. More shocking still, the edges flickered with black-red energy, as though burning in midair. Orochimaru's golden pupil shrank slightly. He approached, touching the rift and sensing that residual aura. As I suspected, Th's is no ordinary power indeed. Kabuto withdrew his hand, panting lightly. Clearly that small test had consumed a chunk of energy. He looked down at his palm, uncertain. This power, while strong, it's still unstable. I'll need a lot more time to adapt and control it fully. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Kabuto, let's do some further experiments, see how far these slashes can go. But Kabuto shook his head, somewhat helpless. Not now. I still need further negotiation and synergy with Lord Sukuna before I can fully exploit this power. At that, the extra pair of eyes on his cheeks faded, as if it had never existed. Senshi laughed, hugging Kabuto's shoulder in a comradely way. Kabuto, my man, see? Didn't I tell you so? Once you become Sukuna's Jinchuriki, it's like you're instantly on Orochimaru's level. Kabuto, hearing that, was half smiling, half exasperated. He recalled how, just earlier, when he questioned the pricing of Sukuna's fingers, Senshi called him Kabuto, my boy. But now that Kabuto had paid 300 million Ry, the address had been upgraded to Kabuto, my man. And what made him extra cautious was that each time Senshi called Orochimaru snake bro, that meant he was about to ruthlessly bleed Orochimaru dry. So perhaps, Kabuto should watch out. Kabuto forced a polite smile, though his tone held faint wariness. Lord Senshi, I've always had the utmost faith in the items you provide. I'm very pleased with the results of these Sukuna fingers. Senshi, hearing that, only beamed Harider, giving Kabuto a hearty pat on the shoulder. Glad you're satisfied. When I handle business, you can rest assured it's worth every RY. In truth, Senshi still had a few more Sukuna fingers on him, but he wasn't about to pitch them to Kabuto yet. For one thing, Kabuto was now broke. There'd be no point marketing anything else to him at the moment. For another, now that Kabuto had ingested 2 fingers and tasted the might of Riemann Sukuna, the pull of such power was like venom. Kabuto would inevitably come seeking more on his own. Yes, Senshi had definitely prepared this trap for Kabuto. All that remained was to wait for him to leap in. Seeing that Senshi wasn't continuing to push more Sukuna fingers, Kabuto exhaled in relief. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to purchase more fingers just yet. Better to fully master the 2 he had first. After concluding the deal with Kabuto, Senshi turned back to Orochimaru, grinning as he spoke. Snake bro, if you're gonna start researching the black light virus, I see and be your safety consultant. Guaranteeing everything goes smoothly in the lab. At those words, Orochimaru's head throbbed as if it would explode. He'd just shelled out 500 million for the virus. He wasn't keen on spending more to hire some so-called safety consultant. Right as he planned to refuse, Karin beamed and raised her hand. Orochimaru, you can hire Senshi as the safety consultant and include me as well. Then your lab will be even safer. Orochimaru nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. He thought, the biggest hazard in my lab is you, girl. So he waved them off, voice tepid yet carrying a faint helplessness. I can manage researching the black light virus alone. No consultant needed. But if you want to hang around and watch, I don't mind. Superficially, that sounded like he was politely declining. In reality, there was more going on. He was hoping to glean more intel on the black light virus from Senshi. That would help justify the 500 million he'd spent. If he could unlock the virus secrets, any partial breakthroughs alone could be monetized repeatedly. Quick ROI. Senshi himself had no desire to watch every step of the research, but he had his own little scheme. He didn't want Orochimaru to let the virus leak and spark a zombie apocalypse. With that in mind, he stroked his chin. Might as well make a tidy profit from Orochimaru under the guise of protecting the virus lab. Even if Orochimaru himself never messed up, some other reckless thief might break in and steal the virus, and the entire world would be doomed. After straightening out his logic, Senshi smiled at Orochimaru. Snake bro, find somewhere secure to do your research. Karin and I will stick around to supervise and keep it safe. Orochimaru did not object. He simply turned to Kabuto with an order. Clear out the adjacent lab. We'll devote that space solely to black light virus research. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto replied at once, getting to work. At this point, Orochimaru was mixing just fine in Konoha, to the extent that Konoha's higher-ups gave him an entire zone around the lab dedicated to his experiments, basically a science development district for the village. While Kabuto tidied up the new lab space, Senshi explained to Orochimaru in detail a number of precautions regarding the black light virus. Orochimaru listened intently. This was the knowledge he wanted. By the time Senshi finished, Kabuto was done. Orochimaru and Kabuto then moved some equipment into the newly arranged black light virus lab, and carefully brought over the sample, ready to begin. When Senshi and Karin entered, they saw it had been cleared to a large, open space. At the center, Orochimaru had erected a barrier to prevent the test subjects from escaping if anything went wrong. Thanks to Senshi's repeated warnings, Orochimaru was extra cautious. He chose as the first test. Subject a run-of-the-mill white lab mouse, starting with the basics. But just as Orochimaru was about to inject the black light virus into the mouse, Senshi suddenly stopped him. Snake bro, you know any fire-style jutsu? Indeed, Orochimaru possessed fire nature chakra. As one of the legendary Sunin, of course he'd have a couple fire-style techniques. Hearing the question, Orochimaru arched an eyebrow and sneered. It, you think I can't use fire style? I don't normally show it off, but of course I know some basic fire ninjutsu. Senshi nodded. Then that's good. In the early phase, subjects infected with the black light virus fear fire the most. You can burn them to a sh with fire style. But once they keep devouring and evolving, they'll soon become fireproof. Catching the drift, Orochimaru thought, sure, if something goes haywire, I'll just incinerate them. Finishing preparations, he stood outside the barrier and operated a mechanical injector to administer the virus into the mouse via robotic arm. The instant that sample was injected, Senshi, Karin, Orochimaru, and Kabuto all watched like hawks. Very soon, the mouse's body displayed bizarre changes. Its genes were assimilated, fur stiffened, eyes glowed scarlet, and an exoskeleton formed on its skin. A docile mouse became vicious in seconds, speed and strength skyrocketing. Inside the barrier, it bolted around wildly, soon reaching the other mice penned in a metal cage. They all saw it gnaw the iron bars like potato chips, effortlessly ripping the cage open. The other mice scattered in panic. Some were caught by the infected one, letting out terrified squeaks, and others got devoured outright. The sight didn't surprise Senshi, who was fully aware of the virus's properties, but it left Orochimaru and Kabuto slack-jawed. He saw every mouse the infected one touched also got infected. They mutated in all sorts of outlandish ways. One sprouted 2 heads, another grew extra limb BS, yet another gained acid spraying capabilities. The original infected mouse, using its head start, devoured the newly mutated ones in succession. Each time it devoured one, its body changed again, growing in size until it stood half a person tall like a marmot, covered in solid exoskeleton plating. By then, its speed and strength had soared dozens of times over. It flung itself at the barrier, trying to break free and attack the 4 observers outside. Orochimaru couldn't help feeling shaken. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be impossible to believe an ordinary mouse could evolve to this extent in so short a span. He cast a deep look at Senshi, thinking, this guy's abilities are downright defying common sense. He can obtain anything. Senshi noticed Orochimaru's gaze and said cheerily, Snake bro, how about it? Don't you think 500 million was worth it? If you fully unravel this, who knows what kind of profits it could yield? 500 million for this was basically a giveaway. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Senshi sure can talk big when he's not the one researching it. The black light virus might be a nightmare to decipher, he thought. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, Senshi added jokingly, need me to burn it with fire style for sterilization? Looks a bit out of hand. Alarmed, Orochimaru waved him off. No need. My barrier can pin down even the 3rd Hokage. Plus let him and the 1st and 2nd fight it out on a rooftop. You think one infected mouse can get out? He wasn't exactly boasting. The barrier ninjutsu he used were indeed top-notch in the shinobi world. Also, from Orochimaru's perspective, that mouse was valuable. He wouldn't let Senshi scorch it just yet. He wanted to dissect it thoroughly. That in mind, Orochimaru asked, albeit with some awkwardness, Senshi, if I commission your wood-style clone to enter the barrier and help me dissect it, how much would that cost? Senshi casually waved a hand, face showing a "this trivial sum won't interest me" look. Turning to Kabuto, he patted the man's shoulder offhandedly. "Kabuto my boy, borrow Sukuna's power and kill the mouse, please." Kabuto gave a faint wry smile. He thought, now that there's no mission, I'm back to Kabuto my boy. Guess I'd better keep raking in money if I want him to call me Kabuto my man. Orochimaru was taken aback, glancing at Kabuto. "Kabuto, can you kill it without making contact?" He'd seen the virus's contagion. As Senshi said, it was crucial not to risk direct contact. Kabuto nodded calmly. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." At that, an intensely evil aura flared around him, black markings returning to his face, plus a second pair of eyes below the original set. His entire vibe went cold and demonic.